Chapter 51. After Yen Rui finished speaking, the system immediately became silent. Yen Rui continued to ask, "Does this plane rely on this kind of thing to provide energy for evolution? And those who succeed have superpowers? And those who fail become zombies?" Yen Rui suddenly understood why zombies have been endless. There are always people who need to evolve. And there are always people who need to awaken superpowers. So there are always new zombies appearing. Humans don't know why some people suddenly become zombies. They only know that they must be eliminated after becoming zombies. But Yen Rui doesn't understand why no one has discovered this problem for so many years. Because the performance of becoming a zombie is different from that of becoming a superpower. Jian Anji guessed. According to Qi Ming, humans who become superpowers will be thirsty and have a fever. But Xiao Yao and Lu Xing have no performance at all. So the two of them are going to become zombies? Yen Rui widened his eyes and put the black stone in his arms. Let's go back and take a look. Back in the laboratory, Gao Xian had already revealed his identity and discussed the follow-up matters with the temporary city lord. Seeing Yen Rui go back, the two were still a little curious. "Aren't you going to go shopping?" Yen Rui did not answer, but asked anxiously, "Where are Xiao Yao and Lu Xing?" "They went to the hospital. They said they ate something before they fell into a coma. Now they are going to the hospital to check if there is any problem." "Which hospital?" Yen Rui got the answer and went out immediately. The two immediately came to the hospital. As soon as they entered the hospital, they heard the instructions of the system and found the examination room of Xiao Yao and Lu Xing. The two had just changed into hospital gowns. Seeing Yen Rui and Jian Anji, they also smiled. "Boss Yen, why are you here? I haven't thanked you properly yet." Qi Ming walked up with a smile. "We thought we would go to thank you after we are discharged from the hospital." Even Lao Ke had a gentle look on his face. "Yes. We have agreed that if there is no problem with the two of them in the examination, we will go tomorrow." "No." Yen Rui pulled the two people out of the door. "I have something important to tell you." "What is it?" The two people didn't know what happened, and they were confused with some smiles. "Boss Yen, if you need anything, just tell me, and we will definitely help you solve it when we have time." These two people thought they had something to ask of them. Yen Rui glanced into the house, and then said with a serious expression, "Do you feel that they are a little different?" "What's different?" "Nothing is different." Both of them spoke at the same time, but they all said the same thing. Yen Rui took a deep breath. "I won't beat around the bush with you. I guess they are going to become zombies." "Impossible," both of them said in unison. Especially Qi Ming. He retorted with red eyes, "Absolutely impossible. You can't just make random guesses just because you saved us." "Yao is fine." Yen Rui pondered for a moment, then said, "You found that she is not right." "Yes. Usually Lao Ke should play such an impulsive role at the beginning. But Lao Ke didn't have anything to say. He was in a daze. But Qi Ming lost his composure first. "Ah? What's wrong?" "It's impossible. There's nothing wrong with Lu Xing." Yen Rui stared at Qi Ming, as she started to become irritable. Lu's hair, and her thinking has obviously become slow. "No. Thank you very much. But our Yao Yao is really not like what you said. Goodbye." Qi Ming turned around and was about to leave, but a person walked out of the door and stopped him. "That's right." Xiao Yao smiled and touched Qi Ming's hair. "So it's because I'm going to become a zombie. I thought I was affected by drugs when I was unconscious. But think about it carefully. Before this incident, I already felt something was wrong." "Xiao Xing, you think so too?" Lu Xing, who was standing behind Xiao Yao, nodded. "That's true. But I didn't think about turning into a zombie." Lu Xing's tone was calm, as if what he said had nothing to do with him. "Then there's no need for us to check now. How many days can we stay awake?" Yen Rui was stunned for a moment. "I don't know. I'm not even sure if you are really going to become zombies. It's irresponsible to say that." "I know. But I have all the information in the laboratory here. Are you willing to check with me?" As soon as Yen Rui finished speaking, the voice of the system appeared in Yen Rui's mind. They are indeed going to become zombies. It's written in the notes. And it's about 3 days away from becoming zombies. Only 3 days left. Yen Rui's tone suddenly became certain, catching these people off guard. "But there is a way," Yen Rui continued. "Go back to the space capsule. That space capsule will isolate all energy and suspend your body's function, which is equivalent to stopping time. You can wait until a solution appears, and then come out." Yen Rui listened to the prompt from the system in his mind, and conveyed it truthfully. It's just that this research may not take many years. It depends on how you choose. The successive blows made several people stunned for a while. But when they thought that the two would become zombies with no chance of recovery, they heard that Yen Rui had given them a solution. Even though they knew that they couldn't believe one-sided words. It was Yen Rui who was speaking. Yen Rui could even predict. So they dared not disbelieve what he said. Even if there was only a 1% probability. They wanted to give it a try. Well, since you can predict, we must believe it. Qi Ming frowned and made his decision. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Yao. Yao Yao, you want to? He didn't want to continue talking. But Xiao Yao smiled gently. Of course I want to live. I don't want to become a zombie. I'm panicking because my hair has been falling out these 2 days. Let's go to the space capsule. But I don't know if the space capsule can give me a softer pillow. Xiao Yao finished speaking and blinked playfully. Boss Yen, I should have 3 days. Yen Rui nodded. Yes, but it's better to go earlier. Then can we go to the space capsule the day after tomorrow morning? Xiao Yao asked. I have something else to arrange in the next 2 days. Me too. Lu Xing also stepped forward. Uncle, let's go home first. And then go into the space capsule the day after tomorrow morning. Lauka's mind was confused for a while. And he didn't know how it suddenly became like this. When he couldn't make a decision, Lu Xing had already calmly accepted the arrangement of his fate. He didn't know what to do at first. And then a huge sense of sadness came out. Well, since you already know the whole story, we will leave first. Yen Rui looked at the people who were about to cry, and hurriedly pulled Jian Anqi. If you have any questions, you can go to the supermarket to find me. Yen Rui left quickly. If he stayed, he would definitely disturb their 2 families. After leaving the hospital, Yen Rui took a breath of fresh air outside, and then sighed heavily. This virus is really terrible. If we keep the crystal core with us, will we also have a chance to become zombies in the future? Yen Rui suddenly thought of this problem and broke out in a cold sweat. Quick! Quick! Let's throw this thing away first. It shouldn't happen. I will always keep a close eye on any situation of yours. Not to mention that the main control will not let this happen. The system promised solemnly. It should? Forget it. Yen Rui still forcibly collected the crystal core and placed it in the space. It is better to exist in this different dimension than to keep it next to them. Let's say hello to them and go back. There's nothing to see here. And he still has an original species that he hasn't studied yet. The two explained Xiao Yao and Lu Xing's situation to Gao Xian, and then left a copy of the laboratory information and went back to the supermarket. Yen Rui didn't plan to open the supermarket after returning to it. He washed some fruit first, then went upstairs and lay on his bed. He couldn't help but sigh. It's better to go home. So many things happened in just one day. Yen Rui was really exhausted. You should rest first. Or take a nap and drink soup when you wake up. Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui with a distressed expression. Do you want to take a bath first? Yen Rui shook his head. No. But go take a shower first. Yen Rui turned over and got up. What soup? You'll know in a while. Jian Anqi turned and walked towards the kitchen. Yen Rui felt that he was really lucky to have a friend like Jian Anqi, who was not only bold and careful, but also a responsible career brain. In his previous life, many people wanted to introduce him to their other half, both men and women. But Jian Anqi refused them all, saying that he didn't have a stable source of livelihood yet and didn't consider starting a family for the time being. That was the end of the world. Where was there any stable source of livelihood? It was nothing more than a euphemistic refusal. Thinking back to his previous life, Yen Rui touched the wound on his chest that only had a little mark, shook his head with some joy, and hummed a song by the way. Finally, it was his turn to protect Jian Anqi in this life. After taking a shower, he opened the door and smelled a fragrance that had spread throughout the room. He walked to the kitchen and saw 4 gas stoves being used at the same time. It was the first time for Yen Rui to see Jian Anqi cooking. When the kitchen was just renovated, it was still a bit empty. But now, all kinds of small appliances filled the kitchen. Jian Anqi saw Yen Rui coming in and hurried to the door to block him out. Don't come in. It doesn't smell good inside. What's not bad? It smells so good. Yen Rui didn't listen and looked into the kitchen. What's being roasted in the oven? Roast duck. What's being steamed in the steamer? Crabs. When did you get the crabs? I asked calmly to buy them at the seaside. A few days ago. They arrived at a nearby warehouse, and Wang Jiaming handed them over to us along with the goods. Oh! Yin Rui swallowed his saliva. What are they cooking on the 4 gas stoves? They are all for you. You will know in a moment. Jian Anqi was helpless. If you ask again, it will be confusing. Yin Rui was reluctant to leave. He saw the soup pot, but he didn't know what kind of soup it was. And why are there half-beaten egg whites? Are they going to make cakes? Jian Anqi is really nice. Thinking of this, Yin Rui felt that his injury today was worth it. After returning to the room, Yin Rui put his hands behind his head, looked at the ceiling, and asked the system boredly, "How is the data search going? What major findings did the laboratory have?" "Nothing special. But they have discovered the symptoms of people turning into zombies. They are not obvious, but they can find clues," the system replied. "They will keep a close eye on every ordinary person in the city who does not have superpowers. They usually want to catch superpowers who are about to awaken. But the early symptoms of superpowers who are about to awaken are too obvious. And they are all characters who will be taken care of. People who will become zombies without much change are different. And they have more chances of being left alone. This time they caught Xiao Yao and Lu Xing. And they just went with the flow," the system said. "They have actually been keeping an eye on the two for a long time." "So that's the case?" Yin Rui continued to ask. "What about the original species? You can give me the original species. Maybe I can give you the answer you want," the system tempted. "It's just a small piece of stone. There's no use for you to keep it." "That won't do." Yin Rui decisively refused. "But if I can find another original seed in the future, how about giving this one to you? It's a deal." The system sounded quite confident. It seemed that there was a way to find another original seed. "Come and eat." Jian Anqi knocked on the door of Yin Rui's room twice. "The meal is ready." Yin Rui, who was drowsy after talking to the system, immediately opened his eyes and rolled out of bed. "I'm here." Yin Rui faced the big table of food and rubbed his hands excitedly. "Brother Jian, I'm really embarrassed that you made so much." That's what he said. But Yin Rui's expression didn't look embarrassed at all. Jian Anqi smiled. "Then you can eat it all. Let me feel a little accomplishment." "Okay." Yin Rui, who had eaten the whole table clean, collapsed on the chair and didn't want to get up. "I'll wash the dishes later." "You cook." "I wash the dishes." "It's fair." "What's fair?" "You are a patient." Jian Anqi stood up and touched Yin Rui's hair. Yin Rui's hair is soft. It is said that people with soft hair have soft hearts. Yin Rui is such a person. Jian Anqi turned his head and said calmly, "Do you want to eat cake?" "No. I can't eat anymore. I'll have it for breakfast tomorrow morning." Yin Rui touched his stomach. "If I keep eating like this, I'm afraid that when everyone is hungry, I will become a fat man." "It's cute even if you're fat," Jian Anqi blurted out. And Yin Rui didn't hear it clearly for a while. "What did you say?" Jian Anqi immediately replied, "Nothing." At the end, he did not forget to change the subject. "Did the system tell you about the situation in the laboratory?" "Yes." Yin Rui immediately became serious. This laboratory has indeed been conducting experiments. They found ordinary people who are about to become zombies. Energy will gather in these people's bodies, which is the predecessor of the crystal core. When they test the energy variables in the human body, they will dig out their unformed crystal cores one day before they become zombies. After digging them out, they will be tested. If there are different energy fluctuations in them, it means that there is superpower, and they will be given to people like the city lord. But if there is no superpower crystal core, it will be made into a potion. Injecting it will strengthen the body and enhance cell mutation. And it can rejuvenate to a certain extent. So the city lord's face looks like that? Jian Anqi recalled the city lord with a childlike face and an old body, and still felt a little disgusted. The main reason is that the smooth face is matched with a wrinkled neck, which is too weird. What about Xiao Yao and Lu Xing? What should we do with them? If they stay in the space capsule, it will be very painful for the people waiting. Yin Rui suddenly remembered his bad memories. He slapped the table and said, "So before we leave, let's try to arrange this matter. At worst, we can buy a top-level time converter. Anyway, we can't just leave without a care," Yin Rui said ambitiously. He also asked the system, "Do you have confidence?" System, yes. Jian Anqi naturally agreed with every decision of Yin Rui. He put the bowl behind the dishwasher and asked, "Would you like some red date tea?" Yin Rui, yes. The next day, Yin Rui's supermarket was open for business as usual. After opening the door, he saw Bai Sheng standing outside the door alone. But half of the guards behind him were gone. Are the remaining people left for the two of them? Yan Rui understood. What are you going to buy again? We didn't bring much food when we went out this time. Gao Xian asked me to buy some. Bai Sheng put snacks in the shopping basket and said, also, let's take Huang Dong back. I've never seen such a stupid superpower. Why? Yan Rui was bored, his face resting on the table and chatting with Bai Sheng. There's a room full of superpowers, but not one of them can break the rope on his hand. Bai Sheng's tone was full of contempt. How stupid are you? You only know how to bite with your teeth. Uh-huh. So stupid. Yan Rui also laughed, and he whispered to the system. Did you do it? It was me. I kept their superpowers ineffective. I withdrew after Bai Sheng and his team arrived. The system did a good job. Yan Rui gave him a thumbs up in his heart. By the way, how did Gao Xian solve the problem of Xiao Yao and Lu Xing? This was the question Yan Rui was most concerned about. I didn't solve it much. I just told them that if they wanted to turn into zombies, they should go out and turn into zombies. But don't hurt anyone. By the way, I told them that I had a magnetic sonic cannon in my hand. When Bai Sheng came to the counter to pay, he suddenly remembered something. And he said anxiously, wait a minute. I have something to give you. After that, he rushed out like an arrow from a bow. Yan Rui watched him run out in a hurry, and then watched him run back in a hurry, holding a big bag in his hand. Click. He threw it on his cashier counter. Bai Sheng glanced at Yan Rui. His expression was tangled, but he gritted his teeth and his expression changed immediately. He leaned against the cashier counter, one hand on his waist. His eyes kept switching between the bag and Yan Rui. Then he tilted his mouth, raised his chin awkwardly, and said proudly, open it and take a look. Yan Rui didn't understand. And as soon as he opened the bag, he saw a whole bag of crystal cores appeared in front of him. Most of them were level 5. And there were also many level 4 and 3. Bai Sheng still looked nonchalant. How about it? Do you like my gift? Yan Rui closed the bag and looked at Bai Sheng speechlessly. Did Gao Xian ask you to imitate him to send me something? Bai Sheng immediately stopped. Yes. Who else could it be if not him? Bai Sheng, who has always been loyal to Gao Xian, was quite dissatisfied. If he comes to ask you in the future, you must say that I imitated him very well. Yan Rui nodded speechlessly. Okay. Okay. Then you go. Bai Sheng said hey, and quickly left with the things he bought for Gao Xian and returned to Xuanyu City. On this day, apart from Bai Sheng, no one else came to buy things. Yan Rui was bored and started training according to the movements that Jian Anqi had taught him before. What are you doing? When Jian Anqi saw Yan Rui trying to somersault in the open space in front of him, he was shocked. How dangerous. What's dangerous? The system said that I must not get hurt. Yan Rui wiped the sweat from his forehead. I mean, you just lost too much blood and started doing this. What if you don't take care of it and leave a root of disease? Jian Anqi took the tremella and red date soup that he had just made for Yan Rui and said, drink it. Yan Rui drank it obediently. Just when he wanted to praise Jian Anqi's cooking skills again, he heard the sound of a car coming from the door. Is there someone coming again? Yan Rui stuck his head out and saw 2 huge trucks parked in front of his shop. As a result, when the people in the car got off, they found that they were acquaintances. Why are you here? Yan Rui looked at Qi Ming and Xiao Yao who came here, as well as Lao Ku and Lu Xing. We are going to find a place to live here. Qi Ming talked about their plan. If you want to talk about safety, it's still the safest here. We are going to live here while waiting for news from the 2 gathering places. We are not safer here than those 2 gathering places. Yan Rui was still a little confused. I still advise you to find a house close to the institute in those 2 gathering places to live. It's safer. I decided. Xiao Yao stuck her head out and said to Yan Rui with a smile. There was no sign in her expression that she had to sleep. I heard from Qi Ming that your friend can kill a level 3 zombie alone even without superpowers. He is the most powerful person I know. He also has weapons. Gao Xian bought all his weapons from you, so I feel safest living near you. At the same time, Lu Xing also spoke up. Yes, we all think it is safest here, so we want to buy a house nearby. Anyway, if you leave in the future, let them take our space capsule with them. Lu Xing smiled, showing 2 small tiger teeth. Is it okay? Boss Yin. What's wrong with that? He just lives nearby. And he didn't ask Jian Anqi to be his bodyguard. Besides, this is also a manifestation of their trust in him. So what's wrong with that? But I heard that Gao Xian and Yuran are going to set up a base here. Qi Ming is now different from yesterday. It seems that he has accepted the reality. Boss Yin, have you heard the news? No. Yin Rui shook his head. But it's better if they are willing to come. It would be better if they come to buy things from me every day. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically. And Yin Rui suddenly felt dizzy. He shook his head. It seems that he had lost too much blood before. And it still has an impact now. I just fainted. Qi Ming supported Xiao Yao, who almost lost her balance. You too? Do you feel dizzy too? Xiao Yao nodded. And Yin Rui spoke. Me too. Me too. Lao Ke and Lu Xing were the same. And everyone looked at each other. This is a bit strange. Why are 5 people fainted together? Chapter 52. In order to verify his guess, Yin Rui shouted upstairs, Jian Anqi. Did you faint just now? Jian Anqi's voice came down from upstairs. Why? You fainted too? As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of knocking of dishes. And then Jian Anqi ran downstairs. How are you? Yin Rui smiled. Nothing. Just a little shake. But everyone fainted. Maybe there is something wrong. Jian Anqi saw that Yin Rui did not have any special abnormalities, and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. After that, he quickly went back upstairs without giving anyone a glance. After Jian Anqi left, Qi Ming asked in a low voice with some trepidation. Then shall we leave first? Yin Rui came back to his senses. Let's go. Let's go. After that, he looked upstairs again, thinking that Jian Anqi's hurried back and forth behavior was a bit strange. The next day, Gao Xian and Yuran all came back. When Yin Rui saw them for the first time, he asked, Are you going to set up a base here? Yes. I applied first. And then Yuran copied me. Gao Xian yawned. Even though he was young and strong, he was still too busy to rest well these 2 days. Why? Are you going to take over Xingyu City? Yin Rui asked while giving each of them a cup of coffee. Drink a cup of coffee to refresh yourself. We won't take over. But you have to give us crystal cores every year in the future. And we will also give them some benefits. Now my father's people have taken over. Yuran explained. Although the data in their laboratory comes from a very anti-human source, it is indeed more complete than all the data we have now. They will do anything to get what they want. But you are different. Yin Rui suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. So he asked, Did you faint yesterday? Falling. Gao Xian's confused eyes immediately brightened up. You too? What happened? You're asking me. I want to ask you. Yin Rui said. I don't know either. Aren't you a prophet? Yuran said with a clear conscience. A prophet means knowing everything. Yin Rui, when did I become a prophet? Yesterday. Qi Ming and the others said that I could predict the future. Did you spread the word about me? Gao Xian immediately raised his hands. Unjust. Wrong. No. Who said that? Yin Rui had no choice but to signal him to put his hand down quickly. And then said, I don't know why you fainted. You can find a way to find out by yourself. And there is the matter of Xiao Yao and Lu Xing. Yin Rui was a little concerned. Have you thought about how to solve it? Yes. We are going to build a temporary laboratory here, and send several researchers to form a special team to try to solve the problems of Xiao Yao and Lu Xing as soon as possible. That's good. Yin Rui was really a little worried that they would eliminate Xiao Yao and Lu Xing on the spot, which was the safest way. But he didn't expect that the people in the 2 cities actually kept them. Little did they know that when someone suggested to kill Xiao Yao and Lu Xing on the spot, it was rejected by the people in Wancheng and Xingchen. Crazy. Want to touch the people protected by Yin Rui. Yin Rui took the initiative to go out to save them. You are really bold. Asterisk. Yin Rui watched the trucks coming and going in front of the store. And the level of the superpowers who came to Yin Rui to charge the protective shield was getting higher and higher. Have you all chosen a location? Yin Rui asked Gao Xian, who came to check in every day. Gao Xian ate chocolate and proudly puffed his chest and said, I have chosen it. It is next to the location I chose at the beginning. A few more rooms have been repaired, and it is not far from Qi Ming and the others. Qi Ming lived in a small second-floor apartment between Gao Xian and the supermarket. He put Xiao Yao and Lu Xing's space capsule in one of the rooms upstairs, and slept in another. Lauka slept on the first floor. His snoring was too loud, and no one wanted to share the same floor with him. Xiao Yao and Lu Xing refused even if they had to sleep in the space capsule. However, this location is good, and Qi Ming and Lauka also lived here safely. In addition, Xiao Li, who I met last time, also moved here. I heard that Qi Ming had saved Xiao Li, and Xiao Li was alone, so he just followed him. What's more, the house here doesn't cost money, so it's good to repair it yourself. Leaving the shop to Gao Xian to take care temporarily, Yin Rui walked around with his hands behind his back. As soon as he went out, he saw Xiao Li found a stone table and placed his things on it, looking like he was selling things. Can you sell your things here? Yin Rui asked casually. Well, let's try it. Anyway, I have nothing to do now. Xiao Li smiled, looked at Yin Rui, and said generously, see if there is anything you like. I will give it to you. What do you want to give me? Yin Rui picked up a small pot of green plants that looked very lively. What is this? This is what I found outside after cleaning up the zombies. It looks pretty, so I dug it back and found a pot to put it in. Xiao Li smiled and said, if Boss Yin likes it, take it back. I don't have any cost anyway. This pot is also a cost. Yin Rui looked at the green plant in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that he was in love with it, and even his eyes were glued to this little grass. I'll take it back now. Yin Rui left 3 level 5 crystal cores, and without waiting for Xiao Li to refuse, he took the pot of green plants back to the supermarket. At this time, Gao Xian in the supermarket saw Yin Rui coming back, and it was as if he had seen his savior. Boss, I'll leave if you come back. After saying that, he left Jian Anqi in a dejected manner. Yin Rui watched Gao Xian somewhat embarrassed back, then turned his head and stole a look at Jian Anqi. Did you scare him again? Jian Anqi glanced at Gao Xian. Why would I scare him? After saying that, he reminded Yin Rui, next time you go out, don't forget to tell me. I'm just going out for a walk. Don't worry. After Yin Rui finished speaking, he couldn't wait to hand the pot of green plants in his hand to Jian Anqi. How about it? Is it cute? Jian Anqi looked at the pot of grass, which looked a little listless. Even the leaves were a little yellow, and the thin and weak bare grass didn't know where it was good. Yeah, very cute. Jian Anqi looked at the pot of grass. Then his eyes shifted to Yin Rui's face. Do you want to keep it in the room? Keep it in front of the cash register. I have nothing to do, and can water the flowers. Yin Rui happily placed the flower in the small gap between the cash register and the candy shelf. Then excitedly opened his phone, and started shopping online for nice flower pots and watering cans. That thing is not good looking at all. It looks malnourished. The voice of the system suddenly appeared in Jian Anqi's ears. Our system is much better looking than his. He has never spoken to me in that tone. The system was angry, and Jian Anqi was confused. You don't have a body. How can you be good looking? The system left a harsh word. You will know sooner or later. After that, it suddenly thought of something. Yes, I want you to talk about business. What business? Yin Rui and Jian Anqi said in unison. Yin Rui also put down the phone, waiting for the next sentence of the system. I think I found the original species. I have marked the location. You two can go and get it now. After the system finished speaking, a huge map appeared in front of him. He looked at the signs on the map, converted it with a scale, and finally was a little unbelievable. Are you crazy? I won't go. Then you have to drive for 16 hours without sleep. And this is the feeling of the system. Maybe you will get nothing when you get there. Wait until you are sure. And your red dot is so big. Must it be several kilometers in diameter? How can we find it when we get there? The system was silent for a long time before it said aggrievedly, You just love watering flowers. Yin Rui? Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi with a confused look on his face. Jian Anqi shrugged, indicating that he didn't know what was going on. Yin Rui thought about it, and decided to put this matter aside for the time being. After a while, someone else came to the supermarket. He raised his eyes, and saw Gao Zhiyun and Yu Liming appear in front of him at the same time. How do you two have time today? Yin Rui was curious. Has Xuanyu City been arranged? It's arranged. We just came to tell you that we are going back now. Yu Liming smiled and said. But the children are left to you. They must compete here. We, as elders, can't stop them from making progress. Right? That's right. Especially since you have been lazy all your life. It's a good thing to suddenly have a new goal. Yu Liming smiled and meant something. Gao Zhiyun didn't care. Anyway, his son took the best seat. The seat they found in Xingchen was far from the supermarket. His son was foresight. By the way, Boss Yin, I want to buy something before I leave. Yin Rui became interested again when he heard that he wanted to buy something. Do you two want to buy something? What do you want to buy? I heard from them that when you were running to the city center, you gave them all a tube of medicine. That medicine can replenish physical strength immediately and make people recover quickly. Is it true? Ah, it's a physical strength enhancer. It's true. Do you want to buy this? Yes. Sometimes we go out to fight zombies and need to stay outside at night. People get tired easily at night. So it's just right to have this thing. When we go out to fight zombies, we don't have to stay outside. We can drive back directly. Gao Zhiyun often goes out and has a lot of experience in this. Sometimes at night, even if two drivers take turns driving, it's still dangerous. Okay. This thing is cheap. 1 bottle for 1 crystal core, Yen Rui said. Level 5. Hearing the price, the two of them asked at the same time. So cheap? Yes. It's so cheap. How many do you want? I want 100,000 bottles. Gao Zhiyun ordered generously. Our car can't hold so many. We'll drive a big truck next time. Then I'll take 30,000 bottles for now. And we'll talk about the rest later. Alas, Wancheng is richer than Xingchen. And the mayor of Wancheng is also richer than the mayor of Xingchen. Okay. When will you come to pick up the goods? Yen Rui looked at the two people. And they looked at each other. Can't we take it now? Yen Rui was stunned for a moment. Jian Anji, who had just put the biscuits in the oven, came downstairs wearing an apron. He looked at Yen Rui and said in a gentle voice, What's wrong? They want 100,000 bottles of physical enhancers. And the other wants 30,000 bottles. Yen Rui looked at the two people and said, Is that so? Yes. 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 The two nodded immediately. Jian Anji turned his head to look at the two people, frowning slightly. Why do you want so much at once? After saying that, he understood what Yen Rui meant. He took off his apron and walked to the basement. Let me see if the inventory is enough. If not, just give it all to me. I can double it. Gao Zhiyun shouted at Jian Anji's back. Yen Rui said TSK. This guy is really... He gets cocky when he hears about cheap things. After a while, Jian Anji's voice came from the basement. There are enough goods. I will carry them up now. Let our people carry them. Gao Zhiyun shouted to the outside of the door without waiting for Yen Rui to answer. Come in. Two people. Help me carry some things. Yu Liming immediately took a step back. I'd better wait for Mr. Jin to arrange my goods first. Yen Rui nodded with satisfaction after hearing what Yu Liming said. Then turned his eyes to Gao Zhiyun. I said I don't need your help. What do you think? Gao Zhiyun suddenly recalled the tone of Yen Rui when he first met him. And he shuddered in his heart. And hurriedly pushed the guard, who had just entered the door, out again. Go out, and help Boss Yin recharge. The guards were pushed out of the door again in a daze. And then the two saw Jian Anji carrying boxes of things up from downstairs. There were a total of 200 bottles of physical enhancers in a box. And he could carry 5 boxes at a time. Jian Anji carried the box to the door. And Gao Zhiyun and Yu Liming hurriedly transported the things to the car. Seeing that Yen Rui did not object to this operation, Gao Zhiyun officially put his mind at ease. But Jian Anji must have also drunk the physical enhancer. Otherwise, how could he not be tired after running so many times? He said that he would open a box for him to take out a bottle to drink. But he was sternly rejected. What a brave general, who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. It would be nice if I could work for him. During this period, Yen Rui also said he wanted to help. Jian Anji's movements were gentle, but his tone was firm. He also said that he had lost too much blood and his body was weak. So he asked him to take good care of himself. Obviously, his lips were redder than his son's. So why did he lie with his eyes open? Gao Zhiyun had been brainstorming. When Jian Anji finished moving everything, he came back to his senses and said with a smile, Thank you. You worked hard today. Jian Anji nodded, said something to Yen Rui, and turned to go upstairs. Seeing his performance, Gao Zhiyun couldn't help but ask, Boss, what is your relationship with him? Is he a bodyguard you hired? Yen Rui couldn't help laughing when he heard it. What guard? Thinking of Jian Anqi's behavior. He's my good friend. You should respect him. Okay. Okay. Gao Xiyu immediately shut up. And at the same time thought of his son and his good friend Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng, having made a big deal. Yin Rui jumped up and wanted to celebrate with the system. But when the system appeared again, the voice became tired. Congratulations to the host. What's wrong with you? Is it out of power? Yin Rui was curious. Why did it sound weak? It was obviously all electronic sound. No. It's just... Yin Rui immediately understood that it was his rejection just now that made the system disappointed. So he hurriedly responded. Don't worry. If there is a chance, I will definitely help you find it. As for the original seed, if you haven't found it after this time, I will give you the small one. Really? The system was happy. You won't lie to me. No. No. Anyway, that thing is of no use to me. It's okay to leave it to the system to play with. Just to make the child happy. Alas, he is still single. But he has already had his father's considerations. It's really hard. A few days later, Yin Rui clearly felt that the atmosphere nearby had become lively. He went out with Jian Anqi and found that there were other stalls next to Xiao Li's stall. These people were selling their extra things, including food, clothing, and toys. Yin Rui looked at the hand-sewn clothes, which had more stitches than those bought by machines, and couldn't help but admire them again and again. That's great. No matter what the situation is, humans can always survive with their wisdom and craftsmanship. In the end times, productivity is low. Apart from rich young men like Gao Xian and Yu Ran, most ordinary people are struggling to survive. Nowadays, there are still many homemade things. They look good, but unfortunately we can't use them. Yin Rui had fun shopping, but he didn't expect to see Lao Ke at the end of the stall. At this time, Lao Ke was no longer so manic, facing the customers who were constantly bargaining across from him. He didn't have the sharpness that Yin Rui had when he first met him. Yin Rui walked to his stall and looked at the animal bones with energy on Lao Ke's stall. This thing is good. Take it back and grind it into powder to fertilize my family. Hey, Boss Yin. The two people in the stall knew Yin Rui. Yin Rui smiled and picked up the animal bone. How many crystal cores? No crystal cores. You saved my nephew, and I haven't thanked you yet. In fact, he set up a stall here to save some money to buy a thank you gift for Yin Rui. Since Yin Rui wanted this animal bone, he didn't have the face to ask for money. I just heard that you want 5 level 5 crystal cores. Yin Rui threw down 5 level 5 crystal cores. Save more money for your nephew. Otherwise, the child will not even have a full meal after waking up. Yin Rui left the crystal core, turned his head to look at the street that had already taken shape as a prosperous street, and returned to the supermarket with relief. Just when he returned to the supermarket, his brain seemed to be between a huge clock. And then someone suddenly hit the clock outside and felt dizzy. What's wrong? Jian Anqi also felt dizzy. And then he saw Yin Rui almost fall down. So he immediately leaned forward and caught him without paying attention to himself. I feel dizzy. Yin Rui shook his head. I feel a little nauseous. I'll carry you upstairs. Jian Anqi threw Yin Rui on his back without saying anything, and ran upstairs. Yin Rui hadn't said anything to refuse. And the next moment, he was on the bed. Just now, he was just dizzy. But now, he felt a little nauseous. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui with a worried expression. Do you want to take a break? Yin Rui nodded and shook his head. Did you feel dizzy just now? Yes, but not as serious as you. I'm not serious either. Yin Rui sat up from the bed immediately. Did the situation that day happen again? After saying that, he called out the system. And Yin Rui asked directly, did you feel any energy fluctuations? No. The system answered truthfully. But just now, I felt that the magnetic field of this plane shook a little. And the energy was a little unstable. What do you mean? Yin Rui listened and felt that it was a little serious. The system continued. This feeling is like before a galaxy explodes. A portion of energy will be accumulated. And during this period, a small portion of energy will always overflow. Yin Rui was shocked. This plane is going to explode. System, not really. The energy accumulated by all creatures in this plane is less than 0.1% of the energy required for the explosion. But it is possible that an energy riot will occur somewhere. The energy riot in this plane is related to zombies. Is it a zombie siege? A zombie tide? Yin Rui opened his mouth slightly, tilted his head, and sat on the bed with his back to the light with a serious expression. Jian Anqi just wanted to say something. But when he saw Yanrui like this, he suddenly forgot it. It should be. But my detection distance is not that far. The system continued. You can let the Research Institute here try this idea. Then how can you detect the original species so far? Yanrui suddenly thought. What did you do? I'm offline. Bye. The system shut down immediately, leaving Yanrui alone with a head full of questions. Let's tell the Research Institute about the system's findings. After all, they may know more than us. Just as Yanrui was about to get out of bed, Jian Anqi forced him back. I'll go find them. You can rest in bed, Jian Anqi said. I'll be back in a while. Yanrui looked at Jian Anqi's tone of finality, sighed, returned to bed obediently, and covered himself with the quilt. Is this okay? Jian Anqi nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Looking at Jian Anqi's back as he left, Yanrui called the system out. Are you sure Jian Anqi will call me after he leaves? No. Jian Anqi asked me to keep an eye on you, and not let you get out of bed. Yanrui was shocked by the system's words. How can Jian Anqi even care about this? You can cancel his host binding, the system said. By the way, I'll tell you a good news. The energy of the protective shield outside has reached 20.1. Yanrui. This is not good news. But Yanrui didn't listen to Jian Anqi. He got out of bed after lying for a while, found a fruit platter in the kitchen and brought it downstairs. After a while, he saw Jian Anqi coming back, and felt a little guilty. Jian Anqi seemed to have anticipated that Yanrui would not obey. He just sighed and said, The Research Institute over there has put forward 2 guesses. Which 2 guesses? Yanrui asked. Is it the same as what the system said? One is that the position of the galaxy changes, which will produce different magnetic field fluctuations. But most people have reservations about this. The second one is somewhat similar to what the system said. Jian Anqi's expression was serious. In recent years, zombies have basically been in a weak position. But recently they have become active again. Different small zombie waves have been detected in various places. Although it has stabilized now, it is actually not a good signal. Finally, there is only one guess that no one is willing to admit. But it is the most likely. The zombie wave is coming. Chapter 53. Even though he was prepared, Yanrui still felt nervous when he heard this conclusion. He looked at Jian Anqi, feeling uneasy. What is the scope? As far as the eye can see, Jian Anqi continued. 30 years ago, there was such a situation. Overnight, 30% of ordinary people turned into zombies. Countless gathering places were in chaos, and some small gathering places eventually fell apart. At this point, Jian Anqi's eyes were heavy. The situation may become very critical at that time. What should we do? Yanrui stood up. Do those researchers have any solutions? No. I think we can only isolate people and have them guarded by superpowers. But this will cost a lot of manpower and material resources. And some gathering places cannot support such expenses. Yes. Fixed venues, fixed configurations, and personnel benefits. Such expenses are indeed not affordable for small gathering places. There is another theory now. Jian Anqi's expression was serious. This news has spread inside. And some people even want to strangle ordinary people directly. How can that be possible? Yanrui frowned, his expression gloomy for a long time. Why would anyone come up with such a plan that doesn't treat people as human beings? Jian Anqi shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, it's their problem. Don't worry too much about it. That's what he said. But Jian Anqi's words just now still lingered in Yanrui's mind. When he opened his eyes, he thought of the scene where the headache person turned into a zombie and was killed on the spot. Yanrui asked the system from time to time, Don't you really have any solution? The system has lost its temper after being asked these days. Really? No. But I can't investigate the results of the research laboratory of the 2 cities. If you go to ask for the results, I can analyze it. Okay. Yanrui stood up and was about to go out. At this time, he saw Lauka running in hurriedly. Boss Yan, help me. What help? Yanrui didn't understand. Lauka didn't have time to explain. He grabbed Yanrui and was about to leave. Yanrui turned around and shouted upstairs. Jian Anqi. I'm going out. When Jian Anqi went downstairs, he couldn't see Yanrui anymore. He asked the system and found out that Yanrui followed Lauka to their residence. At this time, a group of people were standing outside the door. surrounding Qi Ming and wanting to ask for some explanation. What are you going to do? Yin Rui looked at the people surrounding Qi Ming. At this time, Qi Ming was standing at the door of the house with an angry expression, and looked at the crowd with some reluctance. Seeing Yin Rui's arrival, he relaxed a little. Yin Rui saw that some people in the crowd he knew and some he didn't, and looked at Qi Ming with a puzzled look. What's going on? Qi Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes red. They said they wanted to kill Yao Yao and Xiaoxing on the spot. What the hell? Yin Rui turned around and stood side by side with Qi Ming. You said you wanted to kill them. Why? Boss Yin, those two are zombies. Who knows if they will hurt people when the zombie tide comes? A man who had some friendship with Yin Rui and belonged to the Wancheng Guard said confidently. Seeing Yin Rui didn't say anything, the others also became bolder. Since he hasn't turned into a zombie yet, wouldn't it be better if we solved it in advance to save him from pain? After so many years, no one can explain the reason for the formation of zombies. I don't think they can wait until the day when new drugs are invented. That's right. When the zombie virus breaks out, we don't know if the space capsule can stop them from becoming zombies. How can you be sure that it can be stopped? I can stop them, Qi Ming roared. If they kill people first, they will kill me first. Then it will affect other people. Now there are more and more people here. What if they come out to kill people in the middle of the night? Yin Rui couldn't listen anymore. How can you be sure that the researchers will not develop new drugs in the end? How do you know that the two of them will definitely become zombies? And Yin Rui glanced around. Gao Xian and Yu Ranji, did you come here? Or did they signal you to come here? Boss Yin, this is unnecessary. Someone in the crowd spoke up. What does it have to do with our young master? We just don't want to be threatened by zombies. Who said threat? What kind of threat can the two of them pose if they lie in a space capsule? Yin Rui spread his hands. You killed these two people today, and tomorrow, you will start killing ordinary people. I don't have any special powers. Are you going to kill me? Yin Rui took a step forward and scratched his neck. Come on. Come on. Cut like this. You kill me first. I might even turn into a zombie. Come on. No one around dared to take action. Are you kidding? Who dares to touch Yin Rui? Gao Xian and Yu Ran will kill them. Spineless things. They only know how to bully honest people. Seeing that everyone around him was retreating, Yin Rui sneered without saying anything about attacking Xiao Yao and Lu Xing, as if he was being paid to lead the rhythm. Ah? Yin Rui was suddenly awakened by his own thoughts. Did you collect the crystal core and come here to do the mission? What mission? None of the people in front of him dared to say anything. What mission? No. No. We're leaving first. Finally, he didn't forget to shout at Qi Ming and Lao Ku. I tell you, don't think you can escape this disaster. You fucking horse. Lao Ku had tried his best to restrain himself. He was afraid that he would give them another chance to attack if he acted impulsively. So he could only call Yin Rui according to Qi Ming's instructions, and then wait for the instructions of the two. What's going on? Yin Rui felt a little uneasy when he saw everyone leaving so quickly. He walked up to Qi Ming and wanted to ask in detail, but he saw Qi Ming's eyes red, and tears fell pat pat pat. Yin Rui panicked when he saw this situation. He had never comforted anyone before. What should he do? Just when he was at a loss, Lao Ke started crying. It didn't matter that Lao Ke cried. Xiao Li, who came after hearing the news, also started crying. Yin Rui's heart was petrified. He stood there, looking around anxiously, not knowing who to comfort, how to comfort, and what to do. Luckily, a voice came from behind him at this time. Don't cry. They won't wake up if you cry anymore. Hearing Jian Anqi's voice, Yin Rui felt as if he had been pardoned. It was much better for two people to be helpless together than to be helpless alone. He then heard Jian Anqi say, if I were you, I would check who is behind these people. No one would target you for no reason. Yin Rui also felt strange. Logically, those who know the news now are all high-level internal personnel. Why would anyone come to embarrass Qi Ming? You know, Qi Ming has a clear way from Gao Xian and Yu Ran. Some researchers even told him to protect Xiao Yao and Lu Xing because they are likely to collect some data. The data of Xiao Yao and Lu Xing is unique. Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi. Shall we go ask Gao Xian? Then let's ask Yu Ran. Qi Ming wiped his tears. Sorry. Yin Rui sighed. He also understood the tears of several people. Since the two were arrested, the lines in their minds have been tight. Later, They have been busy choosing a house site, cleaning up the decoration, and going out to fight zombies to earn crystal cores. They have been busy all the time and have no time to think about anything. The behavior of these people today finally tore a hole in their sadness. But now they don't even have the right to vent. Let's go ask if there is really someone behind this. We can't find the instigator behind it. Seeing that Qi Meng understood, Yanrui also felt relieved. He and Jian Anqi walked towards the Wancheng station. When leaving, Yanrui was still worried. Now someone has begun to seize this point to make trouble. If it is not stopped, there is a high probability that there will be bigger problems in the future. Then let them stop it. This is not your task. Jian Anqi looked at Yanrui, who was getting deeper and deeper, and reminded him, don't forget, you are not from this plane. If you interfere too much, it will definitely have a bad impact on this plane. I know, Yanrui said. I didn't interfere too much. If I interfered too much, the system should have reminded me. Yanrui said it with a guilty conscience. But then he became confident. What's wrong with saving people? That's fine. Jian Anqi was helpless. Yanrui wanted to save people, so he saved them. But he felt that Yanrui's mentality had become a little too deep, which was not good for his future development. When they arrived at the station in Wancheng, Yanrui walked in with a swagger. The guards at the door all knew the two of them, and the two of them were not hindered at all when they entered the door. Huh? Why are you two here? Gao Xian was a little surprised to see Yanrui coming here on his own initiative. Did you miss me? I was thinking of going to see you guys in a while. No. Yanrui hit Gao Xian's forehead, and Gao Xian covered his forehead with a bit of grievance. I didn't do anything today. It's because you didn't do anything that I hit you. Yanrui crossed his arms and asked in a scrutinizing tone. Do you know that your people went to cause trouble for Qi Meng? He did. Why can't he cause trouble? Annoying. Gao Xian didn't care. If I have the chance, I will also make trouble for him. You are still excited? Yanrui patted his forehead again. It's your people who want to kill Xiao Yao and Lu Xing. What? Did you send them? What? Gao Xian covered his forehead and squinted his eyes in disbelief. You said someone wanted to kill Xiao Yao and Lu Xing. What? Are they dead? Of course not. They were stopped. Yanrui raised his chin at him. Tell me, did you spread something again that made your people misunderstand? How is it possible? I am innocent. Gao Xian wanted to prove his innocence right now. How could I send someone to kill them? Even my father said to protect them. They are the only pair of quasi-zombie data that can provide analog experiments. Why would I kill them? Gao Xian suddenly looked around and shouted. Who the hell is going to cause trouble for Qi Meng? Stand up for me. At this time, Bai Sheng ran over. What's wrong? Why are you angry? Why did they suddenly mention Qi Meng? It's been a long time since they have caused trouble for this person. Gao Xian glanced at Yanrui, who shook his head. Gao Xian breathed a sigh of relief, then pushed him with some disgust. You are everywhere. Yanrui also looked around, but he didn't find any familiar faces in his sight. No, not here. Yanrui said, you'd better check the people around you to see if they have communicated with external forces. It is said that the easiest way to disintegrate any organization is from the inside. Be careful. Gao Xian was a little skeptical. Since Yanrui didn't find anyone, he didn't stay. Anyway, he brought the message to Gao Xian and made sure that it was not Gao Xian who did it. Yanrui was going to visit the laboratory again. As soon as he went out, Yanrui saw 3 people walking back together at the intersection. The 3 people even had some excitement and joyful expressions, talking and laughing all the way. It was impossible to tell that the 3 of them had just forced someone else's relatives to die. Yanrui was furious. He immediately returned to the station and shouted to Gao Xian, people are back. 3. Gao Xian understood immediately. He asked Yanrui to hide aside. After the 3 people entered the door, he immediately closed the door tightly. The loud sound of the door closing scared the 3 people. It's them, Yanrui pointed out. It's the 3 of them who just surrounded Qi Meng. The 3 people looked at Gao Xian's unhappy expression, but didn't take it seriously. They were ready to let the matter go. They said, Master, haven't you always been unhappy with Qi Meng? We went to cause him some trouble. At the end, he didn't forget to add, just like usual. Yanrui frowned and looked at Gao Xian. Gao Xian saw Yanrui's expression and immediately acted like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Don't talk nonsense. When did I ask you to cause trouble for Qi Meng? Yen Rui understood it. No wonder Qi Ming felt wronged. It turned out that there were still Wanqing's lackeys, who didn't know how to read the mood. Didn't they just roll their eyes at Gao Xian at the beginning? They still remember it until now. This is just an attempt to cover up the truth. Yen Rui couldn't stand it anymore. Can you guys stop acting? We are talking about what happened today. It happened today. The three of them kept talking. Isn't it said that ordinary people can become zombies? Everyone else is guessing that there is a 50% chance of becoming a zombie. Only the two people in their families will definitely become zombies. Why can't we just kill them? Yes. Killing them means killing two zombies in advance. What's wrong with that? The three of them were so confident that Yen Rui laughed. How can you be sure that the three of them will definitely become zombies? What if the previous data was wrong? Or some errors were detected, and they didn't become zombies at all? The more Yen Rui talked, the more he felt that these people were just taking human lives lightly. Are you researchers? Do you understand the significance of their existence? Do you know that they are likely to be the key to solving the zombie problem? Why can you easily say that you killed a person? Yen Rui looked at Gao Rui. I think there is someone behind them. Maybe it is the zombies, who want the human race to fall completely. I suggest you find out. Boss Yen, don't think you have some face in front of Master Gao. All of us have to be afraid of you. One of the three people was anxious. We just want to get rid of harm for the people. But the method is wrong. Not to mention that we didn't do it. What is the basis for you to convict us? Then, on what basis do you convict Xiao Yao and Lu Xing? Yen Rui retorted. Xiao Yao and Lu Xing. You know them very well. Have their names been made public? Yen Rui looked at Gao Xian. Only the most core researchers know their names. Even if your guards know their existence, they can't know them so clearly. Gao Xian, if you were like this, how can your father trust Wancheng to you? Gao Xian was anxious. Yes, his guards didn't know the names of Xiao Yao and Lu Xing. They only knew Qi Ming's name. And the researchers only knew the data from the two. And there were no names of the two on the data sheet. Only numbers. Xiao Yao is female number 263. Lu Xing is male number 179. How come these three people can call their names so smoothly? How do you know their names? Gao Xian waved his hand. And the guards around him gathered around. Someone had a good relationship with the three, and couldn't help but want to persuade them. Master. This. Gao Xian interrupted immediately. Are you going to stand with the three of them? What's wrong with us? Master. You can't slander people. The three were still stubborn. What's wrong with knowing the name? Lao Ke and Qi Ming always call me Yao Yao Xuxing. Isn't it normal for me to know the name? It's really interesting. Self-explosion. Yen Rui laughed. Then turned around and said to Gao Xian. I'm leaving. Find me at the supermarket after you're done. Gao Xian waved to Yen Rui, indicating that he understood. As soon as he went out, Yen Rui and Jian Anqi walked towards the laboratory. After entering the laboratory, Yen Rui asked about the progress. And the researchers were very happy to answer Yen Rui's questions. Although we haven't announced it yet, we now have a way to detect whether an ordinary person will become a zombie or a superpower after the energy in their body accumulates to a certain level. Really? Yen Rui was a little surprised. How to test? Boss Yen wants to try? The researcher rubbed his hands and took out a small needle. Just prick the middle finger. Yen Rui felt the thin silver needle penetrate into the flesh, and a large drop of blood flowed out of his finger after he pulled it out. The researcher immediately took out a red test tube, squeezed out 2 drops of Yen Rui's blood, and then dripped 3 or 4 drops of different types of reagents into it. Finally, he shook the test tube and put it into a machine, waiting for the final result. Yen Rui's heart was in his throat. What if he turned into a zombie in the future? Is there any space capsule for him to sleep in now? If he goes back, there should be no chance of turning into a zombie. Yen Rui was worried. Jian Anqi hugged his shoulders comfortingly. Yen Rui leaned on Jian Anqi's shoulders nervously waiting for the final result. What's wrong with this machine? Why does it take so long? It's out. It's out. After about 3 minutes, the sound of the machine stopped. Yen Rui immediately jumped next to the machine, and Jian Anqi finally had the opportunity to relax his muscles. It's a superpower. The researcher excitedly adjusted his glasses. Boss Yen, you will become a superpower. And it is very likely to be a natural superpower. Natural? The kind of wind, fire, thunder, lightning and rain? Cool. Jian Anqi. You try it too. Yen Rui pulled Jian Anqi over and forced Jian Anqi to take the test once. Sure enough, Jian Anqi would become a superpower after absorbing a certain amount of energy. Yin Rui looked back and forth at the test results twice before he finally felt relieved. Take out the crystal cores. I want mutants. The first thing Yin Rui did when he saw the result was to ask the system to take out the crystal cores in the portable space and fill his pockets. While the system did as he was told, it did not forget Jian Anqi and reminded him, "Don't forget to ask me for the experimental data." Even if Yin Rui asked for the experimental data, the researcher still shared it generously. Before leaving, Yin Rui did not forget to ask, "How long will it take for this test to start?" "It has already started," the researcher said. "Now we have sent all the test methods and reagent formulas to the leaders of each gathering place. Some gathering places have already started testing, and we strive to complete all the classifications before the zombie tide arrives." "What about the people who are detected to be zombies?" Yin Rui asked. "Will they be killed on the spot?" "Why kill them on the spot? I gave them a solution." The researcher opened his mouth slightly and asked with a puzzled look. "I analyzed the main substances in the space capsule and sent them to various gathering places. When the time comes, they can inject these substances into the room in real time in the sterile room. After the unstable energy stage is over, they can wake them up. It turns out that this can be done. These researchers are thoughtful. But what happened to those 3 people just now?" After leaving the laboratory, Jian Anqi and Yin Rui returned to the supermarket. At this time, Yu Ran and Gao Xian were standing at the entrance of the supermarket. "We found out," the two said in unison. "Someone gave them the crystal cores, so they took over the job." Gao Xian said, "Go and block them once, and give them 10 level 5 crystal cores. No need to kill anyone. Just shout twice." "Shout twice? Are you going to make it bigger?" Yin Rui was puzzled. "What's the point of making it bigger?" "We don't know yet. We have already gone to arrest people. Maybe we can catch the mastermind behind the scenes." Gao Xian sighed. "The person behind the scenes is good at planning, and has a good vision, and can see. After coming here, he can develop well, and can also stir up trouble between our 2 cities." "Boss Yin, only 3 people in our Wangcheng were fooled away, and they had 6 in Xingcheng." Gao Xian felt that he had won over Yu Ran in this respect. "Or Yu Xingcheng can't afford the money. 10 crystal cores can be taken away." 10. Those traitors in our Xingcheng took 30 each. And those who were blinded by only 10. There is nothing to be proud of. Yu Ran rolled his eyes at Gao Xian and said indifferently. At this time, someone hurried to the door of the supermarket, and Yin Rui saw that it was Qi Ming. "Has he been caught?" Yin Rui was surprised. "So quickly caught? Didn't he run away?" "He ran away, but his supernatural power suddenly disappeared." "So weren't you helping?" Qi Ming was also suddenly confused. "So which god is helping?" Chapter 54. Why did you go to watch the fun again? After the 2 left, Yin Rui chatted with the system. "Did you record it? Show it to me." The system hurriedly sent out the video. Yin Rui stared at the screen. The more he looked at the troublemaker, the more familiar he looked. At this time, Jian Anqi reminded him, "Isn't this Huang Dong's brother Huang Xian? Is that so?" Yin Rui suddenly realized that all his attention was on City Lord Wu at that time. He didn't pay attention to the face of Huang Xian, who was knocked down. So he knows the names of Xiao Yao and Lu Xing. The problem was solved. But how did Huang Xian get out? At that time, he hid after City Lord Wu died, and no one paid attention to his whereabouts. So he became like this, the system said. But now there should be no more fish that slip through the net. That would naturally be the best. Yin Rui returned to the supermarket and scratched his head. Why are there so many things? I just want to sell the goods well. You can sell the goods well now. Jian Anqi heard his mumbling. Even if it's a zombie. When the tide comes, we can return to the original plane. Or wait here for the zombie tide to recede. It is not a problem. I am too responsible. After hearing this, Yin Rui covered his chest and closed his eyes and said, Alas, it is difficult to be a good person. Jian Anqi rubbed his hair. We have helped as much as we can. As for how far they can develop, it depends on themselves. These days, Yin Rui has been asking the system to keep an eye on whether there are any new results in the laboratory. Before, he asked the system to leave a channel here to report to him in real time. As a result, the system reported to him these 2 days about trivial matters, such as the researcher in Wancheng making fun of the researcher in Xingqing for not knowing how to use the equipment, Or the researcher in Xingqing making fun of the researcher in Wancheng for a test report full of nonsense. I don't want to hear this. Have they predicted the day of energy fluctuation? Yin Rui asked. The time should be just around the corner. No. I feel that although the energy has had some small fluctuations from time to time in the past few days, it is generally stable. And there is basically no big fluctuation. The system said. Do you want to go to the original species? No. The system always tempted him to find the original species. So he didn't fall for it. A few days later, Yin Rui was brushing his teeth in a daze in the morning. And suddenly a harsh buzzing sound appeared in his mind out of thin air. System. What are you doing? Yin Rui was so shocked that he almost choked on the phone. Why did you suddenly make such a big fuss? They have predicted the time and date of the zombie riot. Yin Rui said. There is already a rough range. It is not in the near future. You can rest assured. Hearing this, Yin Rui's heart, which had been hanging for these days, was slightly relieved. He leaned back in his chair and asked the system in his mind, then which day did they predict? It is 1 month from today. The system was very excited. There is still 1 month. So there is plenty of time to prepare. Yin Rui frowned. What are you talking about? 1 month is still plenty of time? Yin Rui was suddenly speechless. For him, there was nothing to prepare. This month was just for waiting. But for a gathering place, it was necessary to detect ordinary people, strengthen the city walls, and let the superpowers deal with the zombies that had become active nearby from time to time. This month is really not enough time. Jian Anqi heard everything the two said. And he said, 1 month is enough time for us. You can ask Gao Xian and others to contact other gathering places and ask them if they need to purchase magnetic sonic cannons. Yes. Yin Rui slapped the table. In the last plane, we sold weapons and solved important problems with force. What can we do in this plane? After saying that, he was about to rush out the door. He pushed Yin Rui back to his seat. You stay. I'll go find someone. People came very quickly. When they heard that Yin Rui had a new plan, they both ran very fast. Gao Xian. As soon as he entered the door, he rushed to Yin Rui. Boss Yin, what do you want to say? Let's talk about it after Yuran arrives. Yin Rui looked at Gao Xian. But I still want to congratulate you. Your research lab is really fruitful. Okay. Gao Xian didn't care where Yin Rui got the news from. He looked at Jian Anqi and said, you can just cooperate with me. Others may not be able to give enough crystal cores. Then let them pay slowly. I don't need this little bit. Yin Rui said. At this time, Yuran also arrived. Yin Rui looked at the two of them and formally stated his plan. I want you to help contact other gathering places and let them buy magnetic sonic cannons. If they don't have enough crystal cores, they can buy on credit. In short, we have to survive this wave of zombies first. All the gathering places? Gao Xian was shocked. Some gathering places are too far away. We may not be able to contact them. Then let others find a way to contact them. In short, the news will spread from 1 person to 10 people. And from 10 to 100 people. We must not engage in power struggles at this time. Yin Rui slammed the table and said righteously, don't they want to live? Of course they do. Yuran grabbed his orange-yellow hair. I'll go back and contact them now. Then I'll go too. Gao Xian was not to be outdone. I can also subsidize the gathering places that purchase magnetic sonic cannons through us. Then I'll let them contact Wancheng directly. Yuran didn't compete with Gao Xian for this credit. Anyway, I'll notify the farthest people first. I wonder what the price is for Boss Yin. It's still the price I sell it to you. Won't you give me a discount? Gao Xian was curious. This time, it should attract a lot of single customers. Yin Rui smiled. Let me worry about your affairs. Yes. Let me give you credit. Yes. But let me give you a discount. Absolutely impossible. It seems that Boss Yin still has his own bottom line. Gao Xian stuck out his tongue and left in thought. At this time, Yuran reminded Boss Yin, will there be enough magnetic sonic wave cannons to provide for all the gathering places? As far as I know, there are about 67 gathering places left. And the large gathering places are equivalent to Wancheng. I wonder if you have sufficient stock here. Of course it is sufficient. You don't have to worry about this. Yin Rui urged. Go back and contact them. After getting Yin Rui's guarantee, Yuran went out with peace of mind. And Yin Rui hurriedly pulled Jian Anqi to the basement. Oh no! Oh no! I forgot to try how many magnetic sonic wave cannons we can buy. I don't know to what extent the plane will restrict them. Jian Anqi opened the system mall and comforted them in a calm tone. If the system does not allow us to buy too many magnetic sonic cannons, we can buy more medicinal sprays. We will compete to see who can live longer. Right? It is not a bad idea. According to Yuran, there are a total of 67 gathering places in this plane, and the system has listed the scale of all gathering places. There are not many large gathering places. There are 3 gathering places of the same scale as Wancheng. There are also a dozen slightly smaller gathering places similar to Xingchen. The rest are scattered, similar to the size of Shuangyu City. The situation of humans is really not optimistic. Enter 1,000 first. Yen Rui waved his hand. See if you can give me all 1,000. Yen Rui looked at his points and estimated the number. It's okay. It's enough. But the result disappointed him. The points were enough, but the number was too large, indicating that the plane could not carry too much energy. Yen Rui reduced it to 900, but it still didn't work. He reduced it to 800, but it still didn't work. So he reduced it to 750. If it still doesn't work, I'm going to curse. In Yen Rui's mind, 700 is the bottom line. But if 750 fails, he will be particularly annoyed. Huh? Before Yen Rui could vent his anger, 750 showed that the purchase was successful. Yeah. Yen Rui jumped up from his seat and excitedly gave Jian Anqi beside him a hug. Jian Anqi trembled all over and just raised his hand to hug back. But Yen Rui had already returned to his original position and started buying additional magazines. Jian Anqi still curled his lips in satisfaction. Buy more magazines and transfer them directly to the portable grid. Yen Rui nodded. Don't worry. I won't ask you to move them up and down again. Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui, who was laughing happily because he hit the target, and he was indescribably satisfied. It turns out that the upper limit is 762. Yen Rui tried little by little, and finally bought back the upper limit of the magnetic sonic wave cannon. If all of these can be sold, we don't need those psychics outside to charge us. We can just buy them ourselves. Now your points are enough to upgrade. And there are also portable grids. Why don't you upgrade them? I and the main control have applied for it for a long time. The system said this inexplicably a little aggrieved. Even the love system next door has been upgraded to level 3. Ah. When this came out, Yen Rui suddenly felt a little embarrassed, facing the system, and felt guilty. Looking at the points that were about to be cleared, Yen Rui gritted his teeth, as if he had made a difficult decision. Buy. Upgrade to level 5. After upgrading 3 levels in a row, Yen Rui's points shrank a lot. But after the system heard Yen Rui's words, it seemed like a great fortune from heaven. He was ecstatic until he got the points. Great. The system said good several times happily. Yen Rui felt that if he had a physical body, he would be so happy now. Okay. Put the things away. We will be patient for the next few days. But do you need to drive out a few times to load the goods for transportation? No. You are already a mysterious prophet now. What else can they fear? Speaking of this title, Yen Rui was also helpless. But he had no way to explain it. Many people thought he had the ability to predict. And no one believed that he had no ability. Forget it. Let it be. Yen Rui took the chicken soup handed to him by Jian Anqi. Go back and buy more of this small bowl. How come your soup is so delicious? On the 3rd day after Yen Rui and Gao Xian Yuran talked, the two agreed to come to the supermarket at the same time to announce the good news. We have contacted all 67 gathering places, and they have all decided to come and buy magnetic sonic cannons. Boss Yen, do you have enough goods? Of course. There are enough. How can I lie to you? Yen Rui patted his chest and assured. But have you told them the purchase rules? Of course I have. And I also reminded them not to use this against humans. Gao Xian said, I asked my dad to add this clause to the peace treaty. It was the first time that Yen Rui felt comfortable when he heard him call him dad. With the endorsement of 2 gathering places, the effect was very significant. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a gathering place that was relatively close sent people to buy magnetic sonic cannons. Hello, Mr. Yen. We are representatives from Can. Although the man's clothes looked a little worn, they were spotless. Yen Rui looked at the scale of Can, made a brief judgment in his mind, and then said, 6 magnetic sonic wave cannons, each with 20 magazines. Can you afford these? This man already knew the price of magnetic sonic wave cannons, and he was still a little embarrassed when he heard the number Yen Rui said. We may not be able to pay the full amount so quickly. That's easy. You can pay as much as you can now. When the zombie tide is over, will you still worry about not having crystal cores? Yen Rui smiled. Do you want the spray? And the physical enhancer? He doesn't make money from the magnetic sonic cannon and the magazine. He makes money from the spray and the physical enhancer. Physical enhancers only cost 1 point to buy in the system mall. But when they are sold, they can be sold for 10 points, which is 10 times the value. A bottle of spray can also earn 500 points, which is the big money. I want them all. I want them all. When he thought of the zombie tide in 2 days, this person got excited. Yes, when he didn't have as many crystal cores as he wanted. Why bother about it? The most important thing is to keep the talents. Now talents are the most valuable resources in this plane. Only with people can the development of the gathering place be promoted. After taking the goods, this person left 2 large bags of crystal cores. Most of these crystal cores were level 5 crystal cores. There were not even level 3 crystal cores. The remaining small part was level 4 crystal cores. It can be seen that this gathering place is indeed very poor. However, they still handed over about 60% of the crystal cores. And before leaving, they left all their superpowers on the protective shield of Yenrui's supermarket. I heard from Gao Xian that the store manager here was not afraid of others using superpowers to attack his supermarket, but welcomed it. I didn't expect it to be true. On the first day, there were relatively few people. Only this store. On the second and third days, more and more people came. In the end, Gao Xian had to find someone to help maintain order. However, the one who stayed in the end was Yu Ran. There was no other reason, but his outfit was too attractive. He was dressed like this when he went out to fight zombies before. Basically, everyone who came knew him, and it saved nonsense. The troublesome young master of the Xingqing City Lord's family was exiled here to maintain order. So who dared to say more? In this way, Yen Rui and Jian Anqi earned a lot of crystal cores peacefully. At the same time, the system did not forget to calculate the accounts of each gathering place clearly. With the help of 2 people, Yen Rui did not feel tired at all. Did you see Yu Ran's performance when queuing these 2 days? Yen Rui was lying on the sofa, with a bloody zombie movie on TV. He forced everyone to charge our shield. If they didn't, he would just stand in front of them. Later, you warned him not to do that. But what did he do in the past to make these people so scared of him? And that one, a representative named Zinchaking, was still showing off when he didn't see Yu Ran, trying to force others to buy goods that had just been bought, and forcing us to give him a discount, as if Gao Xian was here for the first time. But when he saw Yu Ran, he was so scared that he was speechless and even looked a little flattering. Yen Rui asked the system to play the scene he just said in front of Jian Anqi. Look, isn't his expression funny? Yen Rui turned his head and saw Jian Anqi looking at him. He was startled and quickly turned his head back. Why don't you look at the screen? I've seen it. And I turned around to look at you, Jian Anqi said with a clear conscience. He stood up and pulled Yen Rui. Go to bed. Get up early tomorrow. There are still 3 gathering places to go, and we should be able to get there tomorrow. Yen Rui nodded randomly and turned to leave the room. Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui's somewhat evasive back and squinted his eyes slightly. The next day, the 3 gathering places came to the supermarket as scheduled. Because of the distance, they knew that they might only have one chance to buy. The 3 stores bought very messily. They bought out everything they saw. Sorry, we are too far away. One of them sighed. We travel day and night to get here. I feel uncomfortable if I don't buy more. How could Yen Rui be troubled by generous customers? Besides, the representatives of these 3 gathering places were very generous in giving crystal cores. I still have. Physical strength enhancer? I want 100,000 bottles. Before Yen Rui could introduce, someone had already answered first. We have already discussed it. Each store will only buy 100,000 bottles. Yen Rui looked at the 3 stores and felt relieved. In the past 2 days, he found through the brief interactions with the representatives of the 67 gathering places that many people still regard ordinary people as their assets rather than their peers. This may be the norm in the end times. Thinking back to the beginning, he was also the oppressed party. If it weren't for Jian Anqi, he would have lived a life that he didn't know. Finally, all the transactions were completed, And Yenrui breathed a sigh of relief. He thought about it, and took out the lunch box that he had been reluctant to use before, and filled it with food and desserts made by Jian Anqi for Gao Xian and Yuran. Do you mind? After Yenrui packed everything, he remembered that he should ask Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi shook his head. In this supermarket, everything belongs to you. You can do whatever you want with it. I won't be angry even if you throw it away. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I throw your things away? Yenrui looked at Jian Anqi joking with him, and smiled with his teeth showing. It's because they helped a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to give them the food you cooked. Yenrui also suddenly remembered that when Yuran first met them, he wanted to buy food cooked by Jian Anqi from him. At that time, he refused without hesitation. And Yuran looked hurt. Seeing these two large boxes of food, Gao Xian and Yuran suddenly felt that the hard work of the past few days was nothing. They simply stayed in the supermarket to eat. Seeing this, Yenrui also complained, if I had known that you two could sit down and eat together, why would I use a lunch box? Only this time. I will only have a meal with him once in my life. And it's for Boss Yan's sake. Yuran can't wait. He opened the lunch box, and the aroma of the food was so delicious that he couldn't open his eyes. The fried fish was crispy. The stewed meat was tasty. And there were all kinds of seasonings that he couldn't even taste. Who can't be called a master chef? By the way, Boss Yan, we are going back to the city in a few days. Do you want to go with us? While eating, the two of them said to Yenrui, there is no city defense here, and it is very likely to fall by then. It's okay. I'm not afraid of zombies here. Don't worry about me, Yenrui said. Have you asked Ji Ming and the others where they are going to hide from the zombie tide? They have decided to go with us, Yuran said. He helped us transport some important instruments in the laboratory, and we gave them a temporary shelter. When the zombie tide comes, he will help us fight zombies and maintain the city defense. You are the only one doing this unrewarding business. None of the three of them can fight. Why are you being a good guy? Gao Xian started to laugh at Yuran for being a good guy again. I'll have someone send you another magnetic sonic cannon, 2 boxes of spray and physical strength enhancer later. Poor guy. Since you're a poor guy, we have no choice but to accept them. Yuran can now face every mockery from Gao Xian calmly. We won't return it. Who asked you to return it? Yenrui watched them quarreling childishly, and waited for them to finish their meal with a smile, and finally said, I have a gift for you. Do you want it? Of course. The two answered in unison. Yenrui took out 6 magnetic sonic cannons from under the cash register. I don't have anything to give, but I still have a few here. You can use them. Just consider it as my support for you. Okay. The two looked at Yenrui, feeling a little emotional. To be honest, with this thing in my hand, I already feel like I can survive. I think so too. Yenrui waved at them. Let's go. Go home early, and arrange your city defense early. After the zombie tide, maybe I will have to ask you to help me collect the debt. I hope that after the zombie tide, we can meet again alive. This is the best expectation in this era. Chapter 55. It's getting more and more desolate outside recently. Just like when we first arrived. Yenrui looked out the window, feeling a little lost. I feel weird. There are more zombies around recently. Do you want to go out together? Jian Anqi asked, raising his hand to hug his shoulders. Let's practice? Let's go! Yenrui didn't realize that Jian Anqi had begun to increase physical contact cautiously recently. He quickly went upstairs to change into a pair of glasses, and put on glasses at the same time. You put them on too, said yesterday, when he and Jian Anqi went out to kill zombies. The remaining blood of the zombies splashed on his face, which brought him a greater mental blow than when he saw the appearance of the zombies when he first arrived. After Jian Anqi put on his glasses, he took out 2 masks from his pocket. Waterproof ones. Put them on too. That thing is really disgusting. Even Jian Anqi, he can't accept it. The two were fully armed this time, holding long knives in their hands, guns on their waists, sprays and amulets in their arms, and magnetic sonic cannons in the space grid. After confirming that everything was correct, they went out. The two randomly chose a place on the map provided by the system. There were about 6 or 7 zombies there, and 2 of them had superpowers. It was a good opportunity for them to practice. When they arrived at the target location, the zombies smelled the 2 of them and rushed up in one go. Yenrui killed them one by one, first cutting off the heads of 2 level 5 zombies, and then heard Jian Anqi shouting while dodging and guiding him. Move your center of gravity down. Use your elbows. Don't use your wrists. It's easy to get hurt. Yen Rui listened and kept Jian Anqi's words in mind, while slowly complaining in his heart, the pressure is so great. How can someone still have time to check the key points of the action when killing zombies? Be careful. Yen Rui felt that his eyes went dark, and his head was immediately wet, and there was a wet liquid flowing down his temples. Yen Rui realized later that the zombie's ability was to control birds. Just now, he controlled a huge bird to attack Yen Rui, but was discovered and stopped by Jian Anqi. Although he stopped it, Jian Anqi had no chance to stop it in advance. He could only cut the bird in half before he spoke to remind him. Yen Rui was so angry that his hand holding the knife clenched tightly. He clenched his teeth and silently anesthetized himself in his heart. He had seen many bad situations before, and this was just a piece of cake, but it was too uncomfortable. Yen Rui was furious, took out his pistol, and shot at 2 zombies with superpowers. He didn't put away the gun until the 2 zombies fell down completely, and continued to practice with the zombies with a knife. Jian Anqi helped to sort out the crystal cores. He looked at Yen Rui, who was becoming more and more skilled, and then judged how much he had taught Yen Rui in his previous life. Now it seems that he didn't teach much. Yen Rui's fighting style is mostly wild, and it stands to reason that there are all flaws. But Yen Rui can resolve the crisis, all relying on his sixth sense. I don't know how many fights Yen Rui had in his previous life to cultivate this sixth sense. Okay, let's go! Yen Rui took off his glasses and subconsciously wiped the sweat from his head. He looked down and saw his hands full of red, and he inevitably began to feel uncomfortable again. Don't look at it. Go back and take a good bath. Jian Anqi cleaned the crystal core in his hand and put it in the carry-on grid. With the carry-on grid, it became convenient for the 2 to travel. Now they have a total of 40 grids, 20 of which are shared by the 2. They transferred the ice crystals and fire essences to the carry-on grid, and left a separate position for the original species. There are also meals and fruits for the 2 people to go out, which are arranged by Jian Anqi. There is no shortage of water and drinks. Jian Anqi told Yen Rui all when distributing them, so that he can take them at will when he goes out. Not to mention the crystal core, which has its own place in the carry-on grid. In addition to the 20 shared grids, the remaining 20 grids are distributed by Jian Anqi and Yen Rui themselves. The weapons of the 2 are placed in their own grids to avoid mixing them up when they are used. Yen Rui didn't bring much things. After the incident in Xuanyu City, he habitually brought a few sets of clothes. And then there was nothing else. Yen Rui wanted to secretly copy Jian Anqi's homework. Jian Anqi's grids were rich, from the temporary villa camp bed to the screw light bulbs. Yen Rui didn't know when he got such a big temporary residence. Anyway, Jian Anqi told him that he had prepared it, so Yen Rui didn't need to prepare it. When the time comes, the 2 of them will use one. Yen Rui felt guilty after hearing this, and asked Jian Anqi to put these tools that both of them could use in the shared grid. Jian Anqi refused and laughed. Isn't it because I don't have enough grids? So you won't give me new grids? That's true. Yen Rui put Jian Anqi's question behind him after hearing it. On the way back, the 2 encountered 2 small waves of zombies. Yen Rui didn't want to dirty his clothes again, so he practiced his shooting skills. When he finally returned to the supermarket, he was still a little worried. If we had known earlier, we would have prepared a copy of the contact information of Xingqing and Wangcheng. The contact method of this plane is a bit complicated. It is necessary to use crystal cores to establish a special energy band between the 2 cities. Both sides have a common energy connection. The construction of a contact tower requires 25,000 level crystal cores, and it also needs frequent maintenance. After listening to Jian Anqi, he hesitated for a long time before pretending to be indifferent, and said, I don't know how Renshan and the others are doing. Renshan? Yen Rui was confused by this name for a while, and then he realized it belatedly and said, if you don't mention Renshan, I almost forgot about this person. The things in the previous plane seemed to have happened a long time ago for him, and the name Renshan had become a little strange. There are also Shui and Shoujuan. I wonder if they have taught the people in Tianjing district to develop their abilities. Yes, Yen Rui was still a little curious, but he felt that he had no way to intervene in such matters. Okay, I understand. Yen Rui sighed. If you want to remind me not to get too involved in it in the future, Just say it directly. Why are you beating around the bush? Are you afraid that I will be angry with you? Yanrui understood Jian Anqi's good intentions. He was just afraid that he would get too involved and hurt his mind. I'm just worried about my friends. It's okay. Seeing that Yanrui was no longer obsessed with it, Jian Anqi was relieved and said with a smile, I didn't say that. It's all your own thinking. Yanrui said and took out the fruit platter that Jian Anqi had prepared for him. He sat on the bed and looked at the scenery outside the window. Jian Anqi's words seemed to have opened Yanrui's mind. He no longer worried about other people's situations. Instead, he finally had time to worry about his own situation. Do I need to upgrade my shield to the next level? Yanrui chatted with the system in his mind. The zombies won't break through my shield by then. No. I have hidden your smell. So in the eyes of the zombies, you are like other houses. All dilapidated and uninhabited. And there is no value in attacking. And there is nothing to attract them. Besides, what are you worried about? You still have Jian Anqi. The system said, Jian Anqi alone. Plus the weapons in his hands. The zombie tide can't take him down. So what? Save some energy if you can. I'll go. A zombie that had been wandering outside the door suddenly jumped in front of the window, scaring Yanrui. Too many. There are too many zombies now. Yanrui couldn't bear it, closed the supermarket door, and went upstairs. A few days later, Yanrui felt dizzy when he was taking a shower in the morning, and almost slipped in the shower. At this time, the system's voice came from his mind. Energy riot. Zombie tide is coming. Yanrui immediately put on his clothes and went out. At the same time, Jian Anqi was already on guard. The two had agreed that when the zombie tide came, the two would go out to help kill zombies. Zombies have a characteristic. Most of them are a mob. Mainly ordinary zombies of level 5. Yanrui opened the door of the supermarket, picked up the gun, and shot at the zombies outside the door. It's not easy to shoot at this moving target. Yanrui looked at the 4 zombies that had fallen in front of him, and his ears were a little red. I will practice my shooting skills well in the future. Jian Anqi smiled. Let's go. Go and fight the zombies. If we kill one more, we will have to face one less in other gathering places. Hearing this, Yanrui was filled with lofty ambitions. Let's go. Let's go! Yanrui touched his amulet, and then rushed into the zombie group without hesitation. Due to the outpouring of energy, the level 5 zombies that looked a little dull before suddenly became a little agile. And Yanrui, who was already accustomed to the existence of zombies, was even more eager to fight. He hacked at the zombies when he saw them, shot the zombies that he couldn't beat with a gun, and knocked them out with a magnetic sonic cannon before killing them when they were besieged. Yanrui's zombie journey did not encounter much difficulty. The only difficulty was that after returning to the supermarket, the hand holding the knife became particularly tired. Zombies outside appeared continuously. Whenever Yanrui saw a zombie, he would try to kill it with one blow. When he was tired, he would drink physical enhancers to replenish his energy. He cut 4 blades a day. When he went back at night, his hands couldn't control the trembling. Jian Anqi looked at Yanrui's hands that had been rubbed and bleeding, and his eyes were full of heartache. Don't go out tomorrow. Just buy some medicine for spraying. Yanrui took out a bottle of spray, but his hands were shaking so much that he couldn't even open the bottle cap. Seeing this, Jian Anqi frowned tightly, and his expression of heartache couldn't be concealed. He took the spray, opened the bottle cap, blew gently on Yanrui's wound, and then sprayed the medicine on it. Yanrui gasped in pain, and was about to cry. But seeing Jian Anqi's expression, he smiled and said, Fortunately, I didn't scratch my clothes like last time. Otherwise, I would have wasted the money for a piece of clothing. If you don't waste clothes, you'll only waste your skin. Right? Jian Anqi watched Yanrui's wound slowly heal, and then pressed the acupuncture points on his wrist carefully. Don't do heavy work tonight. With you here, I don't have to do heavy work. He looked at Jian Anqi's hands, as if he saw something new. Why are my hands worn like this? But your hands are fine? When I was training cross-country just now, I was the same as you. Now both hands are calloused. So naturally there is nothing wrong. Then I'll wear calluses in the future. Yanrui was still looking forward to it. Wouldn't it be easier this way? And he wouldn't have to feel pain every day. After hearing this, Jian Anqi touched his head again. It's not necessary. Why do you have to suffer when you can enjoy it? After that, he said, you can't even hold chopsticks tonight. Do you still want to go without eating every day? This made Yen Rui's heart that just wanted to argue immediately put down. After a week, the number of zombies has not decreased. Yen Rui felt something was wrong. He asked the system, "Do you know what's going on?" The system replied, "It's just that the zombies that have not appeared before have become active in this fluctuation. Do you know how many zombies have been sleeping because of losing energy before?" "I don't know. It's twice the current number of people." The system said, "Zombies originally rely on the crystal core energy in their brains to survive. They are active when they have more energy and sleep when they have less energy. They attack humans only because humans have energy in their bodies and can get energy from blood." The system explained, "But there are so many zombies this time. It should be very difficult to endure." "It will definitely be difficult." Yen Rui was a little worried. "Can you understand the situation in the nearby gathering places? Wancheng and Xingqing are all okay. The casualties are not too many. Xuanyu City can still hold on. And the other gathering places are not bad now. At least not many people have died." "That's good." Yen Rui's heart, which had been hanging in the air, couldn't help but relax. "That's good." Suddenly, he thought of Jian Anqi's words again, and pursed his lips again. "I'm not involved in it." A few days later, Yen Rui finally found that there were fewer and fewer zombies outside. Jian Anqi also noticed the situation outside the window, and said to Yen Rui, "The zombie tide should have begun to subside." Yen Rui looked out the window, and then looked at Jian Anqi. "Do you think they will come to thank me? If they thank me, can I ask them to help me charge the free protective shield to 50? The value of the protective shield has now become only 21, after being charged by representatives of dozens of gathering places." "Oh, forget it. But I really want to know what Gao Xian and Yu Ran are doing now." Little did they know that Gao Xian and Yen Rui, who were missed by Yen Rui, were now killing people everywhere. "What zombie tide? They were all annihilated by me." Gao Xian held the magnetic sonic wave cannon in his hand, and proudly showed it off to everyone at the table. "Do you know who was the first person to know Boss Yen? It was me. Gao Xian. Yu Ran knew Boss Yen because he followed me. Yes, Gao Xian has already started a celebration banquet. He has been able to predict his success in this zombie wave. To be honest, when he looked up the information about the zombie wave 30 years ago, he felt that if there was another zombie wave, he would definitely not be able to survive it. But Yen Rui appeared. After Yen Rui appeared, it became easier to survive the zombie wave. According to the number of magnetic sonic wave cannons, he arranged 20 teams of magnetic sonic wave cannons to guard the 4 city gates. As long as they saw zombies, one person would attack with magnetic sonic wave cannons first, and then a team of 10 people would follow to shoot all the fainted zombies in the head with guns. Finally, if there was a chance, 2 people would stay to sort out the zombie crystal cores. Finally, there were psychics on the city wall to make up for it. The last 5 groups rotated, and there was no need to think about it at all. There were no casualties. As long as they were injured, Yen Rui would give them spray, and the wound would heal with a bite of their teeth. So Gao Xian can basically walk sideways in the city now. I don't need to say more about the importance of Boss Yen. Everyone knows it. If you have a chance in the future, go and thank Boss Yen. Gao Xian finished speaking and drank the wine he'd bought from Yen Rui. Someone else was sarcastic at the table. I don't know what kind of background Boss Yen has to make our young master so obedient. After hearing this, Gao Xian picked up the magnetic sonic cannon in his hand and fired directly at him. Is there anyone who is dissatisfied? Gao Xian stood on the chair and glanced around. There is a zombie tide, and you are still fighting for power here. Isn't it disgusting? Gao Xian jumped off the chair and clapped his hands. Everyone, if there is nothing else, I will go out to fight zombies. Everyone eat and drink well. With our Gao family here, you don't have to worry about food and drink. After that, he left everyone with only a cool back. Gao Jian changed his usual behavior and became cheerful. Sorry, my child is a little too impatient. But do you think he is right? Yes. 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 Everyone nodded hurriedly. Gao Jian saw that their attitude became humble and sneered at it. These people were drowsy in the previous meeting to deal with the zombie tide. Maybe they didn't know that the magnetic sonic wave cannon couldn't kill people at all, but could only make people faint. Look at this scared look of wiping sweat repeatedly. It's really embarrassing. Yen Rui didn't know that he had helped the Gao family consolidate their status for some reason. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer zombies outside, he was startled and began to stir. He really wanted to see living people. In a few days, let's go out for a walk, Jian Anqi and Yan Rui suggested. We will leave this plane in a while, and we haven't been out for a good look. How about we go out after the zombie tide is over? Jian Anqi rarely gives Yan Rui suggestions, but once he does, it touches Yan Rui's heart. Okay, we can go to Wancheng first, then go to Xingqing. And finally we can go to other gathering places to collect debts and take back the crystal cores in person. Yan Rui was eager to try when he heard this. Then do you want to go here? The system asked. It's the place I drew on the map for you last time, where there may be original species. Sure, Yan Rui said. If there is a gathering place nearby, we can take a look. Yan Rui felt that there was no harm in going to take a look. But the original species should not be easy to find. It's easy to find, the system said hurriedly. If there is one, I will lock it directly according to the energy fluctuations. It's not difficult to find at all. Okay then. Yan Rui shrugged. I just passed by anyway. Yeah, the system cheered. I'll report to the main control. What is there to report? Yan Rui felt a little strange. He looked at Jian Anqi, and Jian Anqi also shook his head. A few days later, when there were no zombies outside, Yan Rui jumped out of the door excitedly. Finally free. Jian Anqi also walked out of the door. But as soon as he walked out of the door, he frowned. Although Jian Anqi and Yan Rui never killed zombies at the door of the supermarket, there were too many zombie corpses nearby, which affected the smell of the whole street. After a moment of excitement, Yan Rui began to dislike the situation outside. He just wanted to say that he would burn it down. And he saw a few familiar cars coming from a distance. It seems to be Gao Xian. Yan Rui opened his eyes wide and waved his hands vigorously in the direction of the car. Hurry up. Hurry up. The car really accelerated. And before the car stopped, a person flew down from the car. Boss Yan, I miss you so much. Gao Xian ran down from the car, opened his arms, and wanted to hug Yan Rui, but was stopped by Jian Anqi. What are you going to do? What can I do? Gao Xian, whose emotions were interrupted, didn't care at all. He smiled and said to Yan Rui, Boss Yan, I'm here to give you a thank you gift. This time, they lost less than 20 people in Wancheng during the zombie wave, which was a number he dared not even think about. And this credit should all be attributed to Yan Rui. Really? That's great. Yan Rui was also happy for Wancheng. At this time, another voice came from afar. Boss Yan, I'm here to give you a thank you gift. It was Yu Ran. There were 8 people behind him. Each of them had a big bag in his hand, which looked like a thank you gift for Yan Rui. What is this? Yan Rui rubbed his hands, wanting to see what specialty Xing Cheng could give him. It's crystal cores, Yu Ran said. These 8 bags are all crystal cores. So many? Yan Rui was surprised. Xing Cheng didn't seem to have the strength to take out so many crystal cores for no reason. Yes, we encountered a zombie tide, but there was not much loss. So my father asked me to give these crystal cores to Boss Yan as a thank you gift. Who hasn't encountered a zombie tide? Don't be so funny. Gao Xian wanted to suppress him, but the thank you gift he prepared was indeed not as arrogant as Yu Ran's. It was a continuous zombie tide for 3 days. There were 20 level 2 zombies besieging us, tens of thousands of level 3 zombies, and level 5 zombies were constantly coming. Our Xingqing's location should be the center of this zombie tide. The center of the zombie tide is the most dangerous location of the entire zombie tide. The destination of all zombies in the zombie tide is the central area. This time the central area is Xingqing, which is really the place with the largest flow of zombies. But even so, we still defended Xingqing and lost less than 50 people. Yu Ran pointed to the bag in front of him and said, but the risk is big and the reward is big. This time, Xingqing also reaped a lot of rewards from the zombie tide. At least for the past 50 years. We should not have to worry about the problem of crystal cores. No more advanced zombies appeared this time, thanks to Boss Yan. Otherwise, if so many zombies rushed to Xingqing and Xingqing was destroyed, it is very likely that another zombie, or even a zombie stronger than the first level zombie would be born. In this case, the entire human race might not be able to survive. After saying this, he pointedly said, but we are also a blessing in disguise. Some people will have no excuse to curse in the future. Stop talking nonsense. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Jian Anqi wanted to stop them, but Yan Rui didn't want to care at all. He looked at the crystal core in the bag and was already a little fainted with happiness. By the way, after being reminded by Jian Anqi, Yen Rui suddenly recovered and told the two of them his plan. We are going to leave the supermarket and go out for a walk in a few days. The supermarket may be closed, so you don't have to come. What? The two people who were about to fight just now asked Yen Rui at the same time. What did you say? The supermarket is closing? Why is it closing? Where are we going to buy things? Yen Rui waved his hand to let the two of them calm down. It's okay. You can shop by yourself. And I will find a way to restock that night. You don't have to worry about this. Besides, I won't be away from home forever. What do you mean by that expression? I'm just worried that you won't come back. Gao Xian said the first thought he had when he heard this. I knew you couldn't stay. But you should have informed me before you left. Yes. Everyone knew Yen Rui's vague origins. And everyone agreed not to delve into it. And no one would deliberately destroy this tacit understanding. I'm not really leaving. I'll be back in a few days, Yen Rui said. Besides, even if I leave, I'll take the supermarket with me. No. At this time, Gao Xian and Yu Ran refused in unison. And Yen Rui smiled and said, You two have a tacit understanding now. Then he told them his plan. And they finally calmed down. In that case, we two will take care of the supermarket. And we can supervise each other, Yu Ran suggested. As long as we two are here, we can save some trouble. Then I'll leave it to you. Yen Rui thought this was a good idea. After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed to the street outside. Can you help me burn all the zombies outside? After completely getting rid of the zombies, Yen Rui's world finally became clean. At this time, he opened the system mall and communicated with the system. Pull out the self-service upgrade conditions for me to see. It turned out that when the system heard that Yen Rui and Jian Anqi were going out, it thought of the self-service upgrade package for the cash register. Upgrading to level 3. There will be an anti-theft alarm device at the door. And this anti-theft alarm device can also be connected to the protective cover outside. As long as it protects people, this person will not be able to leave the supermarket. What if this person gets angry and knocks over everything in my supermarket? After Yen Rui asked, he felt that he had asked an extremely stupid question. At that time, Gao Xian was still thinking about knocking over the things in the supermarket with his supernatural power. But he couldn't even move the screws on the shelf, let alone this situation. Okay. Then upgrade to level 3 directly. Yen Rui waved his hand and spent the points of the competition without thinking. It must be said that Xingqing was really generous this time. Among the 8 bags of crystal cores, there was a whole sack of level 3 crystal cores. Yen Rui was a little unbelievable for being so generous. He even asked Yu Ran in private whether he wanted to return the bag of level 3 crystal cores. As a result, Yu Ran smiled and asked, Boss Yen, why are you not used to the richness of our Xingqing? Indeed, he was not used to it, because he had never seen a more tycoon than Gao Xian. The next day, Yen Rui simply packed up the things he wanted to take with him. Before leaving, he did not forget to take away the small grass-potted plant he liked. Then he said hello to Gao Xian and Yu Ran, who had already started to move things back here. And the two set off. Let's go to the farthest gathering place first. If the team that is going to pay back the money from the farthest gathering place has not set off yet, they can save a trip, Yen Rui suggested. It takes a day and a night to drive to the farthest gathering place. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi took turns driving. When they arrived at the destination, they were shocked by the surrounding environment. This place is too desolate. Yen Rui looked at the vast desert around him and sighed. As a result, a gust of wind happened to blow in, and a mouthful of sand entered his mouth. Just in time to eat. Yen Rui said poo twice and smiled. At this time, Jian Anqi had already knocked on the city gate. The guard at the city gate happened to be someone who had bought something from Yen Rui before. He recognized Yen Rui at a glance, and the two entered the city very smoothly. Outside the city, the sky was filled with yellow sand. But inside the city, it was much busier. Every household seemed to be shopping, and the atmosphere was full of joy. The city lord also appeared in front of Yen Rui and Jian Anqi unexpectedly. Oh my god! Yen Rui was startled and looked at the bearded city lord in front of him. You are? I am the city lord of Sand City. You can just call me Sand Eagle. Sand Eagle looked at Yen Rui, his expression full of love and gratitude. I heard that you are the boss Yen who sold us the magnetic sonic wave cannon. It's me. Yen Rui naturally admitted it. And at this time, the system in his mind suddenly sounded an alarm. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yen Rui was startled by the voice. And he almost fell down when he was distracted. It was Jian Anqi who supported him, and he was able to stand firmly. What are you doing? Yen Rui was really a little angry. You are too inconsiderate. Original seed. This person has an original seed. The system ignored Yen Rui's criticism and almost shouted at the top of its lungs. He has a large piece of original seed. Really? Why didn't the system find out before? Boss Yen, are you okay? Shang looked at Yen Rui with concern, fearing that Yen Rui would have problems on his territory, and he would be a sinner for all eternity. Yen Rui waved his hand. No. No. Shang was tall, and when he cared about Yen Rui, he leaned forward, and the necklace on his chest swayed out and fell straight into Yen Rui's eyes. This necklace. It's this necklace, the system said. The gem on this necklace is the original seed. There was no need for the system to remind him. Yen Rui knew that this thing should be the original seed as soon as he saw the gem on the necklace. There was no other reason. It was because this gem was the same as the original black one in his hand. Jian Anqi also noticed the necklace. When he looked at Yen Rui, he knew that there was something wrong with the necklace. When the two were about to talk to Sha Ying, they saw Sha Ying took the necklace directly. Here, consider it as my gift to Boss Yen. Ah? Yen Rui was surprised. He hadn't even spoken yet. So why did the city lord give him the necklace? I saw that Boss Yen liked it, so I gave it to you. It's not abrupt. Right? Sha Ying rubbed his hands helplessly. If you don't like it, you must tell me. I don't have much sense. I can become the city lord because I can fight. If I accidentally offend you, please don't blame me. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yen Rui said I like it 3 times in a row. Seeing that Yen Rui didn't have any disgust in his eyes, Sha Ying was relieved. I was scared to death. I thought Boss Yen disliked the sweat on my necklace. Yen Rui. A little disliked? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. Come on. Everyone. This is Boss Yen. Shang walked and introduced to the residents around him. Yes. Yes. This is Boss Yen who gave us the magnetic sonic cannon. Yes. 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 He is also the Boss Yen who discovered the law of ordinary people turning into zombies. Yes. 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 Boss Yen who is willing to give us credit. Oh! Yen Rui walked all the way and was blushed by their praise. Jian Anqi, who was following him, also showed a look of helplessness for the first time. Yen Rui was also shy and explained to Shang. I didn't find the law of ordinary people turning into zombies. It was the researchers in Wancheng and Xingqing who found it. I've given credit to all the gathering places. I'm just a seller of magnetic sonic cannons. I don't have much skills. Let's have a feast tonight. A buffet. Shang waved his hand. Celebrate that we have repelled the zombie tide. Celebrate that we have survived another day. Wow! All the residents who heard the news became excited, and all ran back home to prepare the things needed for the buffet. Yen Rui hurriedly said that it was not necessary. He just wanted to take a look and see the local customs and customs of the area. Shang's clothes were unquestionable. Don't say it. If you don't participate in this buffet, I will never sleep at night in my life. Then, Shang personally accompanied Yen Rui to visit the streets and alleys of Shacheng. Shacheng is not big, with only a few 100,000 people. And the city is not big, but there are more than a dozen streets and many small roads. It looks like a desolate small urban area that cannot be more desolate. It is about the size of a county town, but the prosperity is not comparable to the county town in his impression. To be honest, the scenery was nothing special, but wherever Shang passed, all the residents who saw him greeted him warmly, and Shang would also introduce to them cordially that the person next to him was the famous Boss Yen. Yen Rui also changed from being shy at the beginning to being accustomed to it now. As they walked, Shang began to talk to Yen Rui about his future development plans, such as building Shacheng into the most prosperous remote gathering place, making the population of Shacheng exceed 500,000, and letting everyone know how worth staying in Shacheng. Although Yen Rui was not interested at all, he still listened with great interest to Shang's passionate words. At night, the buffet was finally ready. In Shacheng, each restaurant serves a dish. Although the dish is not very good, everyone focuses on creating a good atmosphere. Yen Rui sat next to Shang, and Shang even took out his favorite wine, wanting to get drunk with Yen Rui. No need for that. Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi for help. And the system said confidently, "What are you afraid of? You can secretly take a hangover capsule in a while. And I guarantee that you will not get drunk even if you drink 10,000 cups." Yin Rui asked the system to give him a capsule quickly. But the system also listed a list, divided by the level of hangover. Some can only relieve blood alcohol concentration of 0.1%. And some can relieve 10%. Yin Rui had learned about this. So he simply bought a 10% one. And if he got drunk, he would ask Jian Anqi to bring it back to him. As a result, he found that his points for buying hangover medicine were completely wasted. He and Shang had only had 2 drinks when Shang was drunk by his own year-old wine and fell on the table, unable to move for a while. Haha. The city lord is drunk again. Boss Yin, don't be surprised. He has been the person who can't drink alcohol since he was a child. Yes, when he was a child, his father fed him a chopstick of wine. And he was so drunk that his mother thought he was dead and almost beat his father to death. Is it really like this? Yin Rui suggested. Should we send him home? No. He will sober up after a while. And he won't drink again after sobering up. He will be sober when the party is over. And then he can go home by himself. It seems that Shang has been drunk more than once. And everyone knows his drunken experience well. Yin Rui, who thought he would be safe after getting drunk, sat next to Sha Ying and listened to Sha Ying's drunken talk. Boss Yin, do you know that someone said there would be a zombie wave here before? And I was so worried that my hair almost fell out. How can we withstand a zombie wave here? Let alone a large one. We will have to destroy the city if it is a small one. We have thought about it. Send the women and children away first. If we can't send them away, we will have 2 adults to protect 1 child. Children are so precious now. They said there is a magnetic sonic cannon that can target zombies. But I don't believe it. They said they can buy on credit. And I don't believe it even more. But we should try our best. I also told him, if you ask for a high price, we will accept it. If you don't give it, we will rob it. After Shang got drunk, his words were a little confusing. But Yin Rui understood everything. At the same time, his heart was sore. Okay. Stop talking. And have a good rest. No need to rest. Boss Yin, you saved our lives. Woo 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 woo. Shang was a drunk strong man, crying a little bit unbecoming of his status. But no one around him laughed at him, because they also listened to Shang's words. And their hearts couldn't help but feel sour. We even found zombies to try it at that time. But we didn't expect it to be true. I cried when I knew it was true. Woo 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 woo. Yin Rui raised his hand and patted his shoulder with emotion. At this time, he no longer wanted to know why the system chose him to come to this plane to do business. He was just glad that he had this opportunity to help this world a little bit in this desperate world. Chapter 56. The next morning, Yin Rui said goodbye to Sha Ying and left Shacheng with Jian Anqi. When leaving Shacheng, many people came to the city gate spontaneously to bid farewell to Yin Rui. The empty car when Yin Rui came was also filled with specialties of Shacheng. It was not until Shacheng became a small black dot in Yin Rui's eyes that he took the original seed that he had easily obtained yesterday and looked at it carefully. Didn't you say that this original seed should be at the location of the map you drew? This Shacheng is not at the point you drew. Not only is it not at the point, it is even 1,000,000 miles away from the location drawn on the map. Are you lying to me? Yin Rui was in the car, not caring whether Jian Anqi could hear him or not. Fortunately, I came to Sand City first. Otherwise, I would have listened to you and followed the map directly. And I would have become a big scapegoat. I don't know either. I only felt the energy fluctuations of the original species on him when the desert eagle approached. The system was also confused. My prediction must be correct. There must be energy fluctuations in the location marked on the map. Energy fluctuations do not mean that there are original species. Yin Rui knew what the system meant. So you are not sure what the situation is there. Just let me try. The system was silent. Yin Rui sneered and put the original species in the portable grid. You don't give it to me. The system's voice was weak. He knew that he made a mistake in judgment this time. But he couldn't blame him. The main control taught him this way. It depends on your performance. Yin Rui closed his eyes, leaned back on the chair, and said speechlessly, does your system have any correction function? Your deviation is too big. There will be some. After I report today's work log, the main control will find a way to solve it. There is also a slightly larger gathering place near Shacheng. Jian Anqi drove for more than 2 hours. This gathering place is called Pucheng, which is famous for its oasis. After meeting Yin Rui, everyone treated Yin Rui with the same attitude as the people in Shacheng. They were all very enthusiastic. At this time, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. The guard next to the city lord, the one he wears on his wrist, is the original seed. Yin Rui, what? Is this original seed free? How can it be found everywhere? The city lord saw Yin Rui staring at the chain on his guard's wrist, and immediately asked the guard to take off the bracelet and handed it to Yin Rui. In this way, the second original seed was in his hand again. Seeing this, Yin Rui also bought an energy-rich bracelet from the system mall and exchanged it. After leaving here, Yin Rui immediately asked the system, "What's going on? Can you explain it to me? I don't know either." The system was also in a dilemma at this time. I only felt the existence of the original species when that person approached. What is going on in this plane? The original species always appear so suddenly. Fortunately, this situation did not occur in every gathering place they passed by. They visited more than 30 gathering places in total and collected 12 pieces of original species. These original species are big and small. The big one is as big as a fist, and the small one is as big as a thumb. Yin Rui put all the original seeds together and asked the system, "Do you need this?" The system hurriedly replied, "Yes. Yes. I really need it." Yin Rui couldn't see anything special about it. He stretched out his hand, flattened his palm, and then gave half of it to the system. "These are for you." "Really? Really?" As the system spoke, it hurriedly collected the original seeds that Yin Rui gave him, and did not forget to praise Yin Rui. "You are really the best host in the world. All of them put together are not as good as you. Your mercy has made my data wax." "What a mess." Yin Rui asked the system to go back to his main control to report. The system sighed, and Yin Rui's brain finally calmed down. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui, who was a little tired because of the continuous socializing these days, and asked, "Do you want to take a break? I brought a mobile villa." "No. I want to go home quickly." Yin Rui turned his neck. "I want to go back to bed. We spent hundreds of thousands on that mattress. It would be a waste if I don't sleep on it. This time when I go back, I will buy a few more mattresses as a backup. After the end of the world, this thing will definitely not be produced again." Jian Anqi nodded. "Okay. Then let's go to the place noted by the system now. It should not be far away." Yin Rui rubbed his hands. "I want to see what is there that makes the system so obsessed." The car drove into the red dot at noon. The road here is a bit difficult to walk. It is a wild forest area with few people. The area does not look large, but it looks like a crisis. This forest area. Isn't it that point? Yin Rui guessed. Does the point given by the system cover the entire forest area? That's right. Every plant here has more energy than the ones outside. If you take it back to raise it, it might be good for your body. I have a crystal core. Why should I take this thing back? Yin Rui clenched the corner of his clothes, facing the silent unknown. He was very nervous. Jian Anqi, who heard the beating of Yin Rui's heart, patted his shoulder, and the action scared Yin Rui. Jian Anqi spread his hands helplessly. "I walk in front." Yin Rui nodded. But after Jian Anqi walked in front, he always felt that there was something behind him. So he carefully proposed to change positions with Jian Anqi again. And Jian Anqi agreed without hesitation. "This forest is too quiet. There is nothing but plants." Yin Rui looked around. There are not even birds or mice. Is this what a normal forest looks like? That must be a problem. But I have checked it out. There is no danger nearby for the time being. You said that when the energy in a person's body accumulates to a certain level, he will become a zombie or a mutant. What about plants? When it comes to this situation, Yin Rui tends to have wild thoughts. Will it become a man-eating plant or something? Or become able to talk? It's okay. You have read all the information in the laboratory. Plants have not changed much. That's what he said. But Yin Rui couldn't help but stand up in the surrounded by towering trees. There is something in front, and the energy is overflowing. It must be a good thing. Let's go and have a look. The system excitedly reported to Yin Rui. Since giving him the original seed, the system seemed to not know how to repay Yin Rui, and became particularly active in everything it did. Where is it? Show me the way. Yin Rui became interested. He pulled Jian Anqi's sleeve tightly, and took him to trot in the direction indicated by the system. We're here. The system led the two to this open space. Unlike the prosperity nearby, there was only a sickly-looking grass in the center of this open space. He looks like Yan Qingqing, Yanrui whispered to Jian Anqi. Yan Qingqing was the name Yanrui gave to the pot of grass that looked half dead. They look so similar. Why doesn't Yan Qingqing have such great energy? Yanrui asked the system, not knowing how to explain it. Can I take this back? Yanrui then asked the system. I want to take it back and ask the laboratory to help study it. It should be possible. The system's words also became more uncertain. Jian Anqi looked around and saw that there was no danger. So he said, go quickly and come back quickly. After taking this away, we will go home. Okay. Yanrui took out the small shovel borrowed from Jian Anqi's grid and took out a plastic bowl and strode towards the grass. As a result, he just walked to the side and bent down. And Jian Anqi shouted loudly, be careful. Yanrui subconsciously squatted on the ground and rolled, and then saw that there was a burn hole where he had just squatted. Jian Anqi looked in one direction. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he stretched out his hand to signal Yanrui not to move. Yanrui didn't notice where the attack came from. He looked at Jian Anqi, and Jian Anqi pointed his finger slightly upward. Yanrui cursed in his heart. It came from the sky. System. Can it fly? Yanrui asked loudly in his heart. And the system was frantically looking for equipment that could provide flying functions in the mall. Microgold wings, high jump anti-gravity shoes, and this flying rocket. The system counted them one by one, and he was furious. Such a good host was injured, and he would never forgive the murderer. Wings, wings, give Jian Anqi a wing. Before Yanrui pressed the purchase button, a dark golden longbow appeared in Jian Anqi's hand. When he drew the bow and shot an arrow and attacked in one direction, he heard a sharp hissing sound from that direction. A big black bird took off into the sky, and could no longer control its temper, and attacked Jian Anqi straight up. Dig! Jian Anqi shouted in the direction of Yanrui, while he kept changing his position to avoid the attack of the black bird. Yanrui listened to him and ran to the grass without hesitation, picked up the shovel and started digging. What's going on with this thing? Where did the bird come from? Yanrui just said that he didn't know what plants would become after absorbing energy. But now, although he didn't know the evolution direction of plants, he knew the evolution direction of animals. Animals can also develop superpowers. The soil around here still retains heat. Jian Anqi shot arrows when he found an opportunity. But although the black bird was huge, its movements were very agile. The two entangled for a long time, and Jian Anqi couldn't hurt him at all. Okay. Yanrui reminded Jian Anqi as soon as he finished digging. Jian Anqi waved at Yanrui and said, go! The two ran towards the car. When the bird saw the grass in Yanrui's hand, it immediately realized that it had been deceived by this cunning human. It whistled at the sky, and suddenly, the sound of countless wings flapping came from behind the two. The sound was so oppressive that Yanrui didn't even dare to look back. The two even stopped breathing and only thought about running faster. System. Collect the data here. Don't forget. Yanrui did not forget to ask the system to collect data at this time. The system was anxious, and the current was running wild. Do you want to buy something? Host? No. No. Forget it. You can collect what I can use first, and put it on the first page. Yanrui did not have time to look. How many birds are there behind this? More than 2,300 in total. The system gave the data quickly at this time. Seeing that they were about to leave this forest, the bird suddenly went crazy for some reason. He flapped his wings vigorously. And then Yanrui felt a strong force pushing him. And then his back was hot. And the whole person flew out of the forest, and happened to fall beside the car. Jian Anqi ran towards Yanrui with his eyes wide open, and then turned around to attack the black bird, but found that these birds were only wandering at the edge of the forest, and they didn't want to leave at all. They kept barking at Yanrui, feeling unwilling to give up. Seeing this, Jian Anqi quickly picked up Yanrui, put him on the passenger seat, and drove away quickly. Jian Anqi looked at the unconscious Yanrui and regretted it deeply. If he had known earlier, he would have dug the grass himself and let Yanrui cover him. In this case, the bird's primary target would be himself. Yanrui. Yanrui? Jian Anqi drove with one hand, patting Yanrui's face or hands from time to time. System. How is Yanrui? Nothing. The system could not detect any problems. Maybe he has a concussion. The human brain is very mysterious. Yanrui? After driving away from there, Seeing that there was no bird following behind, Jian Anqi stopped the car, took out the temporary villa, and carried Yen Rui from the car into the villa. At this time, Yen Rui felt that his soul was being tempered by fire. He was hot all over, and he could even feel the heat of his eyelids. He could still hear Jian Anqi's anxious voice, but he couldn't open his eyes. I'll put some medicine on your back, and wake up if you feel uncomfortable. Jian Anqi touched Yen Rui's head, listened to Yen Rui's shallow breathing, and sighed heavily. His back was indeed hot, and the medicine Jian Anqi applied to him was cool, which finally made him feel much better. However, he still couldn't open his eyes, but he didn't want to sleep. What did the damn bird do to him? And why couldn't he contact the system again? This thing is always disconnected. Should I ask the main control to repair it? Jian Anqi asked the system at this time. Does he have a fever? System, yes. According to human body temperature, he is now 42 degrees. 42 degrees? If he keeps on burning for a while, he will be burned dry. Jian Anqi immediately took off all the clothes on Yen Rui, then took out alcohol and wiped his body over and over again. What is the temperature now? Jian Anqi continued to ask. 41.5. The system also began to get nervous. He began to check all the information about this plane, hoping to find clues about the bird. But he did not find any relevant information in the information given to him by the main control or the information given to him by the laboratory. Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui, feeling annoyed. He wished that he would suffer this kind of punishment himself. If he still doesn't wake up after an hour, I will take him back to the hospital. The system did not dare to have any objection to this. Alas, it was all his fault. He said that the grass had enough energy. Don't go back. Yen Rui finally struggled to open his eyes. He had never felt his eyelids so heavy before. Jian Anqi's heart tightened, and he held Yen Rui's hand. How do you feel? Cold and hot. Yen Rui's voice was hoarse, and Jian Anqi immediately handed him a glass of warm water. Yen Rui had no strength and couldn't get up. Jian Anqi helped him up, leaned his back against him, and fed him mouthful by mouthful with a straw before he drank the water into his mouth. I want to go back and don't want to see the scenery anymore. Yen Rui said this before his eyelids closed again. Jian Anqi was shocked. Yen Rui. He should be fine. His brain waves are still very active. The inactive ones are basically dead. It should be nothing. Although the system does not know why Yen Rui has become like this. From Yen Rui's various data, there is definitely nothing wrong with his body. However, Jian Anqi immediately wrapped Yen Rui in a blanket after hearing what Yen Rui said. And the next second, the two returned to the room in the supermarket. Jian Anqi put Yen Rui on the bed, then returned to the mobile villa, put all the things back into the portable space, and then returned to the supermarket. Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui, whose eyelids were red and swollen due to fever, and his heart seemed to be twisted. He raised his hand to touch his face, but after thinking about it, he put it down again. Jian Anqi took out a fever-reducing patch and put it on Yen Rui, then went downstairs to the basement to find some cold medicine for him to take, and then saw Gao Xian looking at the store boredly, playing with something in his hand. Hey! Why are you back? Gao Xian was surprised to see Jian Anqi. When he came in the morning, the two of them hadn't come back yet. He didn't leave the store during the whole process. How did these two people get in? I'm going to find something. Jian Anqi didn't want to talk at all. He turned around and walked to the basement. Gao Xian followed him and shouted, What are you looking for? Do you want me to help you find it? Cold medicine. There's none outside. Jian Anqi didn't want to answer anymore. He found the medicine box in the basement and ran upstairs. Cold medicine? Gao Xian blinked. Did he have a fever? That's a good thing. Boss Yen has a fever? Congratulations. Gao Xian looked at Jian Anqi's back and bowed. Congratulations. Jian Anqi was furious. What is there to congratulate? Gao Xian was shocked when he saw Jian Anqi's dark face. But he still said weakly, Doesn't fever prove that he is about to awaken his superpowers? Boss Yen hasn't awakened his superpowers yet. Jian Anqi paused, then turned around and rushed to Gao Xian. Tell me in detail. What are you talking about? Gao Xian didn't understand. But then he realized that these two people hadn't awakened their superpowers, and they came to ask him for experience. Gao Xian immediately cleared his throat. The process of awakening superpowers is very painful, and you need to replenish a lot of water. Most of the body temperatures are over 40 degrees. During this period, no one can help you. and you can only rely on yourself to get through it. But if you want to make Boss Yin feel more comfortable, put a crystal core next to him. Just absorbing the energy in the air is not enough, and it will prolong the awakening time. But it will be better with a crystal core. Are there any other precautions? Jian Anqi frowned and asked seriously. No. Just let him rest well, and he will wake up in about 3 days. Thank you. Jian Anqi patted Gao Xian's shoulder and ran back upstairs quickly. He threw the cold medicine aside, then took out all the crystal cores in the portable space and spread them all over the room. Then, he thought about it again, and then swept the crystal core on the bedside table aside, and then placed Yan Qingqing and another newly dug grass on the bedside table. Finally, he touched Yan Rui's face again, and saw that his breathing was calm. So he was slightly relieved. Jian Anqi did not sleep for 3 days. When he was tired, he drank physical enhancers. When he was really exhausted, he lay on the table and slept for a while. He also asked the system to check Yan Rui's body from time to time. The system had not thought of checking the concentration of energy in Yan Rui's body before. After listening to Gao Xian's words, it found that the energy in his body was surprisingly high. Is it because the bird's attack knocked Yan Rui down? The amulet offset the damage, but the energy remained? So he suddenly awakened his superpowers. It would be nice if it were like this. Jian Anqi took the towel that had just been chilled and wiped Yan Rui's face, and then took the cotton swab dipped in water and gently wiped his lips. Yan Rui's head was dizzy for the past 3 days, sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious. But when he was awake, he couldn't open his eyes. He could only feel that Jian Anqi had been taking care of him all the time. Why didn't this person rest? Yan Rui wanted to ask him to rest. He himself was fine, but he couldn't open his mouth. This feeling was really annoying. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Jian Anqi touched Yan Rui's forehead. He still had a fever, but his body temperature was only 39 degrees, which was much better than before. It should be soon, the system said. It is said that the longer the coma, the stronger the supernatural power in the future. The system has looked through the records of the laboratory in the past 2 days. According to the records, the longest awakening time here took only 4 days to wake up. But he still didn't wake up on the 4th day, and still didn't show any sign of waking up on the 5th day. On the morning of the 6th day, Jian Anqi became visibly irritated. He went downstairs to find Gao Xian. Why hasn't Yan Rui woken up yet? Could it be that he is not going to wake up at all? Ah! Gao Xian took 2 steps back under the pressure of Jian Anqi's momentum. It's impossible. Otherwise, why would he have a fever? Is there any other way to detect whether he is going to wake up? Jian Anqi crossed his arms and thought. Ask someone from your laboratory to come and take a look. No need. Yan Rui's voice was transmitted to Jian Anqi's ears through the system. Jian Anqi ran upstairs immediately after hearing it, leaving Gao Xian, who couldn't hear the system sound, alone and confused. You're awake. Jian Anqi looked at Yan Rui with half his eyes open, and suddenly he was at a loss. What are you doing? Yan Rui looked at Jian Anqi with red eyes, and laughed tiredly. I'm so heavy. Move the crystal core away. In order to allow Yan Rui to better absorb the energy of the crystal core, Jian Anqi also spread 2 layers of crystal cores on the quilt. Now that Yan Rui spoke, he immediately put the crystal core away. Thirsty. Yan Rui commanded Jian Anqi to pour him water in a hoarse voice. Jian Anqi had already prepared it, and brought the cup to his mouth, watching him drink it mouthful by mouthful. I want to drink millet and pumpkin porridge. Sweet. Yan Rui lay his head back on the pillow. I'm a little hungry. Yan Rui usually doesn't like sweet porridge, so Jian Anqi has never prepared it. Now he heard his request and immediately stood up and ran to the kitchen, while Jian Anqi was busy. Yan Rui thought of the system kid. Why can't I contact you again? Yan Rui said. Isn't it possible to contact you in the brain? Why can't I contact you when I'm unconscious and can't open my eyes? Don't you know? Have you contacted me? The system said innocently. I didn't receive the radio wave data. I couldn't contact you the time I stabbed myself. And I couldn't contact you this time when I had a fever. Think about it. Is this your problem? Yan Rui's brain was madly complaining. What's the use of this function of yours? Is it not completely evolved? I will try my best. The system said businesslike. I will report the problem to the main control. Yan Rui was speechless, took a deep breath, and stopped talking. However, the system became curious at this time. Host, what is your ability? the system asked. They all say that the longer the coma lasts, the stronger the ability is. Yanrui was now exhausted and didn't want to answer this question at all. But he was also a little curious. During the previous test, the Research Institute said that he was a natural science major. He didn't know what kind of natural science major he was. What is a natural science major? Yanrui asked. I don't know what I am either. Hearing this, the system was very excited. He had already found the information and was ready to identify what kind of ability Yanrui had as soon as he woke up. Natural system is a type of superpower that grows naturally in nature. The most common ones are wind, fire, thunder, lightning, rain, and the possibility of controlling plants and other creatures. After the system finished speaking, it asked expectantly, Host, there was a novel protagonist who could control light before. He could absorb all the light in the world and put people in darkness. It was so cool. Why do you absorb all the light? What kind of villain behavior is this? Yanrui complained. Anyway, I don't feel it now. But he wanted to have superpowers like thunder and lightning. And he could also control clouds and rain. When the time comes, he can take a sword and control thunder and lightning in the sky. If he can have a dragon to cooperate and wear a Taoist robe, that's cool. Thinking of this scene, Yanrui couldn't help laughing. Jian Anqi returned to Yanrui's room at this time. Seeing Yanrui pursing his lips and smiling with his eyes curved, he felt a little more relaxed. The porridge will be ready in a while. Is there anything else you want to eat? I want to drink something sweet. Yanrui licked his lips. I want to drink coconut juice. Do you want the coconut water in the coconut? Or the coconut juice drink? Jian Anqi asked carefully. Yanrui answered immediately. I want a drink. Jian Anqi touched Yanrui's forehead. Only a warm spot was left. And finally put his mind at ease. I'll go downstairs and get it for you. If I really awaken my superpowers, should I ask Gao Xian and the others to find someone to help Jian Anqi? Yanrui suddenly thought of this problem. But he felt that his approach was a bit inhumane. Don't worry. As long as you always carry the crystal core with you, you will be able to awaken your superpowers sooner or later. You said, if we bring this crystal core back to our plane and put it next to ordinary people, do you think they will have a chance to awaken their superpowers? Hearing Yanrui's guess, the system also pondered. According to the data, it is possible. But if our plane does not have the same energy as this plane, then we can only get energy from the crystal core. In this case, even if the superpowers are awakened, there will not be much development. But for ordinary people, at least they have the power to protect themselves. Thinking of this, Yanrui shook his head again. Forget it. If the bad guys get it, wouldn't it give them another weapon to oppress people? But the weapon is innocent. The person who uses it is guilty. And Yanrui can't judge whether this person is qualified to own this weapon. Forget it. Yanrui temporarily put this problem behind his mind. But when Jian Anqi brought the coconut juice, he couldn't help but talk to Jian Anqi. Should we bring an instrument that can detect and distinguish whether ordinary people will become superpowers or zombies in the future? Jian Anqi pondered for a moment and said, in this case, the responsibility will increase. Yanrui certainly knew what Jian Anqi meant, but he was still a little unwilling. Just buy one and take it back, just in case it comes in handy. If it doesn't come in handy. Anyway, he only bought one. It shouldn't be too expensive, and he won't feel too bad. Okay then. Jian Anqi handed the straw to Yanrui's mouth. I'll go downstairs and ask. After listening to Jian Anqi's words, Yanrui's heart was relieved. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. But since the decision had been made, he wouldn't regret it. But Yanrui regretted it not long after. How much? Yanrui, who had just recovered from a serious illness and was still lying in bed and didn't want to go downstairs, looked at Gao Xian, who was wearing glasses and was representing the researchers, and exclaimed, Can you say it again? 10 million level 5 crystal cores. Gao Xian pushed his glasses uncomfortably. Boss Yin, don't think it's too much. Our instruments are really precious. One less may affect our future development. Logically, we don't even lend out our instruments, let alone sell them. But for your sake, we have this opportunity to discuss cooperation. You know, I have lived a hard life since I was a child. Bullshit! Gao Xian would never live a hard life. This person is so crazy that he can say anything. 10 million level 5 crystal cores. One machine. And we will also give you reagents for 10 people. Only 10 people. What can it do? Yin Rui was so angry that he felt like he was going to have a fever again. I won't buy it. No. Gao Xian wanted to go forward, but was stopped by a hand. You can't enter. Gao Xian could only stand at the door, and said to Yin Rui, who was covering his eyes with his hands, although 10 million is a lot. It is just a drizzle for you. It's not a problem at all. If you really can't do it, I'll give you more reagents. Gao Xian thought he had already made a concession, but Yin Rui had already understood his thoughts. 1,000 copies. Otherwise I won't buy it, Yin Rui said weakly, but his tone was firm. I won't bargain with you. Deal. The agreement was so straightforward that Yin Rui vaguely felt that he seemed to have lost again, but he really didn't have any strength now. So he simply bought a quiet life with money. As he said, 10 million level 5 crystal cores were indeed something he could afford. Fortunately, after giving the system the original seed, he no longer wants the level 5 crystal core. Yin Rui said while drinking the porridge given by Jian Anqi. 10 million? It's enough to collect it. Well, if I don't know how to use it at that time, I can contact my previous leader and ask him to help send it up. You mean, donate it? Yin Rui paused, and then thought that this idea was really great. Then donate it. There are many people smarter than me. They can definitely think of a comprehensive solution. Seeing Yin Rui agree, Jian Anqi was relieved. He had this idea for a long time, but he never said it out loud. He didn't know what Yin Rui had experienced in his previous life, whether he believed in the official, and was afraid of touching his sad things. However, judging from Yin Rui's reaction, there should be no problem, which also proved that the situation might not be as bad as he imagined. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui and said, I will contact my former superiors when I go back this time. Why don't you talk to him about the end of the world again? If I had thought that you could contact your superiors earlier, I might not have been under so much pressure at the beginning. Yin Rui turned over and faced Jian Anqi. Just reveal a little bit, step by step, or let them save more food. In 3 months, they can store a crop of leeks. Okay. Jian Anqi smiled, but Yin Rui seemed to have put down a big stone in his heart. We should earn more crystal cores in the next few days. We can't let them make money from me. After that, he began to look through the system mall. Get some things that are exclusively for rich people. The next morning, Gao Xian arrived at the supermarket door early. Today was Yin Rui's first day back to the supermarket business, and it was also the second day that Gao Xian had a formal job. In the past, as the son of the mayor of Wancheng, he wandered around and had only a title but no power. This time, his father asked him to talk business directly with Yin Rui and made him the official head of the institute, which was a certification of his ability. Boss Yin. The first thing Gao Xian did when he saw Yin Rui was to shake hands. Looking at Gao Xian dressed so neatly, Yin Rui still felt a little fresh. Have you brought the things? After shaking hands, Gao Xian waved to the outside, and then 2 people brought a large cardboard box. Boss Yin, everything is here. Please check. Jian Anqi checked it and saw a whole manual inside. He nodded, and Yin Rui took out a few large bags. The crystal cores are all here. 10 million. I guarantee that there will be no less. Okay. Okay. I believe in Boss Yin. Gao Xian was so excited about the successful completion of his first mission that he didn't notice the determination in Yin Rui's eyes. I have a new batch of goods. Do you want to take a look? Yes. Yes. Gao Xian nodded desperately. He was in a good mood now. Yin Rui saw a velvet box of jewelry. After opening it, 3 small things were neatly arranged in front of Gao Xian. This is a space button. Its function is similar to that of the space power users here, but time still flows in this space button. This is a talisman. You see, I was attacked by a strange bird and a zombie, but I survived intact without any injury. It was because of this talisman. It's a pity that it is a consumable. And this one is amazing. Yin Rui kept it a secret, but Gao Xian's appetite was completely aroused by Yin Rui at this time, and he couldn't wait to ask, What is this? Communicator. You can't contact your parents outside. Right. By this, 1 machine can bind 5 numbers, and you can contact them at will when you want. Oh my god. Gao Xian was overwhelmed by Yin Rui's series of recommendations. How much? How much? He must get all these things, especially this space button. He doesn't need to put a lot of things in the car When he goes out in the future, he can take whatever he wants. And he can also hide things so that you ran. That bastard. Can't see them. But how can a space button compare to an amulet? He wants to buy one for his parents too. No. 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 He wants to buy a few more. And this communicator. Every time he goes out, his father always nags at him. He knows that his father is reluctant to let him go out. But he is a man who wants to make a career. How can he be bound by family? It is much more convenient to have a communicator. At least, he can contact his father in advance if he gets into trouble. When he goes back, his father's anger will probably be gone. It doesn't cost much. I guarantee you will get more value for money. Yin Rui looked at Gao Xian with a smile and began to calculate with him. In the end, Gao Xian not only did not take away those bags of crystal cores, but even asked someone to go back and get 2 more bags of crystal cores. This is when Yin Rui took the initiative to give him a discount. Another profit. Yin Rui smiled and took all the crystal cores back into his personal space. It's still easier to make money from rich people. As soon as he finished speaking, another newly rich man, Yu Ran, also appeared. Yin Rui was satisfied. He knew that Gao Xian couldn't hide a word. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, Yu Ran came to the supermarket to buy. After earning a few more bags of crystal cores, Yin Rui sat back in his chair tiredly. Why do I feel a lot weaker after having a fever? Apart from anything else. I haven't eaten for 6 days. My body must not be able to bear it. I will recover slowly. Jian Anqi comforted. And then he pushed the grass snatch from the bird's beak in front of Yin Rui. Do you want to give him a name? Something similar to Yin Qingqing? Jian Suisui. Yin Rui answered without hesitation. We are all members of the family. And we really can't favor one over the other. The last name is Jian. Jian Anqi's heart warmed up. And he listened to Yin Rui continue. You can't favor one over the other when watering the flowers in the future. Suisui and Qingqing are the same. Yeah. Jian Anqi's throat was a little blocked. And then he heard Yin Rui say unexpectedly, do you feel that Qingqing and Suisui have become more beautiful these 2 days? The grass that was not confident before is about to become a proud grass. Chapter 57. What's wrong? Seeing Yin Rui looking at the 2 small grasses in his hands, Jian Anqi turned around and walked forward. What's the matter? Nothing. I just feel that they are a little more energetic. Yin Rui adjusted his sleeves. How many days are left? This time, the 2 bought a 100-day time converter. But this time, the time is longer than before, which makes Yin Rui reluctant to leave. There are about 20 days left. The system replied. If the host needs it, you can return to the original plane in advance. Forget it. I may not be able to come back in the future, so I'd better stay for a few more days. By the way, Boss Yin, why are you here? Gao Xian, who had just taken over the laboratory and was working, was a little surprised to see Yin Rui's arrival. I want you to help me check if there is anything wrong with these 2 pots of flowers, Yin Rui said. This pot of flowers is the culprit that caused me to have a fever and faint. Hearing this, Gao Xian took the flower pot with a serious face. After the test is completed, will it be destroyed? What do you mean destroyed? Yin Rui poked his head. I still need to take it back to grow. Oh! It turned out to be a statement. Gao Xian almost misunderstood. Following Gao Xian into the laboratory, Yin Rui looked around and sighed from time to time. The magnetic field here feels much better than the laboratory that was destroyed before. Of course, the previous laboratory didn't even have windows. And it was doing shameful things. It looked like it would be destroyed sooner or later. Gao Xian chuckled. It was still destroyed by you. Yin Rui patted Gao Xian and told him to move forward quickly. The 2 walked to the innermost room, where only 2 researchers were busy. What's wrong? One of the researchers looked up. And when he saw Gao Xian, his breath stagnated. Then he stepped back and waved his hands. We really can't write the plan report. No. No. Not today. Gao Xian blushed and pointed to the table. Just put the flowers there. The researcher came back to his senses, pushed his glasses, and then approached Gao Xian, focusing on the 2 plants Yin Rui brought. What do you want to test? The researcher looked up and asked Yin Rui as surprise. He answered vaguely. Just test whatever you have. What do you think is worth testing? Just test it. Yin Rui didn't know how to operate this plant. He scratched his head. Just don't kill it. The researcher nodded, carefully picked 2 leaves, and then took a little soil from each. and then started to operate the machines that he couldn't understand. Let's go. Let's go out and wait. I'll send you the results when there are results. Gao Xian called out. And just as the few people were about to leave, another researcher behind them spoke. The researcher pointed at Yan Rui and said, his ability is very interesting. Can you provide me with some samples? What? Yan Rui didn't react for a while, thinking he had heard it wrong. What samples? What ability does he have? Jian Anqi, who had been silent all the time, also spoke. Say it again. The man looked at Yan Rui. He said blankly, I have never seen this kind of superpower before. I want to see why he developed this superpower, and whether it can be used to solve the zombie virus. What superpower do I have? Yan Rui was also curious at this time. He didn't feel that he had superpowers in the past few days. He heard others say that after having superpowers, they would feel that their bodies had changed differently. But Yan Rui didn't feel anything at all. Oh, I feel a little bit. I have slept more in the past 2 days, and I am full of energy. I don't know. The researcher shrugged. Give me some blood. I should be able to test what type of superpower you have. I know what type of superpower I have. I've tested it before. And I'm a natural type. Yan Rui didn't want to give his blood away. Forget it. Since you can't say anything, I'll go back and wait and see. Give me some blood. The man even followed him. Give me some blood. Your blood tastes different. Your blood is much clearer than others. You are the most unique person I have ever seen. The man followed Yan Rui. If Yan Rui hadn't been for Gao Xian's sake, he would have wanted to turn around and punch him. Jian Anqi was not so easy to talk to. He saw Yan Rui sighing irritably, turned around and grabbed the man's collar and lifted him up directly. Don't follow me. Jian Anqi's eyes were stern, and the man didn't even dare to look him in the eye. But he pursed his lips, his eyes trembling with fear. But he still insisted, he is very special. Just give me a few drops of blood. Yan Rui was really helpless. He slapped his forehead, rubbed his eyes and said, Give it to me. Give it to me. Don't follow me after that. Seeing Yan Rui let go, Jian Anqi let him go, then stepped back to Yan Rui's side. Shall I take your blood? Finally, he took a small tube of blood, and watching the researcher excitedly run back to the laboratory, with his clothes fluttering, Yan Rui looked at Gao Xian and asked, Where did you find him? He's from Xingqing. Gao Xian explained. This guy is a bit like an experiment maniac. He can do experiments for 3 days without eating or drinking. He went to Xingqing because Yuran's father invested everywhere, and he thought that was such a city lord. He would at least not worry about the funds for experiments in the future. So that's how it is. Yan Rui didn't even feel surprised after understanding it. The two walked back from the laboratory, and the feeling along the way was different from before the zombie tide. Do you think this place has become more prosperous than before? Yan Rui asked. Before, the people setting up stalls on the street were all supernatural beings. But now they are all ordinary people. Indeed, I heard that they are all family members of researchers. Researchers from the 2 cities gather here, and there are many business opportunities. Jian Anqi said. After we left, people started to invest here one after another. Invest in what? Yan Rui was curious. You don't need money to buy a house here. And there are no schools or hospitals. Why would you invest here? It's the future. Jian Anqi said. The future here is what people are looking forward to. The research laboratories of the 2 cities will not run away. And the guards here will not run away. Because supernatural beings account for 80% of the population. So even if there is no city wall, it will still be the safest place nearby. In this era, safety is the greatest wealth. It turns out that the greatest value here is to survive. That's simply great. Yan Rui took Jian Anqi back to the supermarket, and then took out a large piece of paper to write and draw. What are you writing? Jian Anqi walked over and asked. As a result, Yan Rui drew a big picture of the physical enhancer, and wrote the word free on it. And on the side, it was colorfully written, this store spends over 50, and gives a bottle of physical enhancer, which can be accumulated, with no upper limit. Jian Anqi laughed. The last profit? What do you mean by the last? It's just the end of this plane. Otherwise, you buy so much laundry detergent and toilet water. What if you don't use it in the next plane? Let's clear the goods and go back to prepare well. That's fine. Jian Anqi will naturally not object to any decision of Yan Rui. As soon as the poster was hung up, someone rushed in immediately. Is it true? Yin Rui looked at the first customer pointing at the poster with some excitement, nodded and said, "Of course it's true." "Okay." After that, he picked up 2 shopping baskets and ran into the supermarket. "Go slower. Don't mess up the goods." Yin Rui finished speaking, patting Jian Anqi gently. "We have enough inventory." "Right?" Jian Anqi smiled and said, "It's definitely enough. Don't worry." After having Jian Anqi, Yin Rui really hasn't been to the basement for a long time, and feels like a hands-off shopkeeper. Life is so comfortable. I must be serious in the next world. The first customer bought more than 300 crystal cores, and Yin Rui gave him 6 physical enhancers as promised. Seeing that the physical enhancers were in hand, the man left with satisfaction. Yin Rui didn't know that the physical enhancer was already sold at a sky-high price outside. Especially who doesn't want to be energetic all the time and not feel tired at all. How many people have lost their lives in the wild because of fatigue? Free gift. Hee hee. They have to take advantage of this bargain. These days, Yin Rui looked at the long queues outside the supermarket and smiled from ear to ear. Especially because of the queues. Everyone bought a lot of things, and was afraid of losing money on this trip. If we had known this, we would have sold it with strength enhancers. Yin Rui was so tired that he couldn't breathe, and he had to drink the strength enhancer himself. "Boss Yin." "I'm here." "Boss Yin." Gao Xian's voice came from outside. And Yin Rui said unhappily, "It's not okay even if you come. You have to queue up at the back if you want to buy something." "What?" "I don't buy anything." He doesn't care about these little gifts. "I mean, the experimental report is out." Gao Xian was excited. "Come with me. I may not be able to leave." Yin Rui pointed at the long queue outside the door. "If I leave, the people outside will definitely not be happy. Then let Jian Anqi stay. You come with me." Gao Xian grabbed Yin Rui's hand and was about to drag him out. Yin Rui quickly shook him off. "What are you doing? If you have anything to say, just say it here." Gao Xian looked at Yin Rui with excitement. Yin Rui said, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't delay my business. Time is getting shorter and shorter. These 2 days are extremely important to him." "Why is Gao Xian so ignorant all of a sudden?" "Then let me talk about the report on your 2 little grasses first." Gao Xian handed a folder to Yin Rui. "Your 2 grasses contain huge energy. But because he is grass, he can't withstand such high energy. So he has been wilting all the time. They are not like that now." Yin Rui looked at Jian Suisui and Yin Qingqing standing beside him. "They are taller now." "Yes. That's the second point I want to make." Gao Xian looked at Yin Rui, who was working non-stop, and shouted to the outside of the door. And then Bai Sheng walked in. "Help Boss Yin to watch the stall for a while." "Okay. Leave it to me." Anyway, when Yin Rui went out to travel, Yin Rui's supermarket was managed by Bai Sheng, and Gao Xian mainly played a deterrent role. Yin Rui had no choice but to call Jian Anqi to come with him, and followed Gao Xian to the research room. On the way, Gao Xian was so excited that he was a little incoherent. "Boss Yin, it's not that I don't want to talk about it. It's that this research really can't be heard by others. You are this." Gao Xian gave Yin Rui a thumbs up. "Your 2 little grasses let us find that many plants have begun to absorb energy. But plants will not become zombies. This may be our source of energy in the future. Before, we thought that thing was just beautiful. No one ever thought that plants would have energy. There are plant-based superpowers. They play with flowers and grass every day and inject energy into flowers and plants themselves. In short, this is a major discovery. Your 2 grasses are the only 2 grasses with energy discovered so far." "But," Yin Rui thought of something. "I once passed by a forest. All the plants in it had energy. Haven't you discovered it before?" In order to give Gao Xian an idea, Yin Rui continued, "It's the place where I was injured. If you have a chance, you can go and see it." Yin Rui said it calmly, but he didn't know how much of a shock this sentence brought to Gao Xian. "No way. Brother. You actually found this, and never told us." Gao Xian was shocked. "I thought only your 2 plants were special." "No. I just think they are beautiful." "Ah. There is a plant with particularly abundant energy. And there are wild beasts fighting with me there. Be careful when you go there." Gao Xian shook his head, and pulled himself back from the shock. "Let's not talk about this for now. Another point is that your blood contains substances that can purify the zombie virus. Even with your blood, Xiao Yao and Lu Xing have woken up. and there is no tendency to become zombies at all. Hearing this, Jian Anqi stopped immediately. He pulled Yanrui behind him. Then why did you ask him to go to the laboratory? Do you want to draw blood? Yes. I need to draw blood. Gao Xian didn't understand. What's wrong? No. Jian Anqi and Yanrui immediately filled their minds with the story of the human-shaped blood bag. Yanrui was so shocked that he stepped back repeatedly. No. 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 I won't go. Why not? This is a good thing that can save all mankind. Gao Xian stepped forward and wanted to reach out to hold Yanrui, but was slapped by Jian Anqi. No. We have to leave. After saying that, he winked at Yanrui and asked him to leave quickly. Gao Xian was also anxious. Boss Yan, what's wrong with you? It's just 200 milliliters of blood. If you don't give it, just tell me. Or tell me what conditions you want, and I will definitely provide them. We are both rich in Wancheng and Xingqing now. Just tell me how many crystal cores you want. How much blood do you want? Yanrui asked again tentatively. 200 milliliters? Yes. Boss Yan. 200 milliliters? A small bag is enough. You name the price. Gao Xian didn't know why Yanrui suddenly reacted so strongly, but he had to stabilize Yanrui at this time. You tell me, is the price calculated by milliliter? Or something else is fine? Gao Xian stamped his feet. At worst I will be your slave. That's not necessary. But Yanrui and Jian Anqi were a little ashamed because they misunderstood Gao Xian. I just don't want to get an injection. I was a little scared when I heard that you wanted to draw blood. Yanrui took the initiative to step forward and held Gao Xian's hand. I hope you understand. I understand. Gao Xian immediately changed his expression. If you had said it earlier, no wonder he refused to draw blood last time. It's okay. I found someone with a very steady hand this time. It's definitely okay. Gao Xian comforted him. It's no big deal. It's okay. Then what is my special ability? Have you figured it out? Yanrui was curious. Maybe this is your special ability. Gao Xian was a little unsure. He didn't have Yanrui's blood sample before, so he couldn't compare or draw a conclusion. After hearing this, Yanrui waved his hand indifferently. It's okay. Let's draw blood first. When they arrived at the laboratory, Yanrui pushed the door and countless applause swept in, which made Yanrui stunned. At this time, Yurang came up and held Yanrui's hand. Boss Yan, be careful and walk slowly. Ah. Okay. Yanrui smiled awkwardly and walked to a table where instruments had been prepared a long time ago. Quite uncomfortably. Then let's start. Before drawing blood, Yanrui asked again and again to confirm. Just 200. No more. Right? No. 200 is enough. Yurang explained behind him. The substance in your blood that can purify the zombie virus can multiply infinitely. Mixing your blood with other people's blood will make other people's blood full of this ingredient. We only need this 200 milliliters just in case. In fact, just a little bit is enough. Yurang said frankly, of course. Everything depends on you. Okay. Come on. Yanrui rolled up his sleeves. Gao Xian rushed forward and tightly held Yanrui's hand that was not being drawn. What are you doing? Jian Anqi scolded. Gao Xian immediately raised his head and said confidently, Boss Yan said he was afraid? Damn. It's so embarrassing. Yanrui cursed in his heart. But he had to bear the consequences of his own sins. Yes. Yes. I'm afraid. No wonder Boss Yan didn't want to donate blood before. It turned out to be because of this. Boss Yan is generous. Boss Yan sacrificed himself for the people. He has the demeanor of a hero. Boss Yan is not afraid of nature. He is a role model for us. Yanrui's face turned red when he was praised. He looked at Jian Anqi for help, and saw that Jian Anqi's expression had turned black, staring at his direction, not knowing what he was watching. Yanrui was startled, and the blood had been drawn at this time. Gao Xian let go, patted Yanrui's arm and said, Everyone will remember you. Jian Anqi came back to his senses, looked at Yanrui's arm with concern, and asked softly, Does it hurt? Others don't know me. Yanrui. But don't you? Jian Anqi. Know me. Yanrui? I'm really not afraid of pain. Yanrui snorted and tilted his head. At this time, the researcher who tried desperately to get Yanrui to donate blood last time appeared. Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng is a great contributor. When everyone saw this researcher, they began to praise him. It was Xiaocheng who discovered that there was that special component in Boss Yan's blood. Xiaocheng is amazing. You need this kind of sensitivity to do scientific research. Xiaocheng has a bright future. Xiaocheng is not afraid of power. The representative of power. Jian Anji still looked at him a little unpleasantly. Yin Rui tilted his head and looked at the man who was hesitant to speak, and asked, "What do you want to say? I have some guesses about your ability." Xiaocheng spoke slowly. "Let's talk about it in detail." Yin Rui nodded. Since he had guesses about his own ability, he had to listen. The three of them entered an empty room. Xiaocheng looked at Yin Rui and asked again, "When you were tested last time, you said you had natural abilities, right?" Yin Rui nodded. "That's right." Xiaocheng moved uncomfortably in his chair, then pushed his eyes and said irritably, "I have never shared unverified conclusions with outsiders." "Ah, the rigor of science? Right?" Yin Rui immediately said. "What conclusions or no conclusions? You talk. I listen. You ask questions. I answer. Isn't it just chatting? What conclusions are there?" Hearing this, Xiaocheng's body relaxed a little. And then he said, "I suspect. Only suspect. Your ability is to provide vitality to creatures." "What kind of ability is this?" Yin Rui was a little confused. "How to provide vitality? Bleeding? This is too passive." Yin Rui suddenly felt sad. It was so different from what he imagined. Flying with a sword and turning the world upside down. Just imagine who would like the ability to bleed themselves from time to time. No. 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 It may be a passive ability, but if it is not upgraded, no one knows how far it will develop. Xiaocheng became more and more excited as he spoke, and forgot that he was just making assumptions. "I can see through all disguises now. I discovered your ability because I saw a little energy fluctuation in your body," Xiaocheng continued. "But when my ability was at level 5, I could only see what shape of things other people had in their bags. I thought at first that there might be no more useless ability than this. But as I upgrade, I can see more and more things. Even if I don't upgrade, as long as the energy stored in my body increases, I can see more and more things." Xiaocheng looked at Yin Rui. "When you reach level 4 or level 3, you may be able to do things that are beyond your expectations." Xiaocheng said this, and Yin Rui couldn't help but be moved. "Then what do you think the direction of my ability development is?" "Who knows? I can only speculate, not predict." Xiaocheng shrugged his shoulders. "I hope you can tell me the answer when we meet next time." How did you know he might leave?" Xiaocheng smiled. "I won't tell anyone in advance." Yin Rui didn't know whether he should breathe a sigh of relief or what, and the room fell silent for a while. "How about?" Yin Rui spoke faintly. "Do me a favor." Xiaocheng nodded. Yin Rui could be said to be everyone's savior now. If he had any request, everyone would rush to help solve it, especially himself. "Help me take a look." Yin Rui pushed Jian Anqi in front of Xiaocheng. "Help me see when his ability can be awakened." Chapter 58. Jian Anqi was pushed in front of the crowd and looked at him at a loss. Xiaocheng looked at Jian Anqi and scratched his head. "This matter, it depends on each person." "Then what type of superpower does he have? Do you know?" Yin Rui asked, wanting to find out. Xiaocheng looked Jian Anqi up and down, rubbed his eyes, and said with a tired expression, "It is very aggressive. If it awakens, it should be very uncomfortable." "Why is it uncomfortable?" Yin Rui had been uncomfortable a few days ago, and did not want Jian Anqi to suffer this kind of pain. But this is a process that everyone must go through. "Okay. Thank you." Yin Rui stood up and pulled Jian Anqi to leave. At this time, Xiaocheng grabbed Jian Anqi. "After you awaken your superpower, can you come to my place for a test?" "No." Jian Anqi was concise and ruthless, and rejected Xiaocheng's suggestion. Xiaocheng wanted to say something, but Jian Anqi immediately closed the door, and did not give him the opportunity to continue. Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi and whispered, "Don't be angry with him." Jian Anqi turned his head and said, "Why should I be angry? But I want to see what kind of reward they will give you." "Reward?" Yin Rui didn't think about it. He just thought that since his blood was useful, he would give it. He could still afford 200 milliliters. If it was more, it would depend on the situation. After Yin Rui walked out, he saw that everyone in the laboratory was drawing blood from each other. After seeing Yin Rui, everyone immediately stood up and greeted him politely. "Be careful." Yin Rui looked at the blood dripping out after the needle in his hand fell to the ground because of panic. The black and red color was frightening. Okay. Okay. Hearing Yin Rui's instructions, the enthusiasm in everyone's eyes was about to burst out. Yin Rui looked a little uncomfortable and pulled Jian Anqi's hand to leave. Yuran came over at this time. Boss Yin, there is something I want to tell you in advance. What? Yuran, that is. Your blood can clean up the zombie virus. We can't make it public yet. One is that the book delivery is not mature enough. And the other is that the production capacity has not kept up. So what? Yin Rui didn't react for a while. Ah. Are you afraid that I will be unhappy? Yuran was a little embarrassed. Gao Xian came over at this time. Yes. You have saved the world. If you continue to develop like this, maybe zombies will be extinct in the future. It's not too much to call you the savior. Forget it. Thinking of that scene, Yin Rui felt a little bit sad. If someone else has this ability, it must be the same as me. Nothing special. Yin Rui waved his hand. It just so happens that I don't want others to know my situation. I also want you to keep it secret. Hearing Yin Rui's words, the two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The researchers behind them had been eavesdropping with their ears erect. Hearing Yin Rui say this, the movements of their hands also relaxed a lot. Everyone looked at Yin Rui with respect as he left. As soon as he left the laboratory, Yin Rui's tense shoulders finally relaxed. Oh my god! I almost couldn't breathe in there just now. Yin Rui patted his chest. Finally I'm leaving. You're going down in history. Aren't you excited? Jian Anqi asked. By then, you will have reputation and fame. So even if you want to stay here, you can. What's so exciting about this? Yin Rui felt like he had heard some fairy tale. For me, this is a place to make money, and I will run away after making a fortune. After Yin Rui finished speaking, he felt that his words were ambiguous, and hurriedly added, in fact, life in various planes is a bit like playing games. Don't you think? Yin Rui turned around and looked at Jian Anqi. I'll pull you in to play together, and we will be like teammates. How great! Jian Anqi said, stay here. You won't suffer when you go back. Suffer? What kind of suffering? Yin Rui didn't understand. If I go back now, I shouldn't have a hard life. Yin Rui looked at the stalls on the roadside that had begun to take shape, and continued, what's wrong with you today? Are you worried because you don't have superpowers? It shouldn't be. Jian Anqi is not that kind of person. Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi and whispered, do you want to wait until you awaken your superpowers before leaving? It's okay. We can buy another time converter. Jian Anqi shook his head. No. Forget it. He pursed his lips and forced a smile. Don't worry about me. After you go back, you should practice your superpowers well. Yin Rui couldn't laugh at this time. Just nodded randomly. I know. Back in the supermarket, the two people had their own thoughts. But the system could vaguely guess what the two people were doing. Did Jian Anqi say anything to you? Yin Rui secretly asked the system. Why was he happy before entering the laboratory, but unhappy after coming back? He won't let me tell you. The system answered straightforwardly. He won't let me tell you. Huh? Yin Rui hadn't woken up yet, and actually found a breakthrough. He glanced at Jian Anqi who was sorting out the goods, said hello to Bai Sheng, and returned to his room. He closed the door and said righteously, who is your first host? Who should you listen to? It's you. You can order me. I'm completely at your service. The system answered straightforwardly, which caught Yin Rui off guard. He cleared his throat. Then tell me. What did Jian Anqi not let you tell me? Jian Anqi didn't let me tell you. He asked me how you died in your previous life. The system answered truthfully. I said I don't know. But host, why do you have a previous life? This is new information that has never been recorded in the system log. After he heard Jian Anqi's question, the internal part also spun wildly to find knowledge about past and present lives. But the fact is that he has no records in this regard. Host, have you died once? Can I report your situation to the main control? The system asked. Host, can you agree to let me scan your basic data again? Yin Rui was in shock at Jian Anqi's question. He listened to the system's question and refused irritably. No rescan. Unless you answer me. Why did you choose me when choosing a host? Yin Rui was really curious. If this system really existed, why didn't he go to their plane in his previous life? Or if he went to their plane, but the host chosen by the system in his previous life did not show it. but was hidden very well. Or is it really like Jian Anqi said? Settled in another plane with a slightly better environment? Is this the reason why Jian Anqi wants him to stay here? Afraid that he will die like in his previous life? Yin Rui suddenly felt that his brain was short-circuited just now. How could he still question Jian Anqi? He scratched his head and walked around the room anxiously twice. And his ears were still echoing. Can I report to the main control? Your data is too strange. Can I? No. No. No! Yin Rui scratched his hair hard. I want to find Jian Anqi. After saying that, he ran downstairs thump 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 and found Jian Anqi. He grabbed his sleeve and saw Jian Anqi turned his head with a puzzled look, asking what he was going to do in his eyes. Yin Rui was speechless for a while. He just stared at Jian Anqi blankly, and the footsteps of people came from behind him, and the two seemed to have formed a world of their own. Jian Anqi blinked in confusion. Just when he was about to ask, he heard someone behind him say, "Excuse me, have you finished restocking here?" Yin Rui immediately let go of his hand and answered hurriedly, "Yes, it's finished." Then he looked up at Jian Anqi. "I just wanted to say that I'm going to the cashier. If you have anything, please come to me." Then he walked through the crowd and ran away. Jian Anqi couldn't help but feel angry. He looked at the innocent customer and didn't know what to say. He could only take a deep breath and turn around and leave with the cardboard box. After another busy day, after closing the store at night, Yin Rui also put the afternoon's affairs behind him. He looked at his points and the mountain of crystal cores he had harvested, and said with satisfaction, "I think these crystal cores together can help both of us upgrade to level 1. Your superpower. Don't tell anyone when you go back." Jian Anqi said, "Don't tell anyone that you have superpowers." "Of course. I'll only tell you." Yin Rui smiled at Jian Anqi. "I only trust you. No one else can. Otherwise, why would I only bring you here? How did I die in my previous life?" Jian Anqi finally asked his question. He thought about it for a long time. Yin Rui had been avoiding the question before, and he himself didn't know the real answer. "I died first. Right?" Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui's expression and confirmed. "I died before you. I don't want to say." Yin Rui spread his legs and sat back in the chair. "The things in the last life are over. Can't we live a good life in this life?" "Okay." Jian Anqi didn't force Yin Rui. Yin Rui thought that this time would just pass like other times. But he heard Jian Anqi continue, "I will go to Gao Xian tomorrow and ask him to find a way to catalyze the superpower in the laboratory. If someone dares to fight you at that time." Jian Anqi's second half of the sentence was self-explanatory. Yin Rui was surprised and said, "No way. Is it really like this?" "What? At least let me use my superpowers clearly before you catalyze them. Isn't the catalysis process very painful?" Yin Rui ran to Jian Anqi, his mind full of thoughts of stopping him from doing this dangerous thing. "I am in so much pain because of the catalysis. Why should I suffer unnecessarily?" Yin Rui raised his hand and wanted to pat Jian Anqi's shoulder, but his hand shook and a green light hit Jian Anqi's body. I'll go. I'll go." Yin Rui randomly tapped the place where he had just injected green light. But he made things worse. Several green rays from Yin Rui's fingertips sank into Jian Anqi's body and disappeared. "What's going on?" Yin Rui wanted to hold Jian Anqi's hand, but he was afraid that moving around would make the situation worse. He raised his hand and looked at Jian Anqi helplessly. "What should I do? I'm smoking." Jian Anqi was a little irritable because of the things in his previous life. But after seeing Yin Rui like this, the smoke disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? Your ability is similar to that of the Archdruid, and it's not bad for your body." "That's fine." Yin Rui took 2 steps back and wanted to check his condition. As a result, he saw that not only his hands, but also his arms and upper body were constantly emitting green light. For a moment, he was a little at a loss. "How about going to the lab now? I think someone should be working overtime." "Okay. Okay." Yin Rui habitually wanted to walk side by side with Jian Anqi. But the moment the two touched, Yin Rui subconsciously jumped away. "No. I want to stay away from you." Jian Anqi didn't care and put his arm around Yin Rui's shoulder. "What are you afraid of? It won't be a big deal." "You?" Jian Anqi didn't finish his words when he heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Yin Rui turned around and saw Jian Anqi lying on the ground, unconscious. "Jian Anqi!" Yin Rui shouted in panic. He patted Jian Anqi's face and was at a loss for a moment. System. What's wrong with him? Yanrui took 2 steps back, fearing that he would affect Jian Anqi again, and he didn't dare to get close. The energy in his body has increased, similar to yours after awakening. He should be awakening soon. The system replied. You can't control the energy in your body, and it all overflowed into him. So it became like this after he absorbed it. Yanrui looked at his hands. I can't control my own abilities. It's okay. You are a tonic for him now. You lie next to him, and the energy in your body can be transferred to his body. You are more useful than the crystal core. The system made the final decision. Do you want to reward me? No reward. No reward. Yanrui bent down and carried Jian Anqi up. After sending Jian Anqi upstairs, Yanrui tidied Jian Anqi up. Looking at Jian Anqi lying on the bed, Yanrui suddenly felt a little strange. In the past, Jian Anqi took care of himself. When he was young, when he was in school, when something happened at home, when the last life was over, and when he was traveling through various planes in this life, Jian Anqi took the initiative to take care of himself. They are about the same age. But I am used to accepting Jian Anqi's kindness. Now that I think about it, I really shouldn't do that. Jian Anqi. I'm here. Yanrui slapped his thigh, stumbled to find the medicine box, and began to measure Jian Anqi's temperature. Give him medicine, and cool him down. Why did he faint so quickly? His temperature rose so quickly. It shouldn't have much impact on his body. Yanrui asked, while applying a fever-reducing patch to Jian Anqi. No impact. Your temperature rises faster than his. The system said, do you really have no way to control your own abilities? Yanrui stopped what he was doing, felt it, and then shook his head in disappointment. No, I can't control it. Alas, it's so difficult. Why does it look so simple for others, but so difficult for me? Yanrui poured hot water and put it on the bedside table, then covered Jian Anqi with crystals, and then said, it's nothing. Just lie down on it. The system said. The energy you emit alone is more than all the crystal cores in the room. Okay. Yanrui went back to the room without hesitation and changed into pajamas. Then pulled open the quilt and lay down next to Jian Anqi. It's not like they haven't slept together before. They have slept together since they were young. But Jian Anqi said he wanted his own independent space when he grew up. TSK. I'm here to save him this time. Jian Anqi won't be angry with him because of this. This time, the awakening was not as helpless as the last time. The next morning, Yanrui asked someone to bring a message to Gao Xian, asking him to help find someone to look after his store, and then explain Jian Anqi's situation. The awakening of Jian Anqi's superpowers was enough to attract people's attention. Even Xiao Cheng said that if this person awakened superpowers, his energy might be stronger than everyone he knew. Gao Xian wanted to broaden his horizons. You? Gao Xian looked at Yanrui, whose energy was overflowing from time to time, and his eyes were shining. Can I lie next to you too? Your energy is too pure. Gao Xian was quick-witted and grabbed Yanrui as soon as he saw the green light on his body. I'll give you the crystal core. I'll exchange it with you for the second-level crystal core. No. Don't think about it. Yanrui patted Gao Xian, trying to push him away. But Gao Xian felt pure energy filling his body the moment he touched Yanrui, which made him sigh. Your ability is great. If someone else awakens this, I will definitely take them home. He really didn't forget his original intention, and his gangster behavior didn't change at all. Yanrui hit Gao Xian's head. So how do I control my ability? If you can't control it yourself, then take a look at this. Gao Xian handed Yanrui a book. This is it. If you still don't have your own solution here, we'll ask the research lab to prepare it. Okay. Yanrui took the book and looked at the big words how to teach babies to control their abilities on the cover, feeling an indescribable shame in his heart. Go. Yanrui pushed Gao Xian away. Before leaving, Gao Xian turned back and asked, touch me more. Touch me more. You're sick. Yanrui closed the door and looked at the eyes of everyone in the supermarket looking at him. His ears turned red. It's okay. Friends are just joking. Then he ran upstairs quickly. As soon as Yanrui lay down next to Jian Anqi, he thought of his previous situation. He felt that if Jian Anqi could hear him, he would definitely tell him that he was bored. So Yanrui turned to the first page of the book. Jian Anqi, listen now and learn with me. It's best if you can control your superpowers as soon as you wake up. Otherwise, I'm okay. But I just emit green light. As for you, I guess you might be a weapon of mass destruction. Be careful. Then, Yanrui didn't care whether Jian Anqi could hear him or not. He read the book while wiping Jian Anqi's face and hands, or trying to feed him water. Jian Anqi's body temperature changes very quickly. It is always 40 degrees 1 second and 37 degrees the next. Before Yanrui can be happy, Jian Anqi's body temperature immediately changes back to 40 degrees. Even a roller coaster can't change your temperature as fast as this. Yanrui reads the book and puts the contents of the book into practice on himself. Look! This book says that some children can't control their superpowers because they don't have the concept that they already have superpowers. Isn't that funny? Yanrui held up the book with one hand and wiped Jian Anqi's face with a towel with the other hand. How can there be a child who doesn't know that he has superpowers? That child must be so old that he can't understand what people say, and his parents haven't told him. As long as you have the concept of superpowers in your mind, you can slowly feel the energy flowing in your body. Yanrui read while reminding Jian Anqi. Do you feel it? You should feel it very clearly now. When you raise your head, do you feel a cool feeling behind your ears? This is the existence of superpowers. Yanrui raised his head according to the posture in the book. Sure enough, the back of his ears felt cool, as if there was a breeze blowing. Then follow this coolness. Feel the path of the coolness, and finally gather at the top of the head. Yanrui tapped his bihui acupoint with his finger, and then tapped Jian Anqi's head, and then whispered in Jian Anqi's ear, "This is it. The position I just tapped. Don't find the wrong place." Finally, imagine tightening this group of airflow here, so that it doesn't run around in the body. It's not good to be naughty like a little train. Yanrui lowered his head and said strangely, "Little friend Jian, don't be like a little train." After he finished speaking, he laughed out loud, and then he suddenly found that his supernatural powers seemed to be controllable. Jian Anqi, this book is useful. I'll try it again. Yanrui sat on the bed with a quilt covering him, tucked the corner of the quilt for Jian Anqi, raised his hand, and tapped Jian Anqi's shoulder with his finger. A little green light followed Yanrui's wishes and sank into Jian Anqi's body. Success? Yeah. Yanrui wanted to dance with joy, but due to the current conditions, he could only clench his fists and wave them in the air. But since this was the case, he didn't need to lie next to Jian Anqi anymore. Yanrui got up from the bed, rearranged Jian Anqi's position, covered Jian Anqi's forehead with his palm, and transferred all the energy in his body into Jian Anqi's body. Okay, I'll come back later. Yanrui straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and walked out of the room. After leaving the room, Yanrui was still worried that Jian Anqi would wake up and be thirsty. So he got him a glass of water, a glass of milk, and a glass of juice, thinking that he would have a choice after waking up. But when he returned to Jian Anqi's room again, he always felt that Jian Anqi seemed to be a little bit wrong, and he was not the same as when he just went out. But Jian Anqi didn't move at all. What could be different? Yanrui felt that he was making a fuss. He touched Jian Anqi's face and saw that the temperature had dropped a little, so he changed him to a fever-reducing patch, and then left the room. All the energy was given to Jian Anqi, and he felt that his body was hollowed out. So he came out to replenish it. Little did he know that the moment he left, Jian Anqi in the room opened his eyes. At the same time, he wiped a cold sweat. Chapter 59: The Zombie Plane ends. Jian Anqi woke up much earlier than Yanrui knew. At the moment he was dizzy. He determined that he should have awakened his superpowers, like Yanrui. So his mentality was very stable. But when he woke up again, he found someone lying next to him. That person was none other than Yanrui. The first time he woke up was at night, and Yanrui simply slept next to Jian Anqi. Little did he know that Jian Anqi hoped that it would be better if it was a zombie lying next to him, so that his mentality could be more stable. Later, he listened to Yanrui reading him the precautions for holding superpowers, and he tried to remember every word Yanrui read, so that he might wake up earlier. In this way, the tormenting situation can disappear faster. Finally, on the third night after fainting, Jian Anqi stood in front of Yanrui. "You're so fast!" Yanrui looked at Jian Anqi, who had recovered but was still a little weak, and was surprised. "You're much better than me." Jian Anqi smiled slightly. "Fortunately, I heard you reading, and the content was quite useful. Yeah, I can control my superpowers now." Yanrui was very happy. And he urged Jian Anqi. Show me what superpowers you have. Jian Anqi stretched out his palm. And Yen Rui's eyes immediately focused on Jian Anqi's palm. For a moment, an awkwardness that was hard to ignore began to spread in the room. Ah, you haven't controlled it yet? It's okay. We'll talk about it later. Yen Rui laughed. But Jian Anqi lowered his eyes and said unwillingly, keep watching. Ah? Then let's see. Yen Rui continued to stare at Jian Anqi's palm. After a long time, Yen Rui felt that there was energy flowing in Jian Anqi's palm. Sure enough, a spark burst out in Yen Rui's palm the next second. Yen Rui raised his eyes and looked at Jian Anqi. After seeing that Jian Anqi did not make any follow-up moves, he immediately clapped his hands and shouted loudly, Good! Awesome! Palm thunder! Jian Anqi put his hand away, then pursed his lips, obviously expressing serious dissatisfaction with his ability. He had actually experimented secretly many times in the house. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not show the power, as researcher Xiao Cheng said. Being able to force a jumping spark out of the palm was the limit of what he could do. It's okay. It's okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter if we don't have superpowers. We can buy some martial arts secrets from the system. I see that there are great magicians who recommend magic books. We can earn more points. Yeah. Jian Anqi was still a little unwilling. He gently touched the second-level crystal core in his pocket, thinking that he would absorb the energy of these crystal cores as soon as possible and become stronger by then. We are leaving soon. It's a pity that we haven't got a first-level crystal core yet. I really want to see what a first-level crystal core looks like. Yen Rui looked out the window reluctantly, feeling a little regretful. Jian Anqi comforted. It's good this way. The first-level zombies are also evolved from the second-level zombies. If we come a few months later, after the zombie tide, we may meet the first-level zombies. But by then, I guess I won't know many people. Everyone may not survive the zombie tide. Thinking of this, Yen Rui was satisfied. Then I really think that this level of crystal core is not necessary. The next day, Yen Rui brought Jian Anqi to the laboratory early. But at this time, everyone's attention was focused on this side, wanting to find out. This is what Xiao Cheng said. If he awakens, it is very likely that he will be the strongest combat power they have ever seen. Let's not verify it. Yen Rui looked at Jian Anqi's dark face and tried to smooth things over. We came here just to see if there is anything abnormal in his body. No abnormality. Very healthy. And the energy in the body is very active. Xiao Cheng excitedly took Jian Anqi's test report. So, what superpower did you awaken? Keep it secret. Yen Rui stopped others from approaching. And after taking the test form, he said to Xiao Cheng, when you see Gao Xian, tell him that I'm looking for him and ask him to come to the supermarket to find me. After that, he left quickly with Jian Anqi. When they got outside, Yen Rui did not forget to comfort Jian Anqi. Look, you have so much energy in your body. Much higher than mine. I'm waiting for you to protect me. But now I'm not as good as a lighter. Yen Rui was speechless. Indeed, not as good as a lighter. The little spark in Jian Anqi's hand was just like a lighter without gas, with only a crackling sound. Which means he is an atmosphere master. Take your time. I heard that it's difficult for them to upgrade. Let's upgrade slowly. Yen Rui patted Jian Anqi's shoulder, and at the same time encouraged himself in his heart. His ability can only be used to draw blood. Although he left a message for Gao Xian. Several days passed, and he still hadn't seen Gao Xian and Yuran. Not even by Sheng. Yen Rui was surprised. Wasn't Gao Xian working hard and responsible? He couldn't have gone out to play at this time. Or with Yuran. It couldn't be an accident. Right? If there was an accident, Gao Zhiyun would definitely come to buy something. Either weapons or medicine. Yen Rui was muttering in his heart. After a few days, seeing that the recharge period was coming to an end, Gao Xian hurried over on a night when he was about to close the store. I'm here. I'm here. Boss Yen, you're looking for me. Gao Xian hurried over. Dusty but looking very excited. Pale but in good spirits. How many stamina enhancers did you drink? Have you not slept for a long time? Yen Rui teased. What big thing did you do? Did you find the zombie king? No. No. Gao Xian said excitedly. It has nothing to do with zombies. What is that? Is there any progress in the vaccine made with Yen Rui's blood? Jian Anqi spoke, and then looked a little nervous. We don't want to disclose Yen Rui's information. Oh, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten. There is indeed progress. It is easy to find guards to donate blood and then refine the medicine. After a while, blood will not be used as a raw material, and then mass production can be carried out. But that's not what I'm talking about. Yanrui watched Gao Xian rummaging in his pocket in a mysterious manner, and finally took out a space button, and then carefully took out a box from the space button, which whetted Yanrui's appetite. What is this? Yanrui and Jian Anqi's eyes all fell on the small box, and neither of them dared to speak loudly. It's an energy stone. Gao Xian slowly opened the box, and then saw a pure white velvet bottom with a stone quietly lying in the middle. Original species? What do you have? Yanrui pointed at the original species in surprise. Energy stone? You have been looking for this these 2 days. Yes. Gao Xian put the box away and said proudly, I'm telling you. We went to the forest oasis you mentioned these 2 days. In the oasis. Hey. Why are there so many birds in there? I can't beat them all. Speak to the point. Yanrui urged. Energy stone. Ah. Energy stone. We found the energy stone in it. After Gao Xian finished speaking, he just stared at Yanrui. Is that all? Then, after finding the energy stone, I discovered that this energy stone can upgrade the crystal core. Just like zombies swallowing other zombies' crystal cores to upgrade. But the energy stone is different. The energy stone can replenish its own energy. But I haven't figured out the principle yet. Anyway, I tried it. I put the level 5 crystal core next to the energy stone, and it became level 4 in a few days. It turned out to be like this. Yanrui suddenly felt that the original seed he gave to the system was wasted. Are there many energy stones? Can you sell me one? Yanrui asked. You can exchange it with something else. Okay. Although there are not many energy stones, I can still give you one. Gao Xian directly pushed the box to Yanrui. This is for you. Yanrui opened his mouth, but he didn't expect Gao Xian to give him this precious energy stone directly. He was about to open his mouth to thank him when he heard Gao Xian say, there is a small vein in there, which is full of energy stones. Basically, each gathering place can get such a large piece. After Gao Xian finished speaking, he made a gesture the size of a steamed bun. Such a large piece. But the difficulty of mining is a bit high. I can't bring back a big one in a short time, so I can only give you a small one. It's good to have a small one. Yanrui happily accepted the box, and then remembered what he wanted to say. By the way, Gao Xian, we are leaving, Yanrui said. Maybe we won't come back in the future. Ah? Gao Xian didn't react for a while. Are you moving? To another gathering place? No. Yanrui stared into Gao Xian's eyes. I just want to leave. You know? Gao Xian listened to Yanrui's words, and his heart was a little dazed. He knew that Yanrui was full of mystery when he first met him. Later, he wanted to check, but found that Yanrui's existence had long exceeded his cognition. He wanted to see what Yanrui was like, but his ability was limited. Later, he had some vague guesses, but he couldn't say it out loud, nor could he discuss it with others. He could only silently accept the benefits provided by Yanrui. He knew that Yanrui might leave in the future, but he didn't expect that day to come so soon. It's not a short time. Yanrui smiled. I think you are here. I have experienced it. But it's time to say goodbye. After hearing this, Gao Xian knew that he had no way to keep him, so he could only take a step back with relief, hugging his arms and raising his chin. I really have to go. Yes. Yanrui nodded. Then I have to give you a farewell party. Gao Xian jumped up. Wait. I'll find someone to give you a farewell party. You must not leave before I prepare the farewell party. After that, Gao Xian rushed out the door. Yanrui turned around and looked at Jian Anqi helplessly. Is there still time? Farewell party? If he moves quickly, there should be. Jian Anqi shrugged and closed the door. But now, we should go back and rest. Oh, then you wash up first. I'll go to your room later. Yanrui said it calmly. But Jian Anqi's heart was surging with turmoil when he heard this. What do you mean? Come to my room? I have no place to use my special ability anyway, so I'll use it on you, and then we'll go to sleep. Yanrui looked as if it was a matter of course. What's wrong? Don't you want to upgrade? He thought about it. But not in this way. Go up quickly, Yanrui urged. He sorted out the original seeds in his hand, and then put all the crystal cores in his hand together. Let's see whether you upgrade first or I upgrade first. Yanrui went upstairs, changed his clothes, and came to Jian Anqi's room. Jian Anqi just sat by the bed. After seeing Yanrui, he was obviously a little nervous. Why don't you change your clothes? I'll help you change. No. 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 Jian Anqi stopped Yanrui's hand. You first. You go first. Okay. Yanrui said as he sat down beside Jian Anqi. He gently placed his hand on the back of Jian Anqi's hand, and then transferred all the energy in his body into Jian Anqi's body. The whole process only took a few seconds, but in Jian Anqi's eyes, it was an infinitely long few seconds. After Yanrui finished, he slapped his thigh and said, "Let's go! Let's go!" Yanrui turned his head and said, "Ah, if you want me to sleep with you, it's not impossible. It's just that this person feels weird after awakening his superpowers. No, go back." Jian Anqi seemed to have unloaded some burden in his heart and sent him out the door. After Yanrui went out, he looked at the door that Jian Anqi couldn't wait to close, and he was confused for a while. But the next second, he shifted all his attention to the system. System, come out! What's wrong? After hearing Gao Xian's words, the system waited for Yanrui's call. He knew that Yanrui would definitely look for him. Give me back the original seed. Yanrui got straight to the point. I know that the things you like must be good things. No. I have already handed them over to the master control. If you insist, I can only give you my share. The system said aggrievedly. I only have one. Forget it. Yanrui didn't have to take the original seed in his hand, but just wanted to try. But it seems that the common point of each plane that the system sent him to should be this original seed. There were not many original seeds in the previous plane, and Yanrui did not hand them over to the master control. So there were more original seeds in this plane. Also, the red circle might not be the grass, but the original seed vein behind the grass. In the next plane, the main goal seems to be to find the original species. Gao Xian acted quickly, and put up a huge red sign at the entrance of the supermarket the next day. The sign read 20% off for all items. Discounts on discounts. I didn't ask for 20% off and discounts on discounts. What are you doing? Yanrui looked at Gao Xian, who was about to use a loudspeaker to attract customers at the entrance. I'm just giving away physical enhancers. Of course. I'll make up for the crystal core. Gao Xian smiled. I think you should like this. Yanrui was speechless. Gao Xian really understood him. He really liked this. That's a deal. Because the 20% off was announced. The supermarket, which was already popular because of the physical enhancers, became even more popular today. After Bai Sheng and Yurang got the news, they also came to help with the inventory, which relieved a lot of Jian Anqi's pressure. We may not have enough goods. In the last week, Jian Anqi said, it will only take 1 day, and the goods in the supermarket will be sold out in 1 day. That's great. Yanrui was overjoyed. Finally, it's all sold out. These 2 days have really exhausted him. He was really tired to tears. After he happily told Gao Xian the news, Gao Xian immediately said, then let's start the next plan. Why is there a next step? On the second day, Yanrui did not see the next plan, so he relaxed his vigilance. After he put up the sign all sold out, Yanrui saw Gao Xian already standing at the door with another sign in his hand. Welcome Mr. Yan and Mr. Jian to visit. What's this? Yanrui was a little surprised. Anything else? Yes. Yes. Just follow us. Gao Xian looked at Jian Anqi and Yanrui. You two come with me. The two looked at each other and followed Gao Xian in a familiar direction. Are you going to the research institute? Yanrui asked halfway. This is the direction to the research institute. If not, is there anything to play there? Gao Xian said mysteriously, follow me. Not long after walking, the two saw a brightly lit area in front of them, and the noisy and lively voices gradually came into their ears. Is it a party? Ding ding. Gao Xian saw that he couldn't hide it, so he pointed to the front and said, I called all the people you know, and those you don't know. Those who can come are here, and those who can't come also asked me to take care of them for you. Gao Xian said, with some sadness in his tone. They all cried when they heard you were leaving. Did you cry? Yanrui asked teasingly. Seeing Gao Xian silent, he smiled and said, I beat you up when I first met you. Let's not talk about that. Gao Xian's sadness immediately disappeared. Come on. Come and sit down. The first person to come out was Xiao Yao, who looked very healthy now. Not sick at all from being infected by the zombie virus. This time, I'm well prepared. Boss Yin, please bear with me. Xiao Yao smiled and pulled Yin Rui and Jian Anqi to sit next to her. But you ran opposite was unhappy. I knew you didn't have good intentions when you took the initiative. Xiao Yao didn't care at all. He took the initiative to greet Yin Rui, the protagonist, for fear that Yin Rui would regret it because of his negligence. Yin Rui saved her life. Before she entered the space capsule, she was determined to die. But she didn't expect that she actually survived with Yin Rui and Lu Xing. If the two of them had not been left in the Institute for secret observation, they would have gone to help Yin Rui together, even if she was willing to work like a cow or a horse. But there was no such opportunity in the future. When she heard that Yin Rui was leaving, she strongly requested that she should see Yin Rui off. But the researchers had the same idea as her, and they also wanted to see Yin Rui off. So everyone hit it off and had such a farewell party. Everyone listened to me. Yin Rui took the beer he bought from his supermarket and said, I am really happy to be here. And everyone has provided me with a lot of help. I wish you all this beer, all the suffering, all the sorrow, and the disasters brought by the damn natural disasters in the past will disappear after drinking this glass of wine. I wish you all peace and prosperity in the future. Cheers! After that, Yin Rui drank the wine in his glass. Good. This damn zombie. I heard that before there were zombies, we could contact each other thousands of miles away, and we could travel from time to time. Now who dares to go far? If you can't come back in 2 days, you really can't come back. Soon, zombies should be extinct. If we can't see it, the next generation will definitely see it. After drinking a glass, Qi Ming said firmly, if I kill 2 more zombies, my children will have to face 2 fewer zombies in the future. Yes, I will go out with you to fight zombies tomorrow. In such a jubilant atmosphere, everyone actually started to call friends and started planning the next day's zombie killing trip. Yin Rui saw that everyone had lost the haze he had just come to this plane, and began to feel that his existence actually brought some value. At that time, although Qi Ming's daily goal was the same as now, to kill zombies, his expression was much heavier at that time. What would happen if he went to more planes in the future? Would other planes need his help like the 2 planes he had passed through? How did you, the main controller, choose the plane? I don't know about that. But it won't hurt after all. The system was bored and looked at a group of drunkards around him, feeling a little disgusted. You two shouldn't drink like this. It's not good for your health. Many people here never drink in order to stay sober. So even if they only drank 1 glass today, they were already dizzy and drunk. Researcher Xiao Cheng staggered to the 2 of them. You two, are you sent by God to save us? Yin Rui thought for a moment, leaned over and whispered in his ear, actually, I don't know either. You can give me the answer later. Xiao Cheng's cheeks flushed. His eyes were confused. I know. I don't know. No one knows what I don't know. Alas, I'm talking nonsense. Just like that. After midnight, the sober people sent the unconscious people back to their residence. Yin Rui stood in front of the supermarket and looked up at the night sky. I think the stars here are brighter than the stars in our plane? But what? Jian Anqi knew that after Yin Rui said this, there must be another but I still think home is better. Yin Rui smiled with teeth showing. Let's go back now. System. Return to the original plane. Received. The next second, the scenery in front of the 2 people changed. Yin Rui looked at the dim night scene, raised his head, looked at the sky and said, sure enough, the light pollution is serious, and I can't see the stars. Then do you want to go to the next plane to see the stars quickly? Jian Anqi asked. Yin Rui shook his head. No. I want to stay in my hometown and play for a few more days. Chapter 60. After returning to the original plane, Yin Rui did not sleep in the supermarket with Jian Anqi, but returned to his own home. Pushing open the door, Yin Rui still felt as if he had been away for a long time. It's still comfortable at home. Yin Rui picked up the tools and began to clean the room. This is where he lived with his parents. If he hadn't been short of money at the time, he really wouldn't have sold it. Fortunately, there was Jian Anqi. Thinking of this, Yin Rui took out his mobile phone and first transferred money to Jian Anqi according to the maximum amount. Jian Anqi replied with a question mark in seconds, and then replied with a voice message. Consider it as your salary for the next few days. The salary was high enough, but Yin Rui felt it was not enough. Jian'anqi did much more than he needed, and a little money could not express his feelings. But he didn't know what to buy him. Alas, it was really distressing. Yin Rui fell asleep in such distress. He slept until noon the next day. He opened the door and thought Jian'anqi would appear in his living room as before. But he found no one. The two had been together before, and it was a bit strange to suddenly not see him. Yin Rui sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and enjoyed the rare leisure. At this time, the system suddenly spoke. When will the host open the next plane? No, Yin Rui said. You have to give me some rest time. If the host chooses the plane early, you can prepare for entering the plane in advance. The system suddenly revealed kindly. You don't have to come back to get extra goods in the middle. Yin Rui sat up from the sofa, a little interested. Tell me more about it. In view of the host's excellent management performance in the first two planes, this time, the main control proposed to provide more detailed plane information before the host enters the plane. For example, management guide, types of disasters, and the area where the original species is located. Yin Rui said, if I knew that the original species was in that forest before, I would not come back even if I was killed by birds. This may be beyond the system's capabilities, but the basic information must be more complete than last time. That's fine. Yin Rui sent a message to Jian'anqi, saying that he was going to choose a plane and asked him to come to his house when he had time. But Jian'anqi didn't reply. Isn't he still sleeping? But this is normal. Jian'anqi consumes much more energy than him. Hungry, Yin Rui looked at the empty kitchen, looked at the rice in his pocket, thought that since he was back, he would change his taste, and was too lazy to walk far. So he went downstairs and found a beef rice restaurant and walked in. Yin Rui had never eaten this beef rice restaurant in his life, but he had eaten it several times in his previous life for convenience. The taste was good. The beef was stewed soft and tasty, and the white radish in the soup was even more appealing to his taste buds. A set meal had a bowl of beef, a bowl of rice, and 2 plates of pickles as side dishes. Yin Rui felt good eating it, so he packed 30 portions and took them away. After ordering the meal, he asked the restaurant staff to deliver it to his door. But when leaving the address, he still had to choose a supermarket. He couldn't make the food disappear in front of everyone. Yin Rui sighed and walked towards the supermarket. His car was still parked in the supermarket's garage. On the way to the supermarket, Yin Rui would check his phone from time to time. But no matter how he looked, the phone was still silent, and there was no message from Jian'anqi. Yin Rui was bored, thinking that he couldn't eat Jian'anqi's cooking every day after the end of the world, and he had to change his taste. So he turned and walked into a snack street under a nearby shopping mall, ordering from beginning to end. The snack street in the mall is different from the open-air snack street in the night market. The price is slightly more expensive, and many working people come here for lunch. Yin Rui ordered 20 servings of food that looked delicious. He also ordered 20 servings of food that didn't seem to be very craving for now. Maybe he would want to eat it later. This mall didn't have a delivery service, so Yin Rui called a few runners to help. After calculating the time, the beef rice should be arriving soon, so he ran back to the supermarket as fast as he could. The previous stock in the basement had been eaten up, and now it was restocked. Yin Rui looked at the filled shelves again, and his scalp tingled with satisfaction. Buy this much today, and we'll deal with the rest tonight. Yin Rui took out his phone again, wondering why Jian'anqi hadn't sent him a message for so long. Could something have happened? System. What is Jian'anqi doing? Yin Rui simply called out the system. Tell him I'm going to restock. He didn't turn on his phone, but I know he went out. Maybe he has something to do. Yin Rui couldn't think of anything Jian'anqi could do for a while. He thought about it, and suddenly felt that his behavior was like a controlling parent. Yin Rui shuddered. Forget it. Anyway, nothing will happen to Jian'anqi. He might as well go out for a walk. Yin Rui got in the car and went to the nearby suburbs to relax. There is a huge natural lake in the suburbs. In his previous life, there was a large human settlement here, but Yin Rui has never been qualified to enter. Jian'anqi did have one, but he didn't choose this place for him. Yin Rui walked to the area that he couldn't even get close to in his previous life, found a chair, faced the water surface with calm waves under the sun, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's great. This peaceful time is the best. No matter how high his status is in other planes, and how much he earns, there is no way to replace this moment of peace. Yin Rui closed his eyes, and felt the touch of the evening breeze brushing his cheek. While enjoying it, he saw green stars in the vast darkness. He immediately opened his eyes and looked around in a panic. What's going on? What did I just see? What? What did you see? The system became nervous after listening to Yenrui's words. Green light. I saw a green light. Yenrui closed his eyes again. But the green light disappeared. No matter how hard he tried. There was no trace. Why is it gone? Yenrui relaxed and leaned back on the chair. The system guessed, are you seeing stars? Nonsense. Yenrui retorted loudly. I can still distinguish between green light and gold light. After this, Yenrui felt that he should relax. Although he had not encountered any danger in the previous plane, he was still a little unstable and was afraid of everything. Yenrui leaned his head back, looking at the birds flying over the lake, feeling a little sleepy. At this time, the phone finally rang. Jiananchi? Yenrui answered and asked subconsciously, why didn't you reply to my message before? Jiananchi apologized. I just went out to talk about something. Where are you? I saw that the supermarket was not open. The supermarket still had a sign of renovation, in order to avoid being discovered. And because it was not short of points, it pretended to be under renovation. I'm in the suburbs. I'll send you the location. Will you come to find me? I'll find you. Jiananchi did not hesitate. Yenrui happily sent the location and urged, come quickly. It was a 40-minute journey, and Jiananchi arrived in less than half an hour. He got off the car according to the map and saw Yenrui's lonely back from a distance. The sun shone on him, warm and lonely. He couldn't help but take out his phone to take 2 photos, and then trotted to Yenrui's side. Have you eaten yet? Yenrui saw Jiananchi and asked. If not, let's go eat. No, I've eaten, Jiananchi said. I just got the news that my former leader came here for a meeting. So we went to have a meal together. So that's how it is. No wonder it's hard to reply. Is that restaurant delicious? If it's delicious, let's order some dishes and save them. I just filled half of the rice rack in our basement. Not bad. We can prepare in advance, Jiananchi said, and then confessed to Yenrui, my leader, and I revealed some news about the end of the world. What's his reaction? Yenrui turned around, looking a little nervous. He won't think you're talking nonsense. Will he? No. I told him what you told me before about what's going to happen in this world, and asked him to come back to me when everything is verified. Jiananchi was afraid that Yenrui would be angry. So he added, it's a serious matter. He has to be careful. That's good. If he believed it directly, I would still think this person is unreliable. Yenrui breathed a sigh of relief. But since he is willing to verify it, that's a good thing. Jiananchi looked at Yenrui, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm. In fact, his captain didn't believe a word of what Jiananchi said, and even indirectly suggested that he go to the hospital and not be afraid of seeing a doctor. Jiananchi didn't force it, but just mentioned a few world events that he couldn't control, and suggested that the captain sell the shares of a certain game company he bought in advance. The company's flagship game will be exposed to some irreversible negative news in 2 days, and the stock price will plummet. He remembered that the captain liked to play the game very much, and even recharged a lot of money into it, and recommended it to himself and people around him. After hearing the scandal that Yenrui mentioned, his first reaction was that the scandal would affect the stock price. I wonder if this captain, who always showed peace in his previous life, would scold people because of this stock. But this is not what he should care about. Jiananchi, I always feel that we haven't prepared enough. What if we have made so much preparation, and there is something we want to use, but don't have it prepared? Indeed, Jiananchi saw that Yenrui wanted to go shopping again. Yenrui had always been a day-to-day person. He kept his high school jacket even though it was still wearable. He wanted to buy things from time to time now, which was nothing more than a lack of security. Go to the mall? Or go to the market? Or go to the supermarket? Jiananchi suggested. Otherwise, let's go to the next city? This idea made Yenrui's eyes light up. Next city? Yeah. Anyway, we're already out. If we drive here, it will take more than 2 hours. When the time comes, if we pass by the mall first, we'll go to the mall. And if we pass by the supermarket first, we'll go to the supermarket. Seeing Yenrui's eyes getting brighter and brighter, Jiananchi's mood gradually became high. Anyway, there's plenty of time now. Indeed, after he had points, he exchanged for an advanced time converter to make his time in his hometown more sufficient. Let's go! Yen Rui stood up. I haven't been to the next city yet. It's similar to here, but it's fresh after all. Jian Anqi took advantage of the fact that no one was around and put Yen Rui's car into his pocket. After the two got in the car, they headed straight for the next city. There's a gas station here. Let's fill up some gas, Yen Rui said. Jian Anqi didn't understand. Why do you need to fill up? After the end of the world, oil is a luxury. And don't we have to fill up when we drive? Don't we already have an energy car? Jian Anqi was puzzled. I exchanged it from Gao Xian in the previous plane. And I just need to change the crystal core. Yen Rui actually forgot that he still had this inventory for a moment. Not to mention the previous plane. Even in the first plane, he bought a lot of cars and put them in the space button. He is really afraid of poverty. And he won't change his mind. It's okay. If you want to exchange gasoline in the future, I can also find a way to collect some gasoline. Anyway, Wang Jiaming has nothing to do now. When mentioning Wang Jiaming, Yen Rui suddenly thought, where do your comrades live now? Should we rent a house nearby for them? Wait, let's buy a house. So that there will be no disputes? Will there be disputes? Jian Anqi was curious. What kind of disputes? It is possible that the landlord will see that you have a lot of inventory here, and will drive the tenants out and say that this is his house. Or the property will discriminate against tenants and will deduct when distributing supplies, under the pretext of giving priority to community owners or something like that. Yen Rui saw too much in his previous life. Thinking back, only human nature is left. Then buy a house and let them see the house first. Jian Anqi took out his mobile phone and handed it to Yen Rui. Please send a message for me. Yen Rui was about to ask for the password when he saw that the phone had been unlocked by facial recognition. He didn't know when Jian Anqi recorded it for him. Let's buy 2 sets. They are in your neighborhood. If anything happens, we can look after each other. Okay. You have to live with me anyway. Yen Rui made the final decision. After sending the message, Wang Jiaming replied, I understand. Such a rare request. Wang Jiaming did not even ask why, but accepted it directly. I don't know what kind of pressure Jian Anqi had before. After entering the city, Yen Rui leaned on the window, looking at the people of all kinds outside the window. His eyes did not blink, wanting to engrave all the current scenes in his mind. That's the mall. Yen Rui pointed. Let's go to the mall. It's almost time to get off work, and the traffic is so congested. When we got to the mall, there were few people in the clothing area, but there were so many people in the dining area that it felt like the air was squeezed out without a single gap. Let's buy shoes. Our shoes are so dirty from fighting zombies that they can't be cleaned. The shoes worn after fighting zombies are not only not cleaned, but there is no need to clean them at all. Yen Rui had already thrown them away secretly. Okay. Jian Anqi didn't object at all. Just listen to Yen Rui counting carefully. And there are coats. The coats I bought before were not good looking for cheap. And the innerwear was the same. Let's buy more clothes. Yen Rui took Jian Anqi and went shopping from beginning to end. Every store was amazed at how he bought so much. Yen Rui also smiled and said, I'm going to buy in bulk for my colleagues. Not to save money for the company. But no one asked why he only bought 2 sizes without any tact. The shopping bags filled the cart to the brim, and the emptiness in Yen Rui's heart seemed to have been filled a little bit. Although he knew rationally that he had bought enough, he still felt that something was missing psychologically. Don't look at it. This is the last batch. Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui, who was standing there, not knowing what to think, and reminded him, put it in the grid, and go to the supermarket later? Yeah. Yen Rui's expression brightened up when he heard about going to the supermarket. Walking on the road, Jian Anqi reminded him intentionally or unintentionally, should we expand the area of the basement a little more? Did I buy too much? Listening to Jian Anqi's words, Yen Rui sighed. I just feel it's not enough. It doesn't matter. Buy if you want. It's not like you don't have money, Jian Anqi said indifferently. The system has made us earn so much money. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't spend it? Besides, you don't buy much now. It won't affect anything at all. So buy if you want. Just treat it as seeing a psychologist. Okay. With Jian Anqi's support, Yen Rui also felt that his morbid psychology had some outlet. In his previous life, he was really hungry and afraid of suffering. Eating grass roots and drinking muddy water was nothing to him. He could endure the backache from sleeping in the ruins. And he could accept that he had no clothes to cover his body, and could only use curtains to cover his shame. But he really didn't want to live that kind of life again. Only at this time did Jian Anqi feel that he had touched the real Yan Rui, who had experienced the disaster. The 2 planes were only a few months, which was not enough to smooth out the trauma in his heart. Jian Anqi was even thankful that Yan Rui only wanted to buy things after surviving. What could be wrong with that? Do we still have a lot of our inventory in the basement? Yan Rui just forgot to count the inventory in the basement, and didn't know what was missing. Now he could only ask Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi looked at Yan Rui's tangled expression, and said with some embarrassment, I suddenly thought that if we were with my comrades, would we have to support a few more people? And the inventory might not be enough? At this point, Jian Anqi looked into Yan Rui's eyes, and observed his reaction. Look, you said that Wang Jiaming went to the next city to find someone in his previous life, and never came back. If we asked him to call the person in advance, would we have to support one more mouth after the end of the world? This seemed to put more pressure on Yan Rui. But Jian Anqi knew he had found the right direction, when he saw Yan Rui's increasingly cheerful expression. It's not certain whether the things we buy now are enough for the 2 of us to eat. If there are a few more mouths. Yan Rui's expression became more and more excited, and his eyes changed from wavering to unwavering. So, I personally think that the things we buy and stock up are far from enough, compared with what we need. The things in the basement are not worth mentioning. Yes. Yan Rui felt that what Jian Anqi said was really reasonable. Especially since I have only lived for 10 years after the end of the world. Who said that the end of the world is only 10 years? What if it is a few decades? For example, the zombie plane took more than 80 years to usher in a turnaround. We are not expecting the end of the world to last for a long time, but just to be prepared. Anyway, time in the basement is still. Looking at Yan Rui with a relieved smile on his face, Jian Anqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. So push 2 carts? Yes. Yan Rui nodded vigorously, finally regaining his spirits. If we don't use what we bought, we can donate it later. Jian Anqi didn't comment on this. He and Yan Rui went back and forth to buy things many times, and even alarmed the supermarket manager. Okay, I can sleep well tonight. Yan Rui breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 didn't want to go back to the supermarket to sleep, so they found a hotel that looked more upscale nearby, booked a suite, and then sat on the sofa, eating snacks while looking at the selection information for the next plane prepared by the system for the 2 people. Because they have successfully passed through 2 planes, the difficulty of this plane has been upgraded. Although the difficulty has been upgraded, it should be very simple for you. The system comforted. It's not particularly difficult. Let me see what planes they are. This time the system prepared 5 alternatives for them, including the same level D-level plane as before, and the C-level plane. Let's go to the C-level one, Yan Rui said. The previous 2 planes were not very dangerous. Have you forgotten that you almost died in the last plane? Jian Anqi looked at Yan Rui's choice, frowned and said, anyway, there is enough time. Why not go to another D-level plane to practice? If I go to the C plane and can't hold on, can I come back directly and declare failure? Yan Rui asked. If he could come back directly, he really wanted to try. Yes, as long as the host can control the time well. We can transfer the plane instantly and absolutely guarantee the host's safety, the system said at this time. And this time, the system mall has been upgraded. Putting the system mall upgrade aside for now, Yan Rui turned his head and looked at Jian Anqi, with some pleading in his tone. Please, I want to go to the C-level plane to broaden my horizons. If it doesn't work, can't we go to the D-level plane? The title of the D-level plane is the zoo, although he likes it very much. C-level is martial arts. Which boy didn't have a martial arts dream when he was a child? Okay then. Jian Anqi spread his hands. He knew that he couldn't persuade Yan Rui, and had already resigned himself to fate. But isn't there a detailed plane description this time? Let's take a look and think about what kind of goods we should buy this time. This time the plane description is 10,000 words. The system sent this plane description to the inbox of the 2 people. After seeing the little red dot, Yan Rui couldn't wait to click it. As a result, he scanned it and frowned tightly. What martial arts to mention? Why is it different from the martial arts he imagined? Chapter 61 Atypical Martial Arts. I cannot agree with your understanding of martial arts. Yan Rui frowned as he looked at the small introduction. As far as I know, martial arts do not have flying and hiding, nor do monsters run rampant. Is this level considered immortal? If you don't believe me, Go to Xiaolijiang and see it. You should add the label of Xianxia Xiuzhen. No. There is no immortal cultivation upgrade here. People can only live for 200 years at most. And they cannot ascend to heaven. The so-called flying and hiding are just a little bit of martial arts. Not that powerful. After the system explained, it also sent a short video to the two. In the video, a person wearing ancient clothes turned his back to the camera. The picture was blurry, but it could be vaguely seen that the person was doing something with his hands. After the action was over, the person immediately disappeared from the picture. Is this the so-called hiding technique? Yin Rui thought it was a bit interesting. The pre-shake of this action was a bit long, but if it was used well, it could be of great use in the end times. Yes, but it's still a little far from the real immortal cultivation. So according to the rules of this plane, it is more inclined to the martial arts channel. What about the monster? This monster can do everything except talking. And why is this cat so big? Yin Rui pointed at the person riding a big cat in front of the screen and said, "This is a raccoon, not a tiger." Right. After saying that, he asked Jian Anqi beside him in disbelief. "I'm not seeing things." Jian Anqi nodded. "It's a raccoon. You're not seeing things. It's a special product of the plane. There were zombies in the previous plane, and there are big cats in this plane. What's the big deal?" the system said. So the main controller recorded the plane scene in advance for you to see, fearing that you can't adapt to it for a while. And in addition to the big cats, there are other species that look more special. Don't be too surprised when you see them. Yin Rui laid down on the sofa and scratched his head. What kind of natural disaster is this plane? It's not a natural disaster. It's a man-made disaster, the system said. In this plane, the war has lasted for 600 years. There were originally 3 countries with a population of more than 600 million. But now there are only 200 million people left. It's a bit difficult to deal with this. Yin Rui didn't know anything about this kind of feudal war. The history he learned in high school had long been returned to the teacher. Not to mention the emperor's mind. What is the status of these 3 countries now? Yin Rui continued to ask. There are no countries now. Each city has its own independent regime. There are about 20 cities in the war now. What about those who didn't participate in the war? Yin Rui was puzzled. Not involved in the war. Then it's gone, the system said. I said, this plane is always in war. Why is it always in war? It's really a bit strange. It seems that there are still things to buy, Yin Rui said. Should we buy 2 sets of clothes similar to that era to wear? Go buy them tomorrow. And rest tonight. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui, whose eyes were already red, and urged, maybe you will pass by the mall tomorrow. The next morning, Yin Rui was yawning and preparing to go out for lunch when he saw Jian Anqi coming over with a piece of paper. What is this? Yin Rui asked. The style and name of each person's clothes in the video. And there is a store nearby that specializes in this kind of clothes. We can go there to have a look. Do we still need to order clothes? Yin Rui shook his head to wake himself up. Okay. I haven't worn it before. Let's try it this time. After that, the two went downstairs to have breakfast. Yin Rui looked at the rich variety of buffets in the hotel, and was dazzled for a while. After eating and drinking, Yin Rui felt that he was finally alive. He went to the bathroom to wipe his face, and then walked out of the door with full energy. Let's go buy clothes. The nearby custom clothing store was not far away from them. As soon as they entered the door, 2 girls came to greet them. Do you 2 handsome guys want to customize or buy ready-made clothes? What style do you want? What kind of occasion are you attending? A series of questions made the 2 confused. The store manager saw the 2 people and said with a smile, it seems that you are newcomers. Just entering the circle. Right? Then you have chosen the right place. The store manager led the 2 people inside, and then handed a thick book to Yin Rui, and introduced, our store has all kinds of clothes. You can buy any dynasty you want. The styles in this book can also be customized. If you are not in a hurry, the production period is 3 months. And if you rush, the production period is 1 month. Ah. Okay. Yin Rui nodded, looking at the booklet in his hand a little awkwardly, while Jian Anqi stood behind Yin Rui without saying a word, and anyone who saw him looked a little at a loss. Seeing this, the store manager chatted, are you going to participate in an exhibition recently? If you are in a hurry, you can also choose ready-made clothing modification. What exhibition? Yin Rui felt that he knew every word the store manager said. but he couldn't understand a word. I want. Yen Rui looked at Jian Anqi for help. Jian Anqi bent down, reached out from behind, turned a few pages, and pointed on them. These are the types. After Jian Anqi finished speaking, he looked up at the store manager, who looked at the two of them with shining eyes, and his expression was a little unpredictable. Manager. These types. Yen Rui turned the page and handed the booklet in his hand over. The store manager came back to his senses, took the book, and said with a kindness that didn't belong to her age, "You two? 2 sets of each? Right? Yes. We want the same." After Yen Rui finished speaking, he faintly heard different degrees of gasps coming from all directions. It seems that the big order made everyone very happy. It was the first time for him to spend a lot of money. Actually, they don't have to be exactly the same. Different colors would be fine. And it would be best if the accessories are well matched. Just like good brothers. Yen Rui pulled Jian Anqi. If we two show up together, it would be a bit strange to wear the same clothes. Yeah. Good brother. I understand. The store manager hugged the thick booklet to his chest, smiling from ear to ear. It just so happens that these stores have stock in stock. We can make a slight modification and ship it out in about 3 days. Okay. Okay. Yen Rui said. Where do we pay? The price of the clothes was not expensive for Yen Rui. After the two of them measured the size, they left their addresses, and they would be sent to the supermarket. But before leaving, he could still hear the whispering behind him, which made Yen Rui confused. I don't understand a word they say. Is it the industry's internal jargon? Yen Rui scratched his head. And why don't they drink water if they are so thirsty? Although Jian Anqi also felt that this involved an area he didn't understand. He didn't have time to delve into it, because Yen Rui was browsing his phone and saw that there was another wholesale market nearby. Our supermarket can't stock up every day, so let's just stock up at this wholesale market today, Yen Rui said. Jian Anqi agreed. I think so too. If you come a few more times, the supermarket supplier is likely to find something unusual, and there will be endless troubles. However, the two now have a portable grid and a space button, so naturally they don't have any worries. The wholesale market here mainly faces small vendors in the city, so the usual shipment volume is not very large. So after hearing Yen Rui's report, they were all happy. There are also foreign snacks here. Let's buy some, and keep them for ourselves. Yen Rui looked at the colorful boxes that he couldn't understand and said with saliva. He was poor before and couldn't afford to eat a chocolate that cost 30 yuan per piece. Now that he has seen it, he can't leave these chocolates without his hands. Jian Anqi is responsible for buying the goods that the supermarket normally needs, while Yen Rui went to the shops where the goods were more expensive than the usual supermarkets. He bought everything he liked but couldn't afford before. Are you going to open an imported snack shop? Because he bought too much. The shop owner started to chat with Yen Rui. This amount of goods. If it is on the commercial street, it is estimated that it will only be enough to sell for a month. It's okay. I'll come to you to buy more after I sell it all. Yen Rui said it easily, with a beautiful expectation for future life on his face, as if he was really a small boss who was about to open a new store. Then you can't just buy from our store. We mainly buy Western food. You can also go to other stores. The styles of things in other stores are different from ours. After you buy them, you can enrich the shelves. Thank you very much, boss. Which one do you recommend? Go to the first store on the right. It's opened by my wife. You can tell me, and I'll give you a discount. Good guy. Don't let outsiders take advantage of the situation. Yen Rui nodded in agreement. Okay. I'll go and have a look in a while. After buying and delivering the goods to the nearby warehouse ordered by Jian Anqi, Yen Rui took out 2 bottles of milk that would sell for 35 yuan a bottle outside. He took out a handful of ice crystals, piled them on the box, and then put the 2 bottles of milk in the ice crystals, waiting for Jian Anqi to come back. After a while, Jian Anqi came to the warehouse with 2 large carts of things. After seeing Yen Rui, he said something to the person behind him, and then the person behind him nodded and turned away. Jian Anqi walked forward. Have you bought enough? Yen Rui shook his head. No. Drink this. With the blessing of ice crystals, the milk tasted icy and cool. It was the first time that Jian Anqi saw Yen Rui use it like this. It was just that Jian Anqi really couldn't get used to drinking this milk. This? Yen Rui looked at the half-drunk milk in his hand, his expression a little stagnant. If you don't like it, give it to me. Do you like it? Yen Rui looked at Jian Anqi, his eyes full of doubt. I don't like it. But it's not good to waste it. After Jian Anqi finished speaking, Yen Rui couldn't help but laughed out loud. Seeing Yen Rui laughing with relief, Jian Anqi also chuckled. What's wrong? Nothing. I'll drink it. Yen Rui finished the milk in the bottle in 2 gulps. And then said, I couldn't afford it before. And I would imagine what it tasted like when I passed by it. In the end, it tasted nothing like it. So I was so disappointed. Yeah. But at least I don't regret it. Jian Anqi said. How much did you buy? 10 boxes. Yen Rui just finished speaking, and felt a little speechless. If it really doesn't work, sell it at a discount. Maybe someone else will like it. In such a short time, Jian Anqi had bought almost all the basic items needed in the supermarket. Yen Rui didn't give up, and went to the store manager's wife to buy a bunch of goods. But this time he learned to be smart, and tasted a little bit of each item before buying. But this time, everything he tasted was damn suitable for his taste. Yen Rui bought more this time than last time, and even the boss came to help transport the goods. It was not until the final inventory that Yen Rui realized it. I forgot to see what that plane needs. Yen Rui opened the system. What do people in war need? They don't need bad milk. Do they? They need food to fill their stomachs and weapons, which are not available in the wholesale market. Jian Anqi answered truthfully. You may not be able to buy what you need in the wholesale market. I think they are in great need of cloth. Yen Rui looked at the person on the screen, pointed at him and said, Look at this person. His body is covered with patches. But according to the system, people here are already superior to others if they can learn the art of escaping the earth. But even so, they still don't have new clothes. The man on the big cat is also like this. His sleeves are worn out, and there are threads. The bag on his back is also worn and white. So if we prepare some cloth, will it sell well? As for preparing ready-made clothes, if he sells ready-made clothes, it is too expensive. He will definitely lose money. We can also buy some wool. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are in short supply during the war. As for other things, if they are in short supply, you can ask Wan Jiaming to buy them. And Wan Jiaming? I don't know what Wan Jiaming does. And is the person Wan Jiaming is looking for in this city? I think we can also buy more sugar. Jian Anqi said. Sugar can play a big role in war. What role? Yen Rui really didn't understand this aspect. If there is no medicine for the inflammation of the wound, you can use sugar to temporarily treat it. And you can also mix sugar into it to improve the effect of the explosion. Jian Anqi said. There are more than these 2 points. So you can prepare some sugar. But the amount must be controlled. I didn't expect it to have such an effect. Yen Rui always trusted Jian Anqi 100%. Then buy more. It's just that the two of them don't know how to pick things like cloth. So they can only buy things that look cost-effective and of good quality. They bought tens of thousands of meters of each. Anyway, if you buy too much or can't sell it, you can keep it for future use. Yen Rui doesn't worry about not being able to sell his things. As for food, Jian Anqi has already prepared to buy it. He has stored a lot of grain seeds and fruits in the space button in the basement. So he is not afraid of not having enough. After buying things, the two of them played around in the city again. When they saw delicious food, they also packed hundreds of portions. After returning to the supermarket with satisfaction, the system couldn't wait to ask, when are you two going to the new plane? Yen Rui said. Tomorrow morning. He wanted to go home and have a good sleep tonight. Okay. The system left happily, and Jian Anqi came over with his phone. They said they have found a house. Right in the community where you live. There are 3 sets, and they want you to make a decision. Yen Rui took the phone and looked at it. 2 of the 3 sets were 3-bedroom, and 1 was a large 2-bedroom. They were all in a hurry to sell, and the price was also very good. Then buy them all. Yen Rui thought. At the beginning of the end of the world, houses could not be exchanged for food, but money could. Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui trapped by the previous memories again, and he immediately put away the phone. Then I will tell them to let them pay the deposit and go through the process in the next 2 days. Yen Rui nodded. After the two parted, Yen Rui went home and lay on the bed, touching the full space button on his chest, and closed his eyes again, feeling the filled portable grid, and then he felt a sense of security and had a satisfying dream. The next day, Yen Rui and Jian Anqi came to the supermarket early. Host, Are you sure you want to choose plane number 56? Confirm. The next second, the scenery in front of the two changed. And outside. Why is it a cliff? Yenrui opened the door and exclaimed, that good family opened a store on the edge of a cliff. Even black shops don't open like this. And why didn't he have the option of opening a store this time? Otherwise, he would never choose the edge of a cliff even if he was beaten to death. This is not a cliff. This is the 10,000 heavens ladder. There is a road next to it that can go down. The system's voice was righteous. And there is no safe place in this plane. Everyone is fighting. Only here is quieter. I want to be quieter. Who would choose the quietest street for business? Yenrui stamped his feet in anger. Change the place for me. Sorry. Host. I can't change it. The system left this sentence. And no matter how Yenrui cursed, there was no sound. Jian'anqi looked at Yenrui, stepped forward and touched his head. It's okay. Just like he said. It's safer here. It's a good thing. Okay then. The same words coming out of Jian'anqi's mouth are more convincing. Go change your clothes first. If possible, we can go out for a walk and see what the surrounding situation is like. Okay. Yenrui hurried upstairs, and Jian'anqi followed him up. After a while, Yenrui was wearing a light blue round-necked robe, with a black belt tied tightly, and the ropes of the wristbands hanging on both sides. After seeing Jian'anqi, he reached out and stepped forward. Hurry. Help me tie this. My hands can't do it. Jian'anqi immediately lowered his eyes and tightened his gaze, then looked at Yenrui and said, Why don't you tie your hair up? We have this. Yenrui took out 2 bamboo hats from behind. This store is really nice. You see? They gave us so many gifts. And it's just right that hair is not easy to fake. Yenrui looked at Jian'anqi wearing an indigo robe, touched it with his hand. What's the name of your clothes? I feel like I've seen it in a movie. Yenrui didn't do his homework at all. Unlike Jian'anqi, who knew the official name of the clothes he wore, and only knew the long, short and robes. Maybe he saw some general wearing it. This dress is neat to wear. Jian'anqi pulled Yenrui's curious hand off his body. You must have it too. If you're curious, look through your clothes. Yenrui then took his hand back. He opened the map, and saw 2 white dots nearby. One marked Hushin village, and the other Huyuan town. Let's go to the village first. It seems that there are fewer people in the village. And it's closer to us. Yenrui said. Jian'anqi nodded. And reminded, the time converter we bought this time is longer. So don't be too aggressive. This time, Yenrui and Jian'anqi bought a time converter with a ratio of 1 to 300. Which is enough to live here for a year. And if 1 year is not enough, he won't mind renewing it for another year. Anyway, he has a lot of points now. Yenrui and Jian'anqi walked towards the village. On the way, Yenrui asked with some concern, What do you think if they fight us when they see us? Then we will fight back. But we can disguise ourselves as peddlers. It is impossible that there is no commercial circulation here. Even if it is a war, both sides need to buy things. Yenrui thought it made sense. The two walked through a very steep road that could not even be called stairs. Yenrui cursed the system in his heart while walking. This road cannot be walked without some martial arts. The problem is that not everyone in this plane knows martial arts. The system is chasing him away now. We will be there soon. Jian'anqi pulled Yenrui. If someone asks about it later, we will say we sell bacon. Okay. Things like salt are definitely controlled by the government. But bacon is not. It is salty and oily. Which is definitely interesting. Then what can we use instead? What if they really want to buy it? Yenrui said. Although it was a lie, he still wanted to do business if he could. Beef jerky. Jian'anqi said concisely. This thing should not be too little. There is still enough for a village. Smart. Yenrui gave Jian'anqi a thumbs up. And so? The two walked to a river. There is no river on the map. Yenrui asked the system to update quickly, and looked around at the same time, trying to find a tool to cross the river. It should be the mode dug by the village itself. Look here. It is not flowing water. It may be self-filled. That is a big project. Yenrui looked forward and saw 2 small black dots on the wall of the village not far away. Yenrui waved his hands vigorously at the 2 black dots, and then shouted, We are peddlers. We want to sell things? Do you need anything? I might have it here. Jian'anqi couldn't help laughing when he heard Yenrui shout. Yenrui turned around, his hand still not lowered from his mouth, and glanced at Jian'anqi. Why? Is it so bad? It's especially fake. And you can see that you have other intentions at a glance. Not like a good person. Yanrui didn't care at all. He didn't want them to take it seriously. He just wanted to find someone to communicate with. They felt that it didn't matter whether it was true or false. Oh my god! Yanrui felt a sense of crisis, and subconsciously threw Jian Anqi beside him to the ground. Sure enough, he saw a black short arrow passing by and almost shot into Yanrui's chest. Yanrui was not angry, but sighed. It's really a martial arts world. It can be shot so accurately from such a distance. It's really something. Chapter 62 Atypical Martial Arts. We really sell things? Yanrui pushed Jian Anqi, who turned around and took out the beef jerky from the space button behind Yanrui, quickly tore off the outer packaging, and then raised his hand and held it up beside Yanrui. Jerky? If you don't buy it, I'll leave. Yanrui made a gesture, and the other party seemed to know what Yanrui meant. The two black dots came closer, as if discussing something. The next second, a clear voice came to the ears of Yanrui and Jian Anqi. Wait a minute. Sure enough, there is internal strength. At such a long distance, the voice is crisp and the tone is gentle, as if it was spoken right next to the two of them. I want to learn this. Yanrui touched Jian Anqi. Do you think there are any secrets in the system? Yes, there are. Before Jian Anqi opened the system mall, he heard the system's reply. We have recorded a lot of martial arts secrets for the host to choose from. It's expensive, right? Yanrui asked back, and the system immediately replied, it may be expensive for others, but for the host, it's just a drop in the bucket. Yanrui laughed, and didn't know what the system had learned recently, and suddenly became a bit servile. The 3,000 yuan he recharged for him was really worth it. After a while, Yanrui saw a small black dot on the wall jump down and run towards the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the man stood on the other side of the river. Yanrui poked his head out, wanting to see how he crossed the river. The man was wearing a coarse cloth short coat, holding a hemp rope as thick as his wrist, and waved at Yanrui. Yanrui thought the man was quite polite, so he waved back. As a result, Jian Anqi grabbed Yanrui and pulled him to the side. Yanrui realized it later this man was not saying hello to him, but asking him to move aside. The man picked up the rope and threw it to Yanrui's side. The hemp rope passed by Yanrui's side, and just like a TV drama, he took the rope and wrapped it around the tree next to him twice, and then stuck it in place. The man on the opposite side looked at Yanrui and raised his chin. Yanrui didn't understand and asked Jian Anqi, are you asking us to row along the rope? Then the two of them heard another voice. Send your goods along the rope. This is what it means. Why does it all depend on intuition here? Jian Anqi put the beef jerky in a paper bag, and then tied the paper bag to the hemp rope. The man on the opposite side exerted force, and the hemp rope was neatly retracted between the man's wrists, and the samples of the two people appeared in the man's hand intact. Yanrui looked at the man who turned away without saying a word, and curled his lips. I want to sell it at a high price. Impolite. This person should not be able to make the decision. I guess someone else will appear soon. After Jian Anqi finished speaking, the two saw that the man did not even go through the door, but stepped along the wall for a few steps, as if there was a ladder under his feet, and he climbed up to the city wall. If this person went to their supermarket, he should be able to walk on the steep steps as if it were flat ground. Can this be learned too? Yanrui asked the system, and the system answered affirmatively. As long as the host wants to learn, he will definitely learn it. There are 6 kinds of skills in the mall that can achieve this effect. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. After a while, the man jumped down from the wall again, followed by 2 other people. Yanrui watched them rush over, carrying something like a wooden board on their shoulders. When he walked in, he saw that it was a template about 1 meter long and half a meter wide, stacked layer by layer, connected by ropes in the middle. And when it was spread out, it was a temporary long road in the style of a soft ladder. How much of your dried meat can be exchanged for 5 bags of corn? The man stood on the other side of the river and shouted at Yanrui. Corn? He doesn't want corn. How much can that thing be worth? Don't want corn. Do you have money? Yanrui replied. Money? The people on the other side were stunned when they heard Yanrui's request. Yanrui's heart was beating. Could it be that he didn't understand the market again? The information given to them by the system didn't say that they must trade with corn. Now in the war period, Food is more valuable than money. Each region has its own currency, so they habitually use food to trade. The system's explanation came late, and Yenrui suddenly realized. No corn. No food. If you don't have money, you can exchange it with other things. Anyway, no food, Yenrui said loudly. The three people on the opposite side looked at each other and ran back without waiting for discussion. They are doing a lot of exercise by running back and forth. Yenrui sighed. If I run like this, I'm exhausted now. Go back and buy a treadmill? Jian Anqi said. You have to exercise at home. Yenrui thought about it and thought that it was okay to buy it. But if you put it at home, it might become a clothes drying rack. Then buy a few more and put them in the living room when you want to practice something new. Yenrui decided. If I don't practice, you will practice. Jian Anqi nodded in agreement. After a while, the three men came over with bamboo baskets again. After they stood still, they took out a huge, complete tiger's skin from the bamboo basket. Yenrui looked at the three men pointing at the tiger's skin and asked loudly, how much can this be exchanged for? This can be exchanged for. This can be exchanged for. This thing can't be valued. In his hometown, this thing is illegal. Why don't you let me estimate it? The system said. I will combine the business situation of this plane and evaluate the value of the items according to the cost, quality, market demand and preciousness of the goods, and ensure that the host is provided with the most fair pricing. Is there any contract that can guarantee that you don't set the price at will? Yenrui didn't believe the system a little, and always felt that there was infinite meaning behind everything he did. Our system has already included the integrity contract when we just signed the contract. The first principle of the system is to guarantee the interests of the host. Always be loyal to the host, and never harm the interests of the host. The system said it loudly, making Yenrui a little uncomfortable with such a serious system. Well, you set the price, but how do you calculate the points? Yenrui continued to confirm. It will be calculated according to the price of the host's items on the shelves of the supermarket. The host can check the supermarket bill every day. That's fine. He won't lose money. According to the system's valuation, this tiger skin can be exchanged for 16.2 boxes of beef jerky. May I ask if the host accepts it? He sells 1 pound of beef jerky for 120 yuan, and 1 box is 5 pounds. In this case, 81 pounds of beef jerky can be exchanged for a whole tiger's skin. It's a bit too cost-effective. Tigers in this dimension are so worthless. Not everyone is Wusong. Right? Yenrui muttered, and shouted loudly, 81 pounds. 1 tiger's skin for 81 pounds of dried meat. If possible, deliver it here tomorrow. The three people on the other side of the river formed a circle, and after discussing it, they turned around and shouted to Yenrui, deal. Transaction at noon tomorrow. After that, the three people quickly put away the horizontal board, put the tiger skin into the bamboo basket, and turned around and left quickly without giving Yenrui a look. Yenrui looked at the three people's quick movements, not knowing what to say. Those three people don't look very old, but they are all good at fighting. But they are a little too cautious, and they are not mature enough for their age. Yenrui sighed on the way back. Why do you think there is a war here that lasts so long? It's nothing more than for profit or power. In short, we earn points and find the original species, which is the most important thing. Jian Anqi is not interested in the state of this plane at all, but just thinks that finding the original species is the most important. Open the map. Where's the original species? Yenrui asked the system. Like the previous plane, where's the most abundant energy? Not yet. The system searched carefully, but did not find any traces of energy on the map issued by the main control. The energy of this plane may be different from the previous plane. The energy of this plane may still be internal energy. Where can you find this thing? Walking tremblingly up the steep steps, Yenrui walked into the supermarket, and the first thing he did was to untie his belt and take off his long outer robe. I'm not used to wearing this kind of clothes. Yenrui took off his clothes and walked upstairs. You've covered me with sweat. I'll take a shower first. Well, I'll help you watch the store. Even though he knew that there would be no customers at this time, Jian Anqi still stayed on the first floor. He had nothing to do, so he sorted out the shelves. The hot weather outside had nothing to do with the supermarket, and Jian Anqi's hot heart gradually calmed down. Okay, I'm done. Yenrui's hair was still dripping with water, and he walked downstairs in a vest and shorts. You go upstairs and wash too. I'll go prepare the beef jerky. The beef jerky was sealed in plastic, and it took 2 people to unwrap it and put it into a paper bag that didn't look out of place. Although they would find out sooner or later if they came to the supermarket. It was not a good time to expose it now. This is delicious. We can buy some more to stock up after we go back. After unwrapping it, Yenrui couldn't help but taste it twice, and then commented, "Okay. Or buy some raw meat. I can cook it for you," Jiananchi said, as he looked at Yenrui, who was eating deliciously. That would be even better. The food Jiananchi cooked was more delicious and more to Yenrui's taste. Have you used up all the meat you bought before? In the previous plane, Jiananchi cooked whenever he had time, and there were already 5 shelves full of food in the basement, all of which were ready to eat. There were noodles, vegetables, rice, soup, and a whole dessert area. Jiananchi was simply omnipotent. Not yet. I didn't buy raw meat this time. Remind me to prepare more next time. The rations for a few people will be reduced, and this meat will not be enough. Jiananchi looked up at Yenrui, and saw that Yenrui seemed to have a sense of responsibility rising again. Yes. Then we really need to buy more. Jiananchi lowered his head again, smiled, and then said, after this order is sold, will we go to the nearby town? We have to see if there are any other things worth trading in this village. The village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the walls in the village are also high. It is estimated that other places are the same, and they will not go out easily. There are transportation tools in other planes, but even if there are transportation tools here, he can't get up. His place is like a paradise, and people who don't have much skills will stop at the steep steps. I really can't move. Yenrui discussed with the system. There are so many abandoned temples. Why don't you find me a more prosperous and lively temple? Yes. Yenrui found out when he came back this time that their entire supermarket was actually located in an abandoned temple. The outside was red bricks and black tiles. He didn't know what kind of gods were originally enshrined inside, whether they had a good temper, and whether they should burn incense or something. A wise man will make mistakes. No matter how much we prepare, there will still be omissions. Yenrui looked at the sky and said helplessly, "Look, there is no incense prepared." Jiananchi was amused by his appearance. "It's okay. You can go to the village or town to exchange. Maybe they will have it. This kind of thing doesn't exist. Don't be superstitious." The voice of the system suddenly came out. "Only Amoin's technology is worthy of respect." "Then do you know why you chose me as your host?" Yenrui asked. The system was dumbfounded. "I don't know." "Then do you know why I was reborn after death?" Yenrui asked. "I don't know." "Then how can you be sure that there is no divine handiwork in this? How can you bother with the arrangement of fate?" Yenrui continued. "So don't deny anything for no reason." The system was dumbfounded. He searched all the information databases, but there was no evidence to refute what Yenrui said. It won't really have an impact. The system is a little panicked. Jiananchi listened to the silent system and looked at Yenrui, who was dressed successfully, and suddenly felt cute. "This time when we go back, we need to buy both meat and incense. Have you written it down in your memo?" "Yes." The system's voice was a little weak. "I will write it down. When will the system be upgraded next time?" Yenrui suddenly thought of this question and asked. "It's been so long. Why haven't you finished preparing yet?" The system was even weaker. "It's almost done." Both of them were satisfied. The next day, Yenrui came to the place agreed yesterday, carrying the bamboo basket bought in the system mall, which was filled with beef jerky prepared for the guests. When Yenrui arrived, there were already 2 people waiting at the same place as yesterday. The system reminded them, there are people hiding in the trees and behind the rocks at the back. Yenrui touched the amulet on his chest and walked up with a smile. "Sorry for being late and keeping you waiting." The man on the other side saw Yenrui arrive as scheduled, and his face looked better. He waved his hand, and the wooden horizontal board from yesterday was laid over again. "Come here," the villagers on the opposite side ordered. Jiananchi frowned, and Yenrui was not happy. How could he be ordered like that? So he said, "No. Come here." But as soon as the voice fell, the 2 people on the opposite side seemed to be waiting for Yenrui to say this. They tapped the wooden board with their toes and crossed the river easily. Yenrui was speechless. The 2 people walked in front of Yenrui, and Yenrui saw their faces clearly. The 2 people looked younger than he thought, about 14 or 15 years old, but their expressions were mature. "Can you 2 make the decision?" Yenrui blurted out. And the two men's faces changed slightly. Of course we can. Don't look down on us. Okay. Okay. The child has a bad temper. Where is the tiger skin? I want to check the goods. The two men lifted the bamboo basket from the nearby tree and took out the tiger skin. Look. The top-quality Qingwen tiger skin can be exchanged for hundreds of stones of grain outside. We agreed to 81 kilograms of jerky, which is also a bargain for you. These two children are so annoying. Yan Rui snorted. I don't know how long some people haven't eaten beef. And they are willing to do such an unprofitable business with me. You? Seeing the conflict escalate, Yan Rui snorted, silently calculating in his heart that there should be no money to be made here. And the adults didn't seem to attach importance to this transaction. So forget it and change the target location. Okay. The transaction is completed. Watching the two children weigh the beef jerky. After confirming that there was no problem, he stood up and prepared to leave with Jian Anqi. Just as I was about to leave, one of them called me. Wait. What's wrong? Yan Rui turned around and looked at the two of them in confusion. Do you only have dried meat here? Do you have anything else to sell? The child, who looked a little older but no older than 16, asked. We still want to trade. Yan Rui touched his chin. You tell me what you want first, and then I'll answer whether I have it or not. I have a lot of things, and I can't ask you one by one, and I can't tell fortunes. Do you have sheep here? Live sheep? No. Yan Rui answered neatly, and at the same time noticed the disappointment in the eyes of the two children. Yan Rui looked at the disappointed eyes, and his heart softened. He sighed and asked, the world is not good, and live sheep are rare. In addition to live sheep, I will try to find something else for you. Do you have live cows? Yan Rui felt that his question was redundant. He shook his arm. No. Turning around to leave, the child, who looked younger, blocked Yan Rui's way. Do you have milk? Milk? You want live sheep and cows just for milk? Yan Rui didn't know what the two children were thinking, and they took such a big detour. There is milk. How much do you want? What can you exchange for it? After Yan Rui finished speaking, the two children's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Tiger skin. White tiger skin. How much milk can you exchange for it? Yan Rui thought for a while. I don't want tiger skin. And what I prepared is not milk. Do you have children who need milk or something? If you have children, I can provide you with something else. Yan Rui touched his chin. As for tiger skin, I don't really need it. After Yan Rui finished speaking, the two children looked at each other and felt troubled. He didn't want corn or tiger skin. How about fox skin? Is there really nothing else in this village? Okay. Fox skin is fine. Tiger skin is fine. How many children do you have? I'll calculate how much milk to prepare for you. Yan Rui agreed to their plan somewhat reluctantly. There are 12 children, just born not long ago, and there is only one you. The milk can't keep up. Okay. Yan Rui touched his chin. You don't lack hot water here, do you? No. The two didn't know why Yan Rui asked this. Yan Rui waved his hand. Let's go. Let's go. I'll bring things here at this time tomorrow. You prepare the tiger skin and fox skin, and call a few more people if there are not enough things. After speaking, Yan Rui pointed to the tree and then to the stone behind him. For people are not enough. Call a few more. Understand? The two children suddenly froze in place. Yan Rui was secretly happy. And after leaving with Jian Anqi, he walked far away and finally laughed out loud. Those two kids are really interesting. But I don't know what the kids in the tree look like. After saying that, he sighed silently. They didn't have any adults out. Could it be because the adults were conscripted? The village is full of old and weak people. It's very likely. Jian Anqi comforted. Don't be upset. Just don't make more money tomorrow. You want to give them milk powder or ready-made milk. Give them both. And you can also give them the milk we bought that I don't like to drink to try. They must not be eating well. And they are bland all day long. Maybe they will like that taste. 12 children are not too many. But not too few either. The milk he prepared in the supermarket is actually not nutritious. So Yan Rui plans to arrange more milk powder. This bucket. Yan Rui was a little embarrassed. This bucket is obviously not from here. Will it be too eye-catching? We are not afraid of being eye-catching, Jian Anqi said. Aren't we here to attract customers? That makes sense. After Yan Rui picked out the milk powder and milk, he agreed with the system to erase all the above problems, leaving only an empty can. a plastic bottle without any logo, and a white paper shell. It was time for the transaction again. This time Yanrui came to the agreed place early. He did not disguise himself this time. He put all the goods on the ground intact and waited for the other party to appear. After the children in the village saw Jian Anqi and Yanrui, they did not disguise themselves this time. 6 or 7 children jumped down from the wall directly, crossed the river, and stood in front of the two with serious expressions. Are all the goods here? Do you want to check it? The two spoke at the same time. And Yanrui suddenly felt like he was acting in a police and gangster movie. He simply took out a bucket of milk powder from the carton and showed it to the few people. This is milk powder. After mixing it with hot water, it is better than goat's milk. Feeding it to children can lay a good foundation for their bodies, and they will definitely not get sick all the time in the future. Yanrui showed them the steps of mixing it, and then said to them, "Don't disbelieve it. Try it. Is it better than goat's milk?" Several children have already smelled the sweet smell of milk powder stimulated by hot water. The leading child looked at Yanrui, took the cup, tasted it lightly, and then squinted his eyes happily. "It tastes good." After saying that, he passed the cup to the people around him. Each child took the lead, and after everyone drank a sip, there was still more than half left in the cup. Yanrui waved his hand. "Drink it. Drink it. This bucket is my gift to you." Although they were annoying children with a bad first impression, they were children after all, and Yanrui still couldn't bear to see them like this. "But this is for children who haven't been weaned. You can drink this." Yanrui opened the carton of milk. 1 box per person. "Drink it first. It's my treat." "Wait." The leading child called a halt, then turned around, took out a silver needle, and pierced each box of milk. Seeing that it didn't turn black, he felt relieved to drink it. After the piercing, you have to drink it quickly, otherwise it will be bad in the hot weather. "What is this thing of yours? How can you guarantee that it can replace goat milk?" The leading child frowned, and didn't seem to believe every word of Yanrui. Yanrui shrugged. "It doesn't matter. If you don't believe it, then don't believe it. Do you have any better way besides believing me? You practice martial arts every day now. Do you often have any pain? And your hair starts to fall out, and the roots of your hair start to split, because you don't eat well." Yanrui kept saying, "What I give you must be suitable for you. If a baby drinks rice soup, he will not grow tall in the future. He will fall down when the wind blows. It is very likely that he will not grow up. So you still have to lay a good foundation first." Yanrui looked at the leader whose face was getting darker and darker, and persuaded, "You don't have to believe it. But the child can't starve like this. Besides, if I sell these things somewhere else, I will definitely sell them at a high price. I sell them to you because you are close to my store, and I see that you have so many children at home. I believe in God." Yanrui said this at the end, originally to lay a foundation for himself to open a supermarket in the temple. But when these children heard him say this, their expressions were all wrong. "You believe in God? What God do you believe in?" "It's just, this is my privacy. If I tell others, it will be equivalent to impure faith." "Have you finished drinking? Hurry up and trade. I will drive the next one away." Several children took 2 sips and drank all the milk in their hands. They were reluctant to throw away the remaining paper boxes and carefully put them in their pockets. This time, they brought a lot of furs. The ones shown to Yanrui first were of high quality without a trace of mixed hair. The quality became worse and worse. Several children explained a little embarrassedly, "Good fur is not easy to get." "It's okay. You are just enough for all I brought." Yanrui was not talking nonsense. Today's white tiger skin can be sold for millions in the original plane. But for some reason, although its value in this plane is high, it is not as high as he imagined. After hearing what Yanrui said, the children finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yanrui brought out 20 boxes of milk powder this time. He knew that when a child was young, he could drink 3 or 4 cans of milk powder a month. A box contained 12 cans, which was enough for a child for 3 or 4 months. The milk was the over-the-counter milk in the supermarket, and the nutrition was limited. He prepared 20 boxes. Looking at the weed-like hair of these children, you can tell that they have no channels for nutritional supplements. If it is not enough, we will talk about it later. Maybe after 3 or 4 months, they will have some new changes. It is useless to think too far ahead. By the way, do you know anyone from other villages, towns or counties? Yanrui watched them moving things back and forth. If he didn't ask now, He would have no chance to ask. Can you ask them what they need? Yes. What do you want to do? The leading child looked alert. Yanrui spread his hands. Of course I'm doing business. My shop is in the temple next to the one-in ladder. If you want to find me, I'm always there. The child nodded, looked Yanrui up and down vigilantly, and finally left a sentence. I'll find you if there is any problem. Then he left without looking back. What a rotten kid. Yanrui was furious again. Jiananchi looked at him like this, smiled and touched his hair. It's okay. Let's go to other towns later. Yanrui nodded, and the two turned around and ran towards another goal. The two were going to visit the nearby Huyuan town. On the way, Yanrui recalled the look in the eyes of those children and couldn't help sighing. Why do you think the war lasted so long? These children are too miserable. Who knows? There will always be a winner in the war, and every battle will have a goal. But here it seems to be just for the sake of war. Forget it. It doesn't matter to us anyway. At least there won't be any zombies suddenly appearing here. And the scenery nearby is not bad. Walking in the fields in the countryside, Yanrui smelled the fragrance of freedom brought by the nearby grass, sweeping away his just a little depressed mood. Arriving at Huyuan town, the city gate of Huyuan town was much larger, but there were many people who wanted to enter the town, all queuing at the gate, waiting for the officials' review. I suddenly remembered that in ancient times, you needed a pass to go anywhere. If we don't have a pass, will we be arrested? No. The people here just check if you have any dangerous items. There is no such thing as a pass. The system explained. In this case, he and Jiananchi have nothing to be afraid of. The team soon lined up for them. The gatekeeper looked at Yanrui and Jiananchi, looked them up and down, and asked, What are you doing in the city? Just strolling around and want to do some small business. After Yanrui finished speaking, he was afraid that the gatekeeper would not believe him. So he took out 2 pieces of dried meat from his arms. We want to sell this. This? The gatekeeper took the dried meat from his hand. How much do you have? Quite a lot. Yanrui thought to himself. Another big order? Great. It turns out that sales are also an indispensable part of the business model. Which team are you in? Why didn't you go to the drill today? The gatekeeper suddenly asked. Does your boss know that you are doing business? We didn't join the army. Yanrui looked confused. We just opened a store and wanted to catch the deserter. The gatekeeper had a resolute face. Yanrui looked at his expression, as if he had really made a mistake. But, what the hell? He is not a deserter. The people around him immediately scattered. Yanrui stood behind Jiananchi and watched the soldiers in uniform running out of the city and surrounded the two of them. Men of 16 must join the army, unless they are injured and discharged on the battlefield. You two look like you are already over the age of soldiers, and you have healthy limbs. How can you not be deserters? Why is there such a saying? Why didn't the system remind them? The system was actually panicking. He really didn't know there was such a rule here. He explained in a panic to Yanrui and Jiananchi. There is no such rule in my records. They didn't ask to see their ID cards when they checked them in just now. Okay. There's no point in saying anything else. Anyway, they are surrounded by a group of soldiers now. We are really not deserters. We just came from outside. We don't know the rules here. If you don't let us enter the city, we can leave now, Yanrui said, pulling Jiananchi slowly in the opposite direction. Stop! Suddenly someone jumped out, waving a long whip, and rushed straight to Jiananchi's face. If you are a deserter, it's understandable. I didn't expect that you were actually a spy from outside. I'll kill you. What? Why is it a spy from outside again? They are too sensitive here. If you say something wrong, you will be labeled. The long whip was swung. Jiananchi and Yanrui dodged the whip, and the whoosh whistle went past by Yanrui's ears, which made Yanrui feel creepy. It must be painful to be hit on the body, no matter how expensive it is. I have to buy the golden bell cover when I go back. You actually ignored my long life whip. Kid, give me your life. This person seemed to be getting angrier and angrier as he hit him. Yanrui was speechless. He looked at the person in front of him and didn't listen to him. He was getting more and more angry, as if he would not stop until he beat them. Yanrui was also irritated. Who wants to give me life? Give me your life. Yanrui took out the magnetic sonic wave gun and fired a shot at the person in front of him. The person who was waving the whip just now was so vigorous that he fell to the ground with his eyes rolled up under Yanrui's move. He has magical powers. Everyone around exclaimed. Seeing this, Yanrui immediately jumped to Jian Anqi's side. Did that guy hit you just now? Yanrui was almost hit by the whip just now. But Jian Anqi was quick and used his arm to block it for Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi shook his head. It's okay. It doesn't hurt much. How could it not hurt? Yanrui was heartbroken. He was furious and fired a few more shots at the people who were still eager to come up and compete with Yanrui. Until a few more people fell down. The people around finally began to panic. Did you run away by killing your colleagues? When everyone retreated, there was a person who did the opposite. This person was about 2 meters tall, with strong muscles all over his body, and every inch of muscle was full of power. Yanrui looked at the big man approaching him slowly, frowned and shouted, "Don't come over. I will beat you if you come over. You don't have any kung fu. You just rely on some ingenious tools. I don't believe that your weapon will not run out of elixir." After hearing this, Yanrui changed the magazine of the magnetic sonic wave cannon in front of him. Okay. The ammunition is full. The big man. I said I'm not a deserter. I just want to sell some things. Don't force me to continue. Yanrui looked around and said to the man who was sure he was a deserter from the beginning, "Give it back to me." What? The man regretted why he pointed out his identity as a deserter. I said give it back to me? The jerky I just gave you. Don't pretend you don't know. Yanrui snorted. Do you just want to covet my things? You greedy person. Everyone's eyes were focused on the soldier guarding the gate. The soldier was startled and immediately took out a piece of dried meat from his arms and threw it to Yanrui. Who wants your things? This is stolen goods. If it is given to corrupt officials, it is stolen goods. If it is given to ordinary people, it is just ordinary dried meat, Yanrui said. Seeing that more and more people were around and more people were secretly coming to watch the fun, Yanrui thought about it and simply made an advertisement here. My fellow villagers, my shop is in the temple next to the Wantian ladder. I have dried meat, milk, cloth, salt and sugar. Friends who need it can come and buy it. The price is affordable. You can also exchange it with extra things at home. It's the temple next to the Wantian ladder. An abandoned temple. Next to the Wantian ladder. Yanrui retreated while repeating the location of the supermarket. And then said to the soldiers and the big man who had just confronted him, if you want to catch me, come to the temple next to the Wantian ladder to catch me. Relatives who want to avenge those people lying on the ground can also come to the temple next to the Wantian ladder for revenge. Yanrui was afraid that others could not hear it. If he was not fully prepared, he would have shouted the location of the supermarket with the loudspeaker. After retreating to a safe distance, Yanrui put away the magnetic sonic cannon, turned around and pulled Jian Anqi back. After returning to the supermarket, Yanrui patted his chest hard and gasped, I was so scared. I thought I was really going to die. Jian Anqi patted Yanrui's junior in turn. Do you want to eat something to calm your nerves? I want to eat a cream cake with fruit and jam. Yanrui ordered dishes without hesitation. Jian Anqi saw that he was still thinking about ordering dishes. So he smiled and said, Would you like some coffee? Yes. Yanrui answered without hesitation. After Jian Anqi went to the basement, Yanrui realized that Jian Anqi had just been injured while protecting him. After thinking about it, Yanrui ran downstairs and saw Jian Anqi cutting a cake for him. While cutting the cake, he rubbed the place where he had just been beaten from time to time. It seemed that the whipping really hurt. This amulet is no good. I need to change it for a new one. Why did you come down? Jian Anqi saw Yanrui and asked curiously. There is no coffee here. Go upstairs and get yourself some coffee. There is cold coffee in the refrigerator. Cut a piece for yourself. I want to eat it with you. Yanrui saw that Jian Anqi blurted out, and then thought that Jian Anqi didn't like sweets. So he changed his words and said, If you don't want to eat it, forget it. Jian Anqi smiled at Yanrui after hearing this. I just want to eat it today. Yanrui was relieved and went back upstairs to get coffee. But when eating the cake, Yanrui was a little worried. Do you think those people would bury the people who were knocked unconscious by the magnetic sonic cannon? Yanrui bit his fork. It wouldn't be that efficient. No. They woke up not long after you left. Some of them opened their eyes, and the first thing they said was the temple next to the Wantian ladder. Some people thought they were dreamed by gods. After the system finished reporting, it explained, I really didn't know that they had a rule that adult men had to join the army. If I knew, I would definitely tell you in advance. I know. I just wonder, if adult men have to join the army, do they learn martial arts in the army? But among the people who just surrounded us, no one looks like a martial arts master. Only the tall and strong man has a bit of master style. But he didn't do anything. So I don't know how deep he is. This plane is really worthy of being a sea-level plane. It's really confusing. Chapter 63 Atypical Martial Arts. Yanrui did not go out the next day. He thought that people from Huyuan town would come to find him. After all, he had already put out the advertisement yesterday. It would not be useless. At worst, someone from the upper class of Huyuan town would come to find him, either to buy things or to catch him. It is possible that he would be burned to death as a monster. Yanrui changed his clothes early and waited in front of the cashier. He was bored and suggested to the system, "Can we do some interior decoration? For example, if we come to ancient times, we will decorate the interior to look like ancient times. Otherwise it will be too inconsistent. I will report to the main control." After the system finished speaking, it seemed a little inappropriate. "I will expedite it. Also, where did the original Buddha statue in the temple go? It's not good to just change it away." When encountering such things, Yanrui is always a little nervous. System explanation. The Buddha statue is still far away. The supermarket is just a stack of planes and will not have any impact on the original space. That's good. Yanrui looked out the window with his chin on his head. From time to time, he picked up a string of oden to eat. However, he was waiting in the supermarket, but the people outside were still not coming. "Do you want to go to Yuan town to make a fuss again? Why haven't people come yet?" Yanrui slapped the cash register and shouted upstairs, "Jian Anqi, do you want to go out?" Jian Anqi came downstairs and persuaded, "Don't worry. The difficulty has increased, and the situation must be more complicated. You can wait a little longer." Well, Yanrui sat back in his chair and continued to look out the window in a daze. When you are bored, do you want to buy a secret book to practice? Business will be booming in a few days, and you may not have time. Jian Anqi opened the system store interface, clicked on the skills column, and saw a few basic ancient martial arts secrets. Not impossible. Yanrui did not move, but leaned over. "Which one do you choose? There are a few ancient martial arts secrets in the store, but in Yanrui's eyes, they all feel a little bit lacking. Just like this. What is the dog claw skill? This name is too weird. This thing doesn't look like a powerful martial arts at all. Who can imagine that the signature skill of a generation of heroes is the dog claw skill? And there is another one next to the dog claw skill, called 10 Miles and 8 Desolation Sword. The name is so inexplicable that Yanrui is curious and wants to buy it. Buy one and see what it is." Yanrui rubbed his hands, and after clicking buy, a small red dot appeared in the inbox of the two. After clicking, it was found that this was still a PDF. "No teaching videos?" Yanrui muttered. "Why don't your system's teaching aids have teaching videos? What should we do with people like us who have no basic knowledge?" The system hesitated to speak, and saw Jian Anqi push Yanrui, then pointed at the screen. And Yanrui carefully looked at the true face of the dog claw skill. "What is this? Is it intelligence gathering?" Yanrui frowned and said in disbelief. After reading the whole book, he found that the dog claw skill is to work hard in the streets and alleys, like a wild dog looking for clues. It also teaches how to recognize people, how to choose partners, and how to hide your existence in the surrounding environment. What is this dog claw skill? What? I thought it was a martial arts secret book. Yanrui was not satisfied, but Jian Anqi was somewhat interested in the content. Then I'll take it back and learn it. Seeing Jian Anqi's look of great joy, Yanrui felt that his points were not wasted. He thought about it, and bought another Shirley Bahuang sword. It couldn't be another mess. Shirley Bahuang's sword was indeed a real sword technique. But the first page of the book said before practicing this sword technique, you should first transform the Qi High point, Feng Long point, and Igu point into real force, and completely close the Feng Min point and Tianju point to be invincible. Otherwise, you will go crazy at best, or bleed from all 7 orifices at worst and die. Yanrui. After closing the secret book, Yanrui closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I didn't expect that the ancient martial arts plane would treat me like this. And where is the Earth escape technique? Why is it not in the system? Does he have to buy it and enter it into the system? You don't really want me to enter it, do you? Listening to the system without a second thought, Yanrui's eyes went dark, and he immediately understood what the system meant. Good guy. It actually asked him to do it. But you know, if I were to enter the secret book, the points I would want would definitely be higher than the price you set here, Yenrui said. I won't be like when I just received the system. You said you would only give me 1 point. And I would only give me 1 point. How bad the system is. At that time, Yenrui was asked to enter so many products in the wholesale market. And the points were only given so few. Now he finally understands that at that time, it was just used as a database. Don't worry. I will definitely apply for a price that satisfies you. If the system had a human form, he would definitely be patting his chest and making a solemn promise. The price of dog claw kung fu in the system mall is 200,000 points, which is considered cheap. The price of Shirley Bahuang's sword in the system mall is 1 million points, which is the most expensive martial arts secret book, equivalent to a high-end teaching aid. Someone is coming. At this time, the system reminded, a lot of people are coming. Yenrui and Jian Anqi looked at each other, and they immediately tidied their clothes. And then Yenrui stepped over the cashier counter and jumped to the door of the supermarket. Hua Ying walked through the Wantian ladder with difficulty, wiped the sweat from his face, opened the fan and fanned himself, and at the same time cursed in his heart why someone would open a shop in such a remote place. He didn't like to practice martial arts since he was a child. Because he didn't like to practice martial arts, so his parents sent him to a private school, wanting to follow the path of a military advisor. Every man has to join the army after he reaches adulthood. But he doesn't have to go to the battlefield. In addition to ordinary soldiers, there are also messengers, grain and grass messengers, etc. He chose to test this kind of think tank. Later, he vomited blood because he was tired, and his body couldn't continue to travel long distances and sleep day and night. So he was allowed to return to his hometown to find a job as a legal advisor. He is now the legal advisor of the mayor of Huyuan town. But he was a housekeeper before, and this is the first time he has come out to work. After listening to what happened yesterday, Hua Ying just felt that they were making a fuss. He thought he had seen some of the world and had provided the general with 1 or 2 suggestions that were adopted. He was different from these women and boys who had never been far away, and the barbarian soldiers who could only charge into battle. He didn't believe that there would be a hidden weapon that could knock people unconscious from a distance, leaving them unscathed, but recovering after a while. What's the point of learning a hidden weapon that can't hurt people? Similarly, what's the point of learning a move that can't kill people? Hua Ying kept waving the fan in his hand, and then closed his eyes to think about how to negotiate with the person who dared to occupy the temple. What is he doing there? He's not showing off. Yenrui looked at Hua Ying standing on the edge of the cliff and posed, and complained. The other party brought a total of 40 people, all hiding on the Wantian ladder. The system said, the leader is called Hua Ying. They just called him Hua Guancher to his face, and secretly taught him Hua Ying. That pretty boy. He should have some relationship with the mayor of Huyuan town. It's really superficial. How can you judge a person by his appearance? Hua Ying is not a pretty boy at first glance. He is just unhealthy. Yenrui didn't want to wait for Hua Ying anymore, so he pushed open the door and shouted in Hua Ying's direction, "Are you hot? Why don't you come in?" Hua Ying stumbled when he heard Yenrui's shout and almost fell off the cliff. He stood up and turned around to see Yenrui pushing the door and waving in his direction. This must be the mysterious knight with great kung fu yesterday? Hua Ying straightened his collar, straightened his chest, and saluted Yenrui. "Senior, I'm honored. Senior, I asked you to come in quickly. It's so hot. This weather is really hard." He saw Hua Ying wearing several layers of thick clothes, but his face still didn't look very pale, and he didn't sweat much in the hot summer. It must be hard for the martial artists hiding under the Wantian ladder. In such weather, they must be sweating like rain. "I'm Hua Ying. I'm here to meet you, Senior." Hua Ying walked into the door, and was startled at first, then put away the surprise on his face, and bowed to Yenrui and Jian Anqi again. Yenrui stood up straight, raised his chin and said, "What message did the mayor ask you to bring?" Hua Ying didn't expect Yenrui to know her identity, and took a step back and said, "I wonder if the boss knows my master?" Yenrui shrugged. "No. What does he want you to do?" Hua Ying looked at Yenrui and wanted to test him again, but Yenrui obviously didn't want to give him a chance. "If you want to buy things in the house, buy them. If you don't want to buy them, leave. I don't want to understand your twists and turns." Yenrui added, "If you want to buy but don't have money, you can exchange them with gold. I don't accept corn and grain. The grain here must be in short supply. And this corn must not be as delicious as the one I bought in the supermarket. The taste is improved bag by bag. Naturally. Hua Ying turned around and thought about the existence of Yanrui and Jian Anqi behind Yanrui. The clothes of the host are of high quality. The size is appropriate. And there are no signs of frequent repairs. His family must be well off. In addition, he said before that he had never served in the army, and he did not intend to cover up this matter at all. So his family background must be very deep. Being able to occupy the position of the temple quietly, and not be judged by fanatical believers. That should be the top background. Hua Ying silently calculated in her heart. Yanrui looked at Hua Ying, who was standing still. Very anxious. What was this person doing? Hua Ying preliminarily confirmed Yanrui's identity. Secretly decided the next plan in her heart. Raised her head. And was stunned by the scene in front of her. How could he see the scenery outside so clearly? As if there was nothing blocking it? What on earth was this? Was it colored glass? No. He had seen colored glass before, and was sure that there would never be such a large piece of colored glass. Yanrui breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Hua Ying finally move. But the next second, he saw Hua Ying standing in front of the French window in a trance. Yanrui couldn't help it anymore and wanted to recommend it. But he saw Hua Ying carefully raised her hand and touched the glass lightly. Hua Ying's hand was quickly withdrawn. And Yanrui also understood how much shock this transparent glass would bring to the ancient people. He knew that there might be glass products in ancient times, but they could only burn some small things for the nobles to play with. And there was definitely no such a large one. I didn't expect that the ancient times here were the same. It was also true that a country that had been at war all the time would not have the mind to make those exquisite works of art, let alone develop productivity. Do you want to see anything else? Yanrui said. This thing is not for sale. Sorry. Hua Ying put his hand down, put away the surprise in his eyes, turned around, and was attracted by Yanrui's stainless steel shells. Shells are not for sale. Yanrui continued to remind. These things are too attractive to ancient people. I should have bought more glass and shells. Sorry. Hua Ying apologized again, which made Yanrui a little embarrassed to speak. At this time, Hua Ying finally set his eyes on the goods on the shelves. These things are really new to him. He walked and looked along the way, picking up each item and observing it carefully. Yanrui looked at Hua Ying's figure and thought of someone again. Do you think he looks like you ran? Jian Anqi nodded, then shook his head. He is smarter than you ran. Yanrui laughed out loud after hearing his words. Hua Ying didn't know about their conversation. He was shocked by the goods on the shelf. At this time, he finally understood what those people meant when they said he is an immortal yesterday. The existence of these things completely overturned Hua Ying's previous cognition. If he could still want to use force to solve the problem because of his own judgment before, now facing Yanrui, he has unconsciously judged in his heart that he has lost the ability to fight back. Hua Ying looked carefully. Some of the jade on the goods were very unfamiliar to him. He could only judge the general meaning by the sentences before and after, but he still couldn't understand the meaning of some words. Hua Ying didn't want to show his clumsiness, but just remembered these things silently in his heart, and then carefully selected a few things, and then took the shopping basket to the cashier. However, when he was checking out, he was still staring at the steamer and Odin machine in a trance. They were actually heated without fire. How did they do that? Is that all you need? Yanrui pulled over the shopping basket and saw a piece of cloth on the top of the basket. He lifted the cloth and saw a box of needles, a thimble, a pair of scissors, a kitchen knife, a bag of rice, a bag of sugar, and a bag of salt underneath. That's all. I wonder if you accept yuanbao coupons here. Yuanbao coupons are a currency jointly launched by a yuan town and the nearby villages and towns. However, these yuanbao coupons can only be used in this area. If you go to other towns, they are just a piece of waste paper. So now everyone uses food as currency. However, since Yanrui just wanted points, the money would be transferred to his account according to the proportion. So it didn't matter whether it was yuanbao coupons or fanbao coupons. It was the same for him. Okay. After Yanrui agreed, Hua Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Ying saw Yanrui holding a handheld item, pausing on his product for a few times, with a beep sound when pausing. And then, he quoted the price without hesitation. 32. Ling. 3 yuanbao coupons plus 2 ling. Yanrui looked at the money here, and was a little uncomfortable. Okay. It was so cheap. Hua Ying was holding the 20 yuan bao coupons in his hand, and was afraid that it would not be enough. After Yan Rui received the money, he gave Hua Ying an eco-friendly bag, and then saw Hua Ying standing at the door, reluctant to leave. What's wrong? Yan Rui looked at Hua Ying and asked. Hua Ying pursed her lips, finding it difficult to speak, but thinking of the mayor's instructions, she still spoke. Excuse me. Which master made the hidden weapon you used yesterday? Can we customize the same weapon? What master? Yan Rui refused mercilessly. Sorry. It's a family secret. Hua Ying shook her head with some regret, muttering, I knew it wouldn't work at all, and I don't know how to explain it when I go back. Yan Rui's heart softened when he heard this. He was about to say that he could sell him one, but he felt Jaina pat him lightly. He raised his head and saw the system mall on the interface. The interface of the magnetic sonic wave cannon was gray. Not only that, Yan Rui swiped to both sides twice, and found that many modern weapons were not eligible for purchase in this plane. It seemed that the situation was a bit serious. Welcome to come again next time. Yan Rui looked at Hua Ying, who stood at the door for a long time, and said goodbye. Hua Ying nodded and pushed the door open to leave. This door is so bright and rich. I really don't know how big this person's background is. Just now, the boss was a little loose after seeing him. The person next to him touched him lightly, and the boss's attitude immediately changed, and he urged to see the guest off. Alas, it's really confusing. But fortunately, I bought some things and can report back. Yan Rui discussed with Jian Anqi after the person left. You said that these weapons can't be bought in this plane. But why can these immortal cultivation techniques and magic books be bought? Because the system knows that even if we buy them, we won't be able to learn them. And even if we learn them, we won't be able to use them. Jian Anqi thought deeply, and came to such a conclusion. Or there is no magic element in this plane at all. Even if we buy them, we can't understand the tricks. The truth hurts people. Yan Rui sat back in his chair, and looked forward to the children of Huxin village, who might come to buy things today. Hua Ying returned to Yuen town, with this small eco-friendly bag. When he returned to the mayor's mansion, he handed over everything in his hand, including the remaining yuanbao coupons. The mayor waved his hand, signaling Hua Ying to leave the yuanbao coupons, and then opened the eco-friendly bag and carefully took out the things inside one by one. Hua Ying reported everything he saw and heard truthfully. The mayor listened and looked up from time to time in amazement. A window that can completely let in light. No obstruction at all? How big is it? Iron frame? But thinner than iron. And feels tougher? When did this skill come about? Can the blacksmiths in the town do it? Hey, why does this cloth feel so smooth? What kind of cloth is it? It shouldn't be silk. I have a silk handkerchief, which feels different. And this one is thicker. The mayor is Su Ming. At this time, he was looking at the fine needles that Hua Ying brought back, looking back and forth, afraid that they would fall to the ground and be invisible. Hey, why are these needles sold by the box? How much did you spend on them? 32 ling. Mayor, Hua Ying said humbly. So I want to return the remaining yuanbao coupons to you, because there are too many left. Su Ming realized it later, and suddenly regretted his generous move just now. Seeing this, Hua Ying immediately handed back the remaining yuanbao coupons, and then said to the mayor, if you want a reward, can you give this cloth to me? My sister is about to get married, and I am worried about the dowry. Okay. After Su Ming took back the yuanbao coupons, he generously gave the cloth to Hua Ying, and then picked up the kitchen knife and looked around. The blade of this kitchen knife is actually reflective, and it is so thin. I don't know how long it can be used. It looks very sharp. Su Ming brought the kitchen knife to the kitchen, and saw the cook making bone soup tonight. Now the soup is made with sheep bones. There happened to be a small piece of sheep bones on the edge of the chopping board. Su Ming raised his knife, and the sheep bone was immediately split in half. Good knife. The cook couldn't help but shout out. Su Ming looked at the knife, and was overjoyed. If this skill could be used on weapons, wouldn't he be invincible? And the god ancestor would definitely pity him Yuen town. If a Yuen town could have the god ancestor sitting in it, he would definitely be famous for eternity. Bring glory to the ancestors. Let's go! Su Ming took Hua Ying away, and returned to the lobby. Hua Ying did not forget to remind him. Mayor, the quality of the salt and sugar also looks different from what we bought before. What difference can there be between salt and sugar? Su Ming opened the bag, dipped a little with his hand, and then licked his finger with his tongue. His eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Hua Ying. Have you found out the background of that shop? Hua Ying shook his head. Sorry, Mayor. I really can't find it. The mayor waved his hand. Forget it. I can't make it too difficult for you. Let's go to that shop together tomorrow to find out. Hua Ying bowed and turned to leave. After leaving, he lowered his head, with an unknown light in his eyes. Only Hua Ying came that day, and he didn't buy much. Yin Rui was a little anxious. He looked at Jian Anqi and said, I feel that the people here are mysterious, and I always feel that they are not normal. What kind of abnormality? Jian Anqi asked. It feels like there's a layer of fog on each of them. I can't see through it. As if there's some kind of unwritten rule. But there's no way to say it out loud. And we can't detect it either. Yin Rui would look at the children and Hua Ying, pursed his lips and said, Forget it. Let's charge the shield. Anyway, as long as we don't go out now, we'll definitely be safe. Even if we go out, no one can hurt us. Since Jian Anqi was injured, Yin Rui began to look for protective props that are more suitable for the two of them in the system mall. Anyway, the two of them are not short of points now. And it's most worthwhile to use points to exchange for safety. Previously, the mall had amulets and nanoparticle shields. Recently, the mall has added several new protective items. Yin Rui took a look and ordered 2 light guardians. It looks like a magic spell, but it is very simple to use. It is a prop that looks like a tattoo sticker. As long as it is attached to the skin, it can give the user a full body shield. Just like a golden bell, the pattern of this spell can disperse external attacks. Yin Rui bought 4. And after sticking 2 on himself below the collarbone, he found Jian Anqi and said, Pull down the collar. What? Jian Anqi was a little unbelievable. What do you mean by pull? I told you to pull down the collar. I bought a magic spell tattoo sticker. After sticking it on your body, it won't hurt or bruise even if you get hit. Anyway, you will be invincible. Yin Rui said. 1 costs 1 million points. Buy 2 first, and then buy 2 in 2 days. Even if he has enough points, Yin Rui still has a miserly personality. He is reluctant to spend too many points in one day, so he plans to buy it in 2 batches. After hearing what Yin Rui said, Jian Anqi pulled down his collar, tilted his neck, and didn't look at Yin Rui. Even in summer, Yin Rui's hands still seemed a little cold under the air conditioning in the supermarket. The touch of his fingertips brushed across Jian Anqi's skin, making him feel that the air around him was also active. Okay. After sticking both, Yin Rui patted them. Not bad. In this way, I feel relieved when you go out. How many fatal attacks can this resist? Jian Anqi was a little uncomfortable, coughed lightly, and asked, It's worthwhile to be able to resist 5 times. At least it doesn't hurt. Yin Rui touched his chest, still with a lingering fear. In this world, fights are always physical, so we should be careful. The next day, Yin Rui just opened the damp shutter door and saw Hua Ying standing outside the door. At this time, there was only a middle-aged man standing next to Hua Ying, with a beard and a gleam in his eyes. There were about 70 or 80 people following him. I don't know if it was to stay away from the cliff or to intimidate Yin Rui, but his soldiers were lined up in a row, and it looked like the supermarket was surrounded by them. You're here, bringing so many repeat customers. Yin Rui smiled. You didn't buy anything yesterday, but you came here to buy it today? Su Ming didn't understand what Yin Rui meant for a while. Hua Ying's eyes tightened, and he leaned over and whispered a few words to Su Ming. The smile on Su Ming's face also disappeared for a moment. But after Hua Ying finished speaking, his expression changed immediately, and he returned to his gentle smile. The boss has a good eye. Nothing can be hidden from you. You don't have to use your eyes to see things. You can also use other things to see. Yin Rui smiled. Open the door. Please come in. Su Ming smiled at Yin Rui, and then pretended to tell the other guards loudly, Keep your eyes open. If a fly affects the boss's mood, I will only ask you. Yes. Everyone was working hard. As if for this moment, this word shouted out the momentum of thousands of troops. Yin Rui pulled the corner of his mouth, turned his head, and didn't want to pay attention to Su Ming anymore. If other people were covered with white fog, then Su Ming was covered with black fog. This person had a mind at first glance, and he had a lot of little thoughts. At first glance, he was not a law-abiding person. Anyway, it's just business. Yin Rui won't be friends with this person anyway. At this time, Jian Anqi came up, What's wrong? Yen Rui shook his head. Jian Anqi's eyes passed over Yen Rui's shoulder. Saw Su Ming. Didn't say anything. Just patted his shoulder comfortingly. Su Ming walked into the supermarket and looked around. Then realized that what Hua Ying told him yesterday was far less than the scene of the mayor. He smiled and chatted with Yen Rui. I wonder what's cooking in this pot. Odin. Do you want to eat? We can pay together later. Yen Rui pointed. And saw Su Ming nodded. That's troublesome. Su Ming picked a few skewers at random. And after Yen Rui handed it to him, he saw him taste it. And his eyes showed a surprised expression. It's not that Odin is so delicious. But what they can eat now is not much compared to complex food. Even if he is the mayor. He rarely eats food with other flavors besides salty. Did Hua Ying try it yesterday? Su Ming asked with a smile. It tastes really good. He didn't eat it. Yen Rui answered Hua Ying directly, without him having to answer to show his loyalty. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. Looking somewhat satisfied. Yen Rui rolled his eyes in his heart as he watched Su Ming strolling in the supermarket and pointing at the things on the shelves. This man was like his former dean of the academic affairs office. Swaggering in the school supermarket with his hands behind his back. Saying only how about this thing? Then he waited for others to deliver the things. When it was delivered, this man pretended to refuse. Oh, I didn't mean to say I wanted it. I just said it casually. After a lot of back and forth, he finally accepted it reluctantly. The most annoying leader. Now we meet again. Yen Rui couldn't help but feel sorry for Hua Ying. Su Ming walked around here and there. And Hua Ying followed Su Ming to put things into the shopping basket. Finally, the basket was full. And the two walked to the cashier. Hello. I want to discuss a business with you. Let's finish this one first. Listening to Su Ming's words, Yen Rui was shocked. If he continued to talk like this, these things would be given to him. Yen Rui would not do such a stupid thing. A total of 64 orders. Yen Rui raised his head and looked at Su Ming. How do you want to pay? Now, can you discuss a business with me? Su Ming looked at Yen Rui and felt relieved. In Su Ming's eyes, Yen Rui was a naive young master from a wealthy family. He had a deep background. But he looked easy to control. Yen Rui nodded. How do I pay for this 64? Hua Ying was dumbfounded as he looked at Yen Rui, who was so stubborn. How could he not hear the hidden meaning? Jian Anqi came up with his arms folded. Why? You don't want to pay because you don't have money? No. I have money. Su Ming cursed in his heart and took out the Yuanbao coupon. But still chatted with Yen Rui with a smile. Which mansion are you from? We may have met before. Yeah. Yes. Yen Rui's answer made the two people completely confused. And Su Ming realized that Yen Rui was doing it on purpose. Su Ming closed his eyes and calmed down. I guess all young masters have some temper. Can we talk about business now? Su Ming still had a smile on his face. But Yen Rui didn't buy it this time. What business do you want to discuss? Let me make it clear first. I won't sell the hidden weapons you mentioned that day. Yen Rui crossed his arms and said to Su Ming frankly, everything on the shelf can be sold. But nothing outside the shelf will be sold. Then let's talk about the things on the shelf. Su Ming clasped his fingers tightly together and said with his hands behind his back, I wonder how much salt you can provide. And sugar. We need a lot. How much do you want? Let me see if I have enough here. Yen Rui said. I have a lot of stock. See if you can eat it all. Oh, then I want all of yours? Su Ming was very arrogant. We have 80,000 elite soldiers in Huyuan town. And we can definitely eat all your salt. Oh, so that's it. Yen Rui suddenly realized. Then took a step back. Hugged his arms. Raised his chin and said, no monopoly. No sale. You? Su Ming finally couldn't help it. Who do you think you are? You dare to refuse me? What is there to be afraid of? Who are you? If you have the guts, hit me. Yen Rui shook his head at Su Ming. No sale. No sale. No sale. Although Yen Rui originally thought that doing business should be more mature, so that the business can be bigger and stronger. But Su Ming is so annoying. First to scare him, then threaten him, and finally want to default on the debt. Su Ming was furious. Raised his fists. Waved at Yen Rui twice. Then changed his fists to palms. Waved a huge semicircle in the air. And smashed his left hand hard, leaving a heavy handprint on the cash register. Then Su Ming turned over and wanted to jump into the cashier counter. But he felt as if he was blocked by an invisible wall in front of him. His right hand, which had not yet been swung out, seemed to be caught by another invisible hand. He was suspended in place, neither advancing nor retreating. Su Ming looked back. Ah! It turned out that it was not the invisible hand, but the person who just spoke to him in an unhappy tone. Jian Anqi pulled with his hand, and Su Ming's strength seemed to dissipate. He was horrified. He felt that he had practiced for so many years. How could he suddenly lose his internal strength and become an ordinary person? What did these two people do to him? Don't throw him out. Don't throw him out. Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi, who was about to throw Su Ming out like garbage, and shouted to stop him. Be a hostage. Bring money to redeem yourself. Jian Anqi stopped his action. He was familiar with this, and had done it once before. But this time the two learned from the experience of the last failure. After Jian Anqi tied Su Ming up with a rope and blocked his mouth, he said to Hua Ying, who was already stunned, "Go back and inform his family. If his family wants to redeem him, they can send as much money as they think he is worth. Only for one day. If he doesn't send the money tomorrow, I will chop off his hand." Yin Rui picked up the kitchen knife in the shopping basket in front of him. "Use this to chop." Hua Ying opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Jian Anqi grabbed his shoulders, took him to the door, and threw him out. Su Ming's guards didn't know what happened, but they saw Hua Ying being thrown out. And after he came out, another big bag was thrown out from the shop. Bang! And fell at his feet. "What's wrong?" The leading guard looked at Hua Ying with a dull expression and asked. Hua Ying gathered his thoughts and told the whole story of what had just happened, and even swore that he had not exaggerated anything. "They are looking for death." The leading guard was loyal to Su Ming after Su Ming brought him back, who had never been injured on the battlefield. There are very few people like him who can come back from the battlefield intact. If Su Ming had not treated him differently, who knows what he would become in the future? Don't be impulsive. Hua Ying wanted to stop the man, but the man waved his hand and pushed him out, and Hua Ying immediately fell to the ground. "Brothers, someone dared to disrespect the mayor. Follow me to kill and rescue the mayor. This man has a high reputation among the other guards." After raising his arm for a while, everyone responded. Hua Ying's persuasive voice was buried in the passionate voices. He silently moved to the side twice, cursing in his heart that he was indeed a brainless, reckless man. Yin Rui looked at Hua Ying lying on the ground, feeling a little pity, and then took out the magnetic sonic cannon and shot at the leader. Yin Rui looked back at Su Ming. "Is this what you were talking about? What did you ask Hua Ying to buy yesterday?" Su Ming. Su Ming was so angry that he was angry at Yin Rui's weirdness, the guard's brainlessness, and Hua Ying's lack of prestige. And he couldn't even control people. And this person didn't seem to have a background. But, is he a member of the god ancestor? He can use the temple unscrupulously. And he has this kind of divine weapon that people can't avoid. All the instruments are very different from the secular world. And even his attitude is exactly the same as the god ancestor he once saw from afar. When Su Ming thought of this, he struggled fiercely. He wanted to apologize, wanted to kneel down devoutly, and wanted to shout out his expectations for the god ancestor. He is the most loyal believer of the god ancestor. He doesn't have to be invincible on the battlefield to get the mercy of the god ancestor. He is the one chosen by God. After Yin Rui used the magnetic sonic wave cannon to beat the leaders unconscious, he saw Su Ming struggling fiercely in the corner. What's wrong with this expression? Is he scolding him? Come on! Looking at Su Ming, who rolled his eyes and fainted, Yin Rui felt a little better. He put away the magnetic sonic wave cannon, then pushed the door out, scanned the surroundings, and said to the people outside, "Those who just fainted, don't even think about leaving today. Go back and get the money. How much do you think they are worth? Just exchange them for as much money as you think they are worth." After Yin Rui finished speaking, he looked at Hua Ying, who was still unable to stand up, and said, "The mayor, come out and see if he is strong enough to see if he is worth your life." After Yin Rui finished speaking, he looked at the unconscious people lying on the ground and said, "If any of you want to be like them, just rush up. It's time to show your loyalty." Just saying that, the people around didn't dare to move a step. Some people thought Yin Rui had achieved great internal strength, while others thought Yin Rui was using hidden weapons to hurt people. The only thing that was the same was that no one dared to rush forward now. Get out. Get out. I'm annoyed just by looking at you. Don't block my business. Chapter 64, Atypical Martial Arts. When Hua Ying returned to the mayor's house, he was still a little dazed. The mayor's wife saw Hua Ying like this, and didn't see Su Ming. and her heart suddenly lifted. Where is old Su? The mayor's wife's voice pulled Hua Ying back to his thoughts. He looked at Wang Jingyu and said with some difficulty, the mayor was arrested. After hearing this, Wang Jingyu subconsciously shouted loudly, who dares to touch him? Who is not tired of living? Come! Bring my long cloud whip. Wait a minute. Madam. Wait a minute. Hua Ying hurriedly stopped. The person who kidnapped the mayor is a little unusual. How is he unusual? Hua Ying told Wang Jingyu every detail of his meeting with Yan Rui in the supermarket. After listening, Wang Jingyu also let go. Are you sure? How much does he want? He said he would take as much as he thought the mayor was worth. He would accept yuanbao coupons in gold. But not grain. He wants grain. But there is none in the mansion. Wang Jingyu pinched her waist, left Hua Ying in the hallway, and turned to the bedroom. When she came out again, she had a thick stack of yuanbao coupons in her hand. Let's go and bring the person back. Wang Jingyu took all the yuanbao coupons in her hand and followed Hua Ying back to the supermarket. At a glance, Wang Jingyu saw the guards, who had been invincible in the past, standing in a row at the door with their mouths blocked, their hands hanging on the porch and being exposed to the sun without the vitality of the past. Go and call the person out. Wang Jingyu pushed Hua Ying. After listening to Hua Ying's description, she still had some concerns. Yan Rui, who was in the house, was also annoyed by Su Ming. This man didn't know what was going on. He kept struggling on the ground, not feeling tired. The physical strength of a martial artist was used to be annoying. Jian Anqi saw that he wanted to say something, so he tore off the tape that blocked his mouth. As soon as this man got the chance to speak, he started shouting, God Ancestor, please give me the opportunity to serve God Ancestor. What a mess. Yan Rui looked at Su Ming, whose eyes were already full of red bloodshot and his expression was a little crazy, and shuddered. Let Jian Anqi quickly block his mouth again. It's not that Su Ming has gone crazy after being arrested for such a short time. Yan Rui thought about this and hurriedly asked the system to check Su Ming's health status. Nothing? Just a little high blood pressure? Yan Rui glanced at Su Ming with some disdain. And then he and Jian Anqi tied up the guards, who had fainted outside the door. However, after he had some free time, Yan Rui realized that something was wrong. He just mentioned the God Ancestor. What is the God Ancestor? This can't be the temple of the God Ancestor. It's normal that this plane has different beliefs from his original plane. Maybe this place originally belonged to a god called the God Ancestor. That's not the case. This was originally an abandoned temple. No one came to worship. Seeing how active he is definitely not a believer of the God Ancestor. Then is there any record of the God Ancestor in the information of this plane? Yan Rui flipped through the files provided to him by the system before coming to this plane. Why don't you search it again? But there really isn't one. Maybe there's something wrong with our data collection. The system didn't find these two words in its database. Not even homophones. Since that was the case, Yan Rui couldn't force it. So he could only discuss with Jian Anqi. Let's ask someone when the time comes. Ask Hua Ying? Jian Anqi suggested. Yan Rui thought about it, and still shook his head. Forget it. Don't cause trouble for him. It's not easy to find a good job in troubled times. Not to mention troubled times. It was difficult for him to find a job after graduating from college in a peaceful and prosperous time. But fortunately, he opened a supermarket. So life was not difficult. Someone is coming down the cliff. The system reminded him. Yan Rui was alert immediately. Who is it? It's Hua Ying. And there's a woman next to her. Hua Ying seems to respect her very much. It was only a little while ago. And Hua Ying brought people back. Are there any other people following? Similar to the mayor's guards? No. There are only two of them. But the woman has a whip on her waist, made into a belt style. Yan Rui is not afraid. He is now protected by a magic spell. But I don't know if this whip is tied around the waist out of habit or a deliberate disguise. After waiting for tens of thousands of ladders again, Hua Ying was too tired to speak. So when Wang Jingyu pushed him, even though he claimed to be a scholar, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Madam, please wait a moment. Let me rest for a while, and then negotiate with the boss. Maybe the effect will be better. Wang Jingyu thought so. She looked at the line of people at the door, and knew that these people were not easy to deal with. If she was not afraid that she did not understand the store's taboos, and said the wrong thing, it would be difficult to deal with it if something went wrong during the rescue. Madam, I'm leaving. Hua Ying faced Wang Jingyu, and did not move for a long time. Wang Jingyu saw this, and reluctantly took out all the yuanbao coupons in her arms. But after handing a thick stack of yuanbao coupons to Hua Ying, Wang Jingyu was unwilling to give up and took back 7 or 8 coupons. Then waved her hand and asked Hua Ying to leave quickly. Wang Jingyu thought she had done it perfectly. But Yen Rui stood at the door and shouted in the direction of the two of them with his arms folded before Hua Ying approached. "Give me back what you took out." Wang Jingyu was shocked. She had clearly let Hua Ying's body block Yen Rui's sight. But how could he be discovered immediately? She hurriedly stuffed the source treasure coupon she had just taken out back into Hua Ying's hands. Hua Ying was nervous and walked carefully to Yen Rui. "Boss, these are all the source treasure coupons in the mansion. I was in a hurry and could only find these." Yen Rui took the source treasure coupons and looked at the rising points on the screen. He was satisfied. "Okay. Take the people away." "Ah? So simple?" Hua Ying was stunned for a while. A little unbelievable. Yen Rui looked at Hua Ying, who was stunned for a while. Turned around and urged, "Take the people away quickly. Don't come here in the future. Blacklist them." If he hadn't been so noisy, he wouldn't have added such a rule. Hua Ying looked at Su Ming struggling on the ground towards Yen Rui, and hurried forward to untie his hands behind his back, while constantly muttering, "It's okay. We can go now. The lady is waiting for you outside." As soon as the rope was untied, Su Ming broke free and knelt down in front of Yen Rui. The loud noise made by his knees hitting the ground also scared Yen Rui. "What are you doing?" Yen Rui took 2 steps back, his eyes wide open in panic. "Who told you to kneel? Get up. Get out." Su Ming ordered Hua Ying behind him. "I have something to say to the boss." "Don't talk." Yen Rui pushed him out with his hand. "Hua Ying, take him out." "No." Su Ming grabbed the edge of the table in front of him tightly. "I won't leave." Hua Ying was in a dilemma. Seeing this, Yen Rui waved his hand at Hua Ying. "Get out. I'll see what he's going to do." Hearing Yen Rui's words, Hua Ying felt relieved and ran out of the door. Yen Rui stood in front of Su Ming and said condescendingly, "What are you going to do?" Su Ming looked at the noble Yen Rui, thinking that he finally had a chance. And the excitement that had been suppressed in his heart finally had a chance to vent. "Are you from the god ancestor?" Yen Rui frowned. And Su Ming didn't know what he was thinking about, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry. No one else knows the existence of the god ancestor. Only me. Only I know." After saying that, he kowed out heavily to Yen Rui. "I request the immortal to test me." Yen Rui looked at Su Ming, not knowing what to say for a moment. He wanted to clarify that he was not a member of the god ancestor. But this man knelt down and kowed out. If he clarified directly, would this man come to trouble him in the future? It is better to offend a gentleman than a villain. Thinking of this, Yen Rui agreed hesitantly. "Well, there is no test now." Yen Rui frequently looked at Jian Anqi, who was standing behind Su Ming. Seeing this, Jian Anqi said, "Are you ordering the immortal?" "No. No. No." Su Ming waved his hands in panic, trying to clarify that he didn't mean that. But then, he suddenly remembered that what this sentence meant was that they were really the god ancestors. Or maybe they were the messengers of the god ancestors. Yen Rui cleared his throat. "Take everyone outside away. I still have to do business here. It's unsightly." "Okay. Okay. You're right." Su Ming put a few people down when he went out. But when he wanted to enter the door again, he found himself blocked at the door. Su Ming immediately panicked. He slapped the door, he couldn't see hard, and loudly admitted his mistake. "I don't dare. God. Boss. I will never dare again." The first time he met the god ancestor, he behaved really badly. And it was no wonder that the god ancestor hated him. "Don't slap. Wait until you accumulate a certain amount of merit in the future. This door will open for you again." Yen Rui imitated the words of the gods in his impression, although it was a bit out of place. But it was enough to fool Su Ming anyway. "Okay. Okay. I will definitely perform well." Su Ming expressed his sincerity at the door, which made others stunned. Su Ming walked out of the door, and after seeing Wang Jingyu, he shook his head, ignored her, and walked away without saying a word. The guards following him were now exhausted and lay there. Only their weak breathing proved that they were still alive. Hua Ying was powerless, so he didn't care about their lives and followed Su Ming's steps to leave. Wang Jingyu was a little reluctant, so she walked into the supermarket with courage. "Can you give me a glass of water?" Yen Rui looked at Wang Jingyu with some surprise. He raised his eyes, nodded, and pointed to the mineral water on the shelf and said, "Take 2 bottles." Wang Jingyu stood there motionless, looking at the bottle filled with transparent liquid of unknown material. Yan Rui sighed, walked up to the shelf, picked up a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Wang Jingyu. "Drink it." "Water?" Wang Jingyu looked at the bottle in Yan Rui's hand, slowly took it, raised the bottle mouth to her mouth, and took a sip. "It's not poisonous. Take it out and drink it." Yan Rui pointed outside the door. "I'll pay you next time you come." Yan Rui had no hostility towards Wang Jingyu. Su Ming looked like he was in his 30s, but Wang Jingyu looked like he was in his early 20s. And the two were very different. Yan Rui had a worse impression of Su Ming, who just walked away without even taking care of his wife. Wang Jingyu walked out of the door with 2 bottles of water, and then slowly poured the water into the mouths of several people. The scorching sun really made these guards suffer. After everyone calmed down, Wang Jingyu drank the remaining water, then carefully poked her head out of the door with the bottle. "Excuse me. Do you want this?" Yan Rui pursed his lips. "Just put it by the door." Wang Jingyu carefully placed the plastic bottle, then slowly retreated, and after signaling to Yan Rui, he left. After everyone left, Yan Rui began to count the source treasure coupons. These source treasure coupons are all worth 100 ling, and there are probably less than 100 in a stack. Yan Rui counted them, and sure enough, there were 87. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. I don't know if Su Ming would vomit blood after hearing this, but Su Ming seems to have become some kind of fanatical believer of him. Should we go out for a walk? Anyway, except for people from Huyuan Town and Huxin Village. No one should come to buy things, so we can just post a notice. Okay, Jian Anji said. The two of them stared at the scorching sun and went out. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was bright. Yan Rui sipped ice cola and fanned himself. There is a village over there. I wonder if it will be like Huxin Village. Yan Rui brought a lot of milk powder with him this time. People don't eat well now, and it must be difficult to feed children. Milk powder can be considered a necessity. When they arrived at the location on the map, Yan Rui looked around and had a bad premonition in his heart. This place has not experienced a war, Yan Rui said. Did everyone migrate away after the war? Jian Anchi walked to a nearby remaining courtyard wall, pushed open the door, and stood there. Why don't you go in? Yan Rui looked at Jian Anchi standing there motionless after pushing the door, and curiously stepped forward. But Jian Anchi turned around and covered Yan Rui's eyes. Don't look. Yan Rui's eyes were immediately shrouded in darkness, and he immediately understood what had happened to this family. In the scorching sun, Yan Rui felt a chill in his heart. Neither the high temperature nor Jian Anchi's slightly sweaty hands could warm him up. After a while, Yan Rui slowly spoke. It's okay. Let me take a look. I may have seen something scarier than this. Jian Anchi disagreed, and was surprisingly persistent in this regard. No. Let's go back first. Yan Rui raised his hand and held Jian Anchi's wrist. It's okay. I've even seen zombies. How could this be scarier than zombies? Jian Anchi saw that Yan Rui's feet were fixed in place like nails, and knew that there was no way to persuade him. So he could only put his hand down and reminded him, be careful. Yan Rui looked over Jian Anchi's shoulder and saw the real scene in the yard. At this glance, Yan Rui knew why Jian Anchi had such a big reaction. There were 5 skeletons in the yard. One looked like an adult skeleton, leaning against the wall, with a baby wrapped in cloth in his arms. In addition, there was an adult skeleton lying in front of the 2 men, but the skull was separated from the body. Yan Rui closed his eyes and felt sad for his guests. The remaining 2 skeletons had the body shape of a teenager. One looked like it was facing the door, and the other was behind him. The 2 skeletons were stacked together and closely connected. A family, just like that, all disappeared in the world. After Yan Rui saw it, the heaviness in his heart made him unable to raise his head. Seeing this, Jian Anchi touched his head with some heartache, and Yan Rui took the opportunity to lean his head on Jian Anchi's shoulder. Other families should have fled. Maybe. Jian Anchi gently stroked Yan Rui's back, hoping to give him some comfort. War is so cruel, but the war in this plane has reached a point that makes people outrageous. This looks like an ordinary family. Civilians. But they still suffered such a disaster. Yan Rui instantly understood the meaning of the high wall of Huxin Village. Oh! Yan Rui felt his back being hit while he was still immersed in the sad mood. But this new amulet was really useful. He only felt the touch of being hit. But there was no pain of being hit. The two looked down and saw a short arrow falling beside their feet. Yanrui and Jian'anqi looked in the direction from which the short arrow came, and saw a figure. The figure seemed to pause for a moment after seeing the two of them, then flew into the air, stepped on the roof and fled, then jumped off a broken roof. And the figure disappeared directly in front of the two of them. Could this be a villager who used to live here? Yanrui guessed. It looks like he is doing well behind him. Jian'anqi replied, it could also be a passerby. Now it is estimated that as long as there is a little disturbance, everyone's idea is to eliminate dissidents. Otherwise, they are likely to be killed by the other party. Hearing this, Yanrui sighed heavily again. The number of times he sighed today was more than the total number in the last plane. He didn't even want to bother the person who wanted to kill him now. Let's go back. Yanrui was in a low mood. Jian'anqi held him and looked back in the direction where the man disappeared. Pu Jun felt that the man seemed to have seen him, and he panicked and almost stepped on the stone next to him. Pu Jun was the one who had just attacked Yanrui and Jian'anqi. After the village was massacred, he did not go to other relatives, but stayed in his original home. He lived in a small compartment in his original home. This compartment was very remote, but the geographical location was very good. As long as someone came to the village, he could find it and observe the other person's every move. If the angle was good, he could even annihilate the person in one fell swoop. But today he stumbled. Those two people seemed to have practiced some kind of self-cultivation skills, and his air-breaking arrows did not hurt him at all. When he used this skill to kill people on the battlefield, he didn't know how glorious it was when he was an outpost, until he injured one of his eyes. The wound on Pu Jun's eye had long since healed, but he still felt some dull pain from time to time. He consulted many doctors, all of whom said that it was a psychological effect and told him not to be obsessed with his eyes and to look forward. But he lost an eye. How could he see? He still looked forward, which was really funny. If his parents were still alive, he might be able to untie his knot. But when he returned home injured, he found that everyone in the village had been slaughtered, even with only one eye. He could feel the panic and fear of the villagers at that time from these broken walls and ruins. But he didn't even know who he should take revenge on, and who opened the wall. Pu Jun closed his eyes. He kept guessing the scene at that time over and over in his mind. Whenever he thought of that scene, his eyes would ache. Then don't think about it. Just live like this. After Yanrui left the village, he finally spoke to the system. Did that person go back again? He went back, and he should live in the village. But he lost one eye. Through the system, Yanrui knew what the person who attacked him looked like. Since he lost one eye, it must be that when he returned home from the battlefield and found that the whole village had suffered an accident, he couldn't get over it. So he stayed to punish himself. Yanrui didn't understand. He really didn't understand why some people were obsessed with war. Those who had been fighting against natural disasters didn't know how much they envied the good weather in this plain. Jian'anqi looked at Yanrui, who was a little sad again, and said, everyone has their own destiny. Don't be too empathetic to the fate of others. But you frowned too. Yanrui looked back at Jian'anqi, who was trying to persuade him, but also showed a trace of compassion on his face. Alas, you are the same as me. Jian'anqi had nothing to say, and even regretted why he agreed to let Yanrui come to this plane. It would be better to pick a natural disaster. It was too torturous. Think of something good. Yanrui took out 2 popsicles from his pocket, gave one to Jian'anqi, and then said, now that we have the source treasure coupons, can we collect secrets in the area where the source treasure coupons are used? You mean to use the source treasure coupons to buy the martial arts secrets of the residents in this area? Jian'anqi thought about it for a while, and thought this was a good idea. After we enter the system, we can even sell it again. Anyway, we just need to keep a backup of these things. Yanrui made a small calculation. By then, everyone will be very powerful, and no one can beat anyone. So there will be no war. Yanrui knew that his idea was a bit naive, but this was indeed his most desired wish. The two were in a heavy mood. After returning to the supermarket, they saw an acquaintance standing at the door, staring at the notice on the door with some disappointment. It was the child he saw in Hushin village. But why was this child alone? Are you here to buy something? Yanrui said. Why are you here alone? Where are your friends? The child raised his eyes, and Yanrui was shocked when he saw it. Don't cry. Don't cry. Tell me if you have anything. He was most afraid of seeing others crying in front of him. Especially children. Chapter 65 Atypical Martial Arts. Yin Rui looked at the child crying at the door with red eyes, but not saying a word. And his heart softened immediately. Do you have medicine here? I want to buy medicine. Yin Rui opened his mouth. I don't have medicine here. This is not a pharmacy. If you want to sell medicine, you have to go through new procedures. Tell me, what medicine do you want to buy? Yin Rui looked at the child in front of him with tears flowing like beads, and asked with concern, I'll see if I can help. Hearing Yin Rui's words, the child stood up without any hope. It's a leg disease. What kind of leg disease? Yin Rui continued to ask. The child looked at Yin Rui with some distrust. Yin Rui thought it was better to have less trouble than more, so he simply refused. But seeing him like this, he still couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Don't worry. I studied medicine before, and know a little about how to treat diseases. I'll go and take a look. If I can't cure it, I won't intervene. If I can, then everyone will be happy. After hearing Yin Rui's words, the child thought about it, and it made sense. Besides, she had no other choice but to trust Yin Rui. Then I'll trouble you two to go with me. The child led the way in front. Looking depressed and walking hurriedly, Yin Rui followed the child towards Hushin village. On the way, he wanted to directly understand the problem he was about to face. However, the child had no way to fully and in detail describe Yin Rui's question. He only said that his uncle's leg would hurt from time to time after it was broken. Today, he was in so much pain that he rolled on the bed and begged others to kill him. Yin Rui thought about it. He had no experience in this kind of thing. He could only look at Jian Anqi for help. Jian Anqi assured him and continued to ask. From the child, he learned that his uncle had retired from the battlefield a month ago, and his calf was cut off. After being sent back to the village, he began to have a continuous fever. Just after he got better, he wanted to commit suicide. However, after failing to commit suicide, the wound began to fester again. The herbs they found from the mountain could only temporarily relieve his injuries, but could not completely heal him. This should be a common wound inflammation. Right? Yin Rui whispered to Jian Anqi. He cut his leg on the battlefield, but he didn't treat it well, with blood loss and inflammation. It's really amazing that he can last for 2 months. Jian Anqi also agreed. It's likely to be like this. Do you have medicine? Yes. Yin Rui pointed to the space button in his pocket. He always carries it with him, since he was injured last time he went out. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi both brought a lot of necessities with them. Anyway, they didn't take up much space. After reaching Hushin village, the child was about to jump over the wall to enter the door. After he returned to the top of the wall, he found that Jian Anqi and Yin Rui had not followed him, and looked in their direction with some suspicion. Do you need me to open the door? Yin Rui felt a little embarrassed from the child's puzzled look. Sorry for the trouble. In a moment, the door in front of him was slowly pushed open. It seemed that because it had not been used for a long time, the door also made a creaking sound. After the two people walked into the gate, they saw that the village was in a state of desolation. After they approached, they could also feel the gazes from the surroundings, but they did not actually see anyone. The two followed the child to a somewhat shabby courtyard at the corner. As soon as the door was opened, Yin Rui smelled a strong smell of Chinese medicine. Uncle, I'm back. The child wiped his face, and then ran into a room on the left with a positive tone that was completely different from the extremely depressed tone just now. Uncle, I brought 2 doctors back for you this time. They are both very famous. The medicine they gave me before also cured Xiao Bao. Xiao Min, why don't you ask the doctor to give me a medicine that can make my intestines and stomach rot? I really don't want to live anymore. The child called Xiao Min wiped his face, but the tears in his eyes couldn't stop flowing out. Don't say that, uncle. Just let the doctor take a look. The man didn't say anything for a long time, and Yin Rui and Jian Anqi walked into the house together. Yin Rui looked around and found that although the house was small and shabby, it was clean, very clean. It must be that this child named Xiaomin always wanted to give his uncle a clean environment. Open the window first. The air in the room is not circulating, which will affect the patient's recovery. Yin Rui smelled a bit of a rundown smell in the room and reminded. Xiaomin immediately opened the window after hearing this. Yin Rui only heard the person on the bed snort coldly, and then turned his head away. Yin Rui waved his hand to signal Xiaomin to go out first. Xiaomin was a little worried, and looked at the uncle on the bed. After Jian Anqi gave him an affirmative look, he reluctantly went out. The child is so good to you. Why don't you appreciate it? Yin Rui picked up a stool and sat next to this person. Are you his only family? So what? I can only drag him down if I live like this. I am a useless person and can't do anything. I let her, a little girl, go up the mountain every day to collect herbs and find doctors for me. Is she a girl? Yin Rui couldn't tell from Xiaomin's dress. But it was safer to pretend to be a little boy in such a chaotic era. Come on. Show me your wound. Jian Anqi lifted the quilt. And the two smelled a smell that was hard to describe in words. A rotten smell with a dull decay. Yin Rui was really lucky that he asked Xiaomin to open the window as soon as he entered the door. You can still live for a month with this injury. It's really God's blessing. Yin Rui lifted the man's pants and looked at the somewhat untidy and ragged wounds. And was a little frightened. The person on the bed said dejectedly, So you said there's no point in me being alive. I can't do anything and can only be a burden. Don't keep talking nonsense. You're her only uncle. As long as you're alive. She still has a home. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi exchanged glances and patted him. Besides, this injury is not incurable. Don't look like you're dying. What can be cured? The person on the bed finally had some ups and downs in his tone. He asked in disbelief. You said my injury can be cured? Yin Rui waved his hands hurriedly. I'm not saying your leg can grow back. I'm just saying that your wound can heal, and it won't get inflamed or hurt anymore. The fact that the wound was no longer painful was beyond Zhuang Changwen's expectation. After he was injured, the doctor in the army just gave him some medicine casually. After he came back, Xiaomin went to many doctors. But they all said that the treatment was not timely, and there was no way to save him. It was a miracle for the doctors that he could live for a month. You can survive this injury for a month, and you are still alive. Which proves that you don't want to die at all. Yin Rui shouted to the outside of the door. Xiaomin, get a basin of clean water. Xiaomin immediately moved after hearing this. And Yin Rui turned around and took out an anti-inflammatory drug from the space button. Open your mouth and swallow this first. What is this? Zhuang Changwen looked at Yin Rui with some distrust. Of course, he didn't want to die. So he subconsciously questioned the white pill he had never seen before. Yin Rui put the medicine into his mouth again. This is a magic medicine. Take it, and you won't have a fever after you finish it. Zhuang Changwen didn't believe it, and wanted to say something. But Jian Anqi was too lazy to explain, and directly opened his chin. Yin Rui immediately threw the medicine in, and until he closed Zhuang Changwen's mouth. The two clapped their hands together. Okay. Take another pill after 12 hours. 12 hours? Zhuang Changwen didn't understand. So Yin Rui changed his words. 6 hours. 6 hours later. Take another pill. Yin Rui put the medicine in. On the table by the window. Zhuang Min also brought clean water. And she also asked considerately, Do you need some more hot water? Yin Rui shook his head. No. Give me a clean towel. Zhuang Min had already handed over the prepared towel. Yin Rui looked at the wound in front of him, and felt a little difficult to start. Jian Anqi saw him like this, patted his shoulder and said, Let me do it. Yin Rui breathed a sigh of relief and handed the towel to Jian Anqi. I really can't do this. Jian Anqi's movements were more efficient than Yin Rui had imagined. After cleaning the wound, he sprinkled the powder on it. During this time, Zhuang Changwen was able to endure it without making a sound. Yin Rui was worried for him. Is it okay? Zhuang Min looked at Zhuang Changwen, who was already soaked in sweat, and asked with some heartache. Zhuang Changwen shook his head. It's okay. It doesn't hurt at all. How could it not hurt? Obviously. Zhuang Changwen's face had lost its color, and his lips were bitten white by him. But what she didn't know was that Zhuang Changwen had endured the pain of having his legs cut off, and had been enduring the intense torture of wound inflammation. This pain was not worth mentioning to him at all. Okay. Don't let the wound get wet for the next 2 days. Change the medicine once a day. I'll come back to see you after a while. The wound will heal after its scab's over. Jian Anqi washed his hands with the remaining water, and then told Zhuang Min, Eat more light food these 2 days. Don't eat too greasy food. Zhuang Min nodded seriously. And Yin Rui reminded curiously, Do you want to take notes? Zhuang Min lowered her head a little embarrassedly, scratched her fingers, and then whispered, I can't read. Yin Rui's heart tightened, and he wanted to slap himself in the face. Why did he ask so many questions? Okay. If you have anything, just come to me directly. Right here today. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi looked at Zhuang Changwen, who had already fallen asleep, stood up and wanted to leave, but were stopped by Zhuang Min. How much is the consultation fee? Yen Rui and Jian Anqi looked at each other, then pretended to be thoughtful, and finally said, give me a message. Zhuang Min's family was poor, so how could she afford the consultation fee? Moreover, the anti-inflammatory drugs and gauze alone were too expensive for her to afford. What do you want to know? Zhuang Min looked at Yen Rui with some vigilance, and then prayed silently in her heart that this news would not affect the safety of the village. Yen Rui looked at Zhuang Min, whose expression suddenly became tangled, and didn't understand why, but continued to ask, do you know where to sell martial arts secrets? Do you want to buy martial arts secrets? Zhuang Min breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Yen Rui's words. Now many martial arts secrets are only circulated within the family, and are regarded as heirlooms. However, because the situation is unstable now, you can go to the pawnshops in larger towns to have a look. What about pawnshops? Is there no other place to sell martial arts secrets? Yen Rui silently calculated in his heart that the price of the pawnshop must be very high, and he didn't know how many secrets he could buy with his dozen yuanbao coupons. Zhuang Min thought for a moment. Actually, there is a place with the most martial arts secrets. Where? Yen Rui asked curiously. Zhuang Min immediately answered, it's in the army. Many people go to the army with family martial arts. When they are recruited, they will register their martial arts preferences. For example, my uncle. Speaking of this, Zhuang Min immediately realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. She stood there for a while, a little at a loss. Yen Rui seemed not to have heard it, and changed the subject. Then do you know if there is a pawn shop in a Yuan town? I didn't notice it when I went there last time. I'd better not talk about what happened outside the city. Zhuang Min breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. There should be one there. It seems to be the private property of the mayor's wife. It is the largest pawn shop nearby. You've come to see the doctor again? When Yen Rui wanted to ask more, a somewhat discordant voice came to his ears. Why haven't you left after so long? Yen Rui felt a little confused when he heard this sentence. Was he referring to himself or Zhuang Changwen? I'm going to send the doctor out soon. Zhuang Min ran 2 steps and stood in front of Yen Rui and Jian Anqi. Don't think too much. How could I think too much? The man looked up and down at Yen Rui and Jian Anqi, with some unkindness in his eyes. He looked at Yen Rui, and Yen Rui looked back. Although this man was 8 feet tall and had a strong back and a tall and straight figure, his expression was a little shrewd, and he didn't feel like a good person anyway. How did you feel about the treatment this time? Can your uncle speak? My uncle can speak. He just hurt his leg. Zhuang Min's sudden loud voice scared Yen Rui. Yen Rui stepped forward to comfort him. We're leaving now. Xiao Min, help me open the door. Zhuang Min put her hands behind her back. Yen Rui happened to see her tightly clenched fists and was speechless. After the two of them left the man's sight and walked out of the village, Yen Rui asked carefully, who is that man? It's the son of the village chief. He wants to marry me. Zhuang Min gritted her teeth. Wait until my uncle gets better, and see who dares to bully me. What the hell? The man looks at least 40 years old. How old is Zhuang Min? She's just a 13 or 14-year-old girl. He actually wants to marry Zhuang Min. Are you crazy? This shameless pervert. You must be careful. If he dares to force you to marry, you can come to the supermarket or the temple to find me. Yen Rui and Zhuang Min assured, don't worry. I will definitely protect you. Zhuang Min smiled for the first time today after hearing Yen Rui's words. It's okay. He can't beat me anyway. And when my uncle recovers, he will be the most powerful person in the village. And he will definitely not dare to touch me. Your uncle's illness will definitely recover. But can you do me a favor? Yen Rui said. I will definitely help you with anything. Just tell me. Zhuang Min clenched his fist and assured. Yen Rui said, you and your friends, help me check if there are people around here who want to pawn martial arts secrets. If there are, don't go to the pawn shop. Go to my place. Do you really need martial arts secrets? Yen Rui said without hesitation. I really need them. Zhuang Min extended her hand to assure, don't worry. I'll go find out the news in the next 2 days. After the two of them finished talking, Zhuang Min asked Jian Anqi how to change the medicine. Jian Anqi tried to make her remember everything, and even answered Zhuang Min with unimaginable patience when she had a question that she didn't understand. After the three of them parted, Yen Rui teased Jian Anqi, "You are really patient. When you get married and have children, you can help them with their homework." After hearing what Yen Rui said, Jian Anqi said to Yen Rui in a serious tone, "I won't have children in the future." "Why? Don't you like children?" Yen Rui walked forward with him side by side. "I also feel that I can't have children. How can a man have children?" Jian Anqi rarely teased Yen Rui, and Yen Rui immediately grabbed Jian Anqi's shoulders. "When you get married in the future, I will complain to your wife. Tell her everything you just said. I won't get married." Jian Anqi's eyes followed Yen Rui involuntarily. Seeing Yen Rui walking forward without knowing anything, he lowered his head, sighed heavily in his heart, and then quickly followed Yen Rui's pace. Yen Rui suddenly became a little overwhelmed at this moment. He communicated with the system in his mind uneasily. What did Jian Anqi mean by that just now? Why won't he get married? And his eyes just now? Yen Rui recalled the glance he gave Jian Anqi from the corner of his eyes. And for some reason, he felt uncomfortable and indescribable. "I don't know about that. I don't have much data on Jian Anqi in this area. Do you need me to collect more information about him later?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." Yen Rui answered hurriedly. And then immediately refused. "Forget it. No. No." The system was also confused by Yen Rui. At this time, Jian Anqi followed up. "Why are you walking so fast suddenly? Is it too hot? Take off your outer robe. No one should come here." Yen Rui looked at Jian Anqi, who was as frank as usual, and felt relieved. It seemed that his feeling just now was wrong. "It's okay. Anyway, I'm going to the supermarket soon. What if the mayor comes again? I don't know what he will think when he sees our clothes. Maybe he will think, 'You are worthy of being a person of the god ancestor. Even your clothes are so different.'" Jian Anqi smiled at Yen Rui and said, "Do you want to go to the pawn shop in the town tomorrow?" Thinking of this, Yen Rui and the system asked, "How many points can you give me for a martial arts secret book?" Martial arts secrets are also divided into levels, with ordinary ones worth 1 million points and the rarest ones worth 10 million points. The system determines the value of the secrets, and the host can supervise. 1 million is not a lot now, but this number is in line with the system's pricing. "Okay, let's go to the town tomorrow to have a look." The next morning, Yen Rui and Jian Anqi went out. It was the light of dawn, the coolest time of the day. "Why are you here?" As soon as Yen Rui opened the door, he found Zhuang Min squatting at the door. "Did the village chief's son attack you?" "No. He can't beat me at all." After Zhuang Min finished speaking, he took out a bunch of gadgets from the bag behind him. "When they heard that I was coming to see you, they said they wanted to thank you, because milk powder and milk drinking have solved their urgent needs. These are the gifts they prepared. If you like them, you can accept them." Yen Rui bent down and looked at the scattered small things on the ground. There was a stone that had been polished smooth, a tooth of an unknown beast. And, what is this? Yen Rui picked up a piece of paper with slightly black paper texture on it. When the system saw this paper, it immediately reminded loudly that this paper was unusual. "This is the paper made by Xiaoye's family. He said it was the best batch made by his family. It's a pity that I don't know when this black paper texture was mixed in. Otherwise it would be perfect." Yen Rui picked up the paper, looked it up and down, and carefully examined it, then put away the bundle with some cherishment. "Thank you very much. Are those children okay now?" "Fortunately, they have a lot of energy to cry after drinking milk powder, but they are a little noisy at night." Yen Rui laughed. "Okay, I'll accept the thank you gift. But what about your uncle? How is he now?" Zhuang Min's interest was lifted when Zhuang Chang'an was mentioned. "My uncle no longer had a fever last night, and this morning he said he hadn't slept so well for a long time, and asked me to thank you." Zhuang Min's eyes were filled with tears again. "I really don't know how to thank you. Then when your uncle gets better, come and work for me as a farmhand." Yen Rui joked. "We are going to the town now. Do you want to be our guide?" Zhuang Min straightened his back immediately after hearing what Yen Rui said. "Okay, I know who you in town best. In that case," the three of them set off together. And after arriving at Huyuan town, Yen Rui quietly lined up at the end of the line. "I don't know if I can get in smoothly today. If not, I'll just go to Huaying to help pass on a message." As a result, when the gatekeeper was patrolling nearby for safety, he saw Yen Rui's face. He was shocked and ran to Yen Rui. "Why are you queuing here?" Yen Rui spread his hands. Because I want to enter Huyuan town. So I'm queuing here. What kind of question is this? Yin Rui didn't know how to answer it for a while. I mean, you don't have to queue up. There is a special passage for our internal staff nearby. If you come to the town in the future, just go there directly. Yin Rui looked at the direction of the man's finger. Then let's go. But just as he took a step out, he heard the system reminding him in his ear. Someone intends to invade the supermarket. Wait a minute. Yin Rui stopped immediately, then turned on the surveillance video with a serious expression, and pulled Jian Anqi together to observe the current situation in the supermarket. It should be said that this person is really courageous. Yin Rui guessed that he might be the mayor's man. But it was not until he saw the enlarged image of this person's face that he asked in confusion. Who is this person? The gatekeeper lost his balance and fell to his knees. I am your loyal follower. Chapter 66 Atypical Martial Arts. Yin Rui was startled when he saw the person kneeling in front of him. And then he turned off the surveillance screen. I'm not talking about you. Get up. The gatekeeper wiped his sweat, stood up tremblingly, and was secretly afraid. Some of the people who were knocked unconscious by Yin Rui's weapon last time are still lying at home. He can't follow their footsteps. Then let's go into the city. Yin Rui didn't want to waste time here, so he walked quickly into Huyuan town with Zhuang Min. After passing through the special passage, Zhuang Min looked up at Yin Rui from time to time. Yin Rui noticed and said, Ask whatever you want to ask. I just want to ask. How did you do it? Zhuang Min was curious. Aren't you a doctor? Have you saved someone who is particularly powerful? I'm not a doctor. But they have fully realized that I'm not easy to mess with. Yin Rui explained. Everything in the world is the same. As long as your strength reaches a height that no one can reach, everyone will look up to you. And on the contrary, someone will seize the opportunity to step on you. Zhuang Min was thoughtful. And Yin Rui also looked at the surrounding environment at this time. Huyuan town doesn't look big. And although there are many people, there are all kinds of small vendors on both sides of the road. But everyone looks like they don't have much energy. And they feel like they are just living day by day. Looking at Yin Rui, they sighed. Is this the real situation during the war? This place is considered peaceful. How could it become like this? Following Zhuang Min's guidance, the group came to a more prosperous street in the town, which was slightly more popular and finally had the sound of hawking. The most central and conspicuous location was their destination. Yin Rui walked into the pawnshop, and a waiter immediately responded and led several people to the counter. The shopkeeper at the counter also noticed Yin Rui's arrival, stood up and greeted him with a smile. Excuse me. What do you want to pawn? Yin Rui shook his head. I don't want to pawn anything. I want to buy something. I wonder if you can buy it here. The shopkeeper had already noticed the outfits of Yin Rui and Jian Anqi. They were dressed neatly, and the materials were all top-notch. But they didn't have any accessories on them. However, judging from their temperament, they should be from a wealthy family. After all, in this environment, having a fat face is enough to win over most people. Then what would you like to buy? Sir? Do you have any martial arts secrets? Yin Rui asked. If the price is right, I would like to pick one out and have a look. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's ears perked up. Of course we have secrets here, but there are several ways to sell them. One is when the customer pawns it to us while alive, and we can reproduce it during the period, and the price is slightly lower. One is when the customer pawns it to us after death. This kind of is only one edition. The price is slightly higher. The other is the secrets of our pawn shop. Of course it is also a replica. The price of this kind is between the two. What does the most expensive one look like? Take it out and show me. I have 3 most expensive ones here. One is boxing. One is internal strength. And the other is the Yushu. What is the Yushu? Yin Rui had never heard of this. And the shopkeeper explained in detail. It is a method of curing diseases. When treating patients, there is no need for medicine or acupuncture. Just use formulas and spells, combined with mental skills and internal strength, and all diseases can be cured. Can it really cure all diseases? Yin Rui looked at the shopkeeper with some doubt. After noticing Yin Rui's look, the shopkeeper smiled and said, It's definitely not that magical. But I heard it has some effects. Have you learned it? This Uyushu sounds magical. Yin Rui touched his chin. Is it a lie? You can't say that. This is the property of the mayor's family. It's absolutely impossible to lie. But at this point, the shopkeeper changed his mind again. I can't guarantee the authenticity of this Uyushu. After all, I haven't seen anyone practice it. Then why are you selling it so expensive? Yin Rui looked at the shopkeeper, crossed his arms and said, what about the other 2 books? They are the same as this Suyushu. It may take a long time to practice them. Right? Of course not. I have seen the effects of the other 2 books. They can survive the battlefield unscathed, which shows their power. It's just that this Suyushu is extremely profound. The person who sold this book to me did so because no one in his family could learn it. Otherwise they would not sell it. That being said, it's not difficult for them to leave a copy at home. Yin Rui spoke casually, and he didn't seem to like it. Where are the other secret books? Take them out and show them to me. Yin Rui sat down on the stool next to the counter. His fingers lightly touched the decorative inkstone on the table, and slowly thought about something. The shopkeeper was busy asking the waiter to pick out all the inventory in the pawn shop for Yin Rui to choose from, and Yin Rui gently pushed Jian Anqi, who was standing next to him, with his elbow. You also take a stool and sit over here. After hearing this, Jian Anqi leaned down gently. What do you want to say? Yin Rui thought that Jian Anqi knew him too well. He leaned over Jian Anqi's ear and whispered a few words. Jian Anqi nodded and stood back again. The shopkeeper took out a total of 6 books for Yin Rui. Yin Rui flipped through them casually and noticed that all of them were replicas. Is there no original version? Yin Rui tapped the table with his fingers. If there is an original version, give me the original version. Yin Rui is not rich. If he can save money, he can just enter it directly into the system. It's just that Zhuang Min just reminded him on the way that some secret skills can only be understood with the original book. Zhuang Min also told him that someone in the army secretly recorded the contents of other people's books and sold them to make extra money. However, the buyer who practiced this martial arts became obsessed after practicing it and lost all his martial arts. Later, he found out that there was a line of small words on the binding page of the original book, and it was necessary to cooperate with the family's inherited mental method. The person who brought the secret book to the army did not copy that sentence, but just remembered it in his mind. So this happened. So can you be sure that these copied combings can be practiced smoothly? There will be no danger? Yin Rui looked at the shopkeeper in front of him with a serious expression. Of course. When I copy the secret book here, I will sign a contract with the original seller. If there is really any problem, our mayor will directly put his whole family in jail. But the shopkeeper looked at Yin Rui, who seemed to want to buy all the secret books, and his expression was a little wrong. Do you want them all? Yes. Can I? Yin Rui was still carefully and systematically checking whether these books were really as the shopkeeper said, without any problems. Then I'm sorry. I can't sell them. I originally thought that if you just bought 3 or 4 books to take back for your own practice, he would be very welcome. But Yin Rui's way of buying, is it that he wants to open another pawn shop? Why can't I sell it? I originally wanted to bargain with Jian Anqi, but the routine suddenly didn't work. The shopkeeper glanced at the waiter, and the waiter walked to the 2 of them, bowed his waist and waved his hand, pointing to the door and said, sorry. Please go in. What if I don't leave? Yin Rui was a little angry. What can you do? I don't know which store sent you here, but you are so ostentatious. So don't blame me for being rude. The shopkeeper rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward, raised his hands, and posed. I am not a vegetarian either. Yin Rui was speechless. Did he treat him as an undercover of a competitor? It was really weird. However, he bought these secret books back, thinking that if there was a chance, he could sell them after verifying their safety. But seeing the shopkeeper's look, Yin Rui couldn't say anything and could only promise. I bought them back to keep some for my family, not to sell them. Your words are not enough. Why should I believe you? The shopkeeper was still in an attacking posture. I give you 3 breaths to leave. Yin Rui didn't want to conflict with anyone today, so he could only walk out the door. After walking out the door, he asked Zhuang Min, do you know where the mayor's house is? I know. It's on the street behind. Do you want to find the mayor? Zhuang Min looked a little nervous. She said anxiously, if I want to ask the mayor for an explanation, it may not work. I'm not looking for the mayor. I'm looking for Huaying. Yin Rui looked at Zhuang Min. Do you know Huaying? Of course I know Huaying, but I've only seen him a few times from a distance. He often follows the mayor. Yin Rui walked towards the town's home. Huaying should be there now. I asked him to help me talk to the shopkeeper. I really want to buy the secret book. But after walking to the mayor's house, he didn't see the voice, but saw Su Ming walking towards him. Why are you here? After seeing Yin Rui, Su Ming came up with a smile on his face. Why didn't you ask someone to notify me at the gate so that I could accompany you for a walk? Yin Rui looked at Su Ming, who was rushing towards him, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, after seeing Su Ming, he knew that if he went to Hua Ying again today, he might cause trouble for him. So he said, I just want to buy some secret books. Do you know a good pawn shop? Yes. Yes. The pawn shop in front is mine. If you need it, I can ask them to send all the secret books up now. If there is an original, I want the original. If there is no original, give me a replica. I want all the secret books. Yin Rui no longer hid in front of Su Ming. Don't worry. I will never sell it to others here after I buy it. Look at what you said. If you want it, any shop can give it to you. Su Ming's attitude was so flattering that Zhuang Min beside him stared at him with eyes wide open. At this time, Su Ming noticed Zhuang Min beside him. He said to Zhuang Min with a smile on his face, Little brother, do you want some snacks? I have some in my house. Zhuang Min was so surprised that he waved his hands quickly. But Yin Rui said nonchalantly, Then let's go in and wait. Hearing that Yin Rui agreed to enter the house, Su Ming was so happy that he was almost bursting with joy. He had people investigate Yin Rui's identity overnight in the past 2 days. But all the spies, all the people who had access to intelligence, and even the senior scouts in the army, did not find out any information about Yin Rui. This further proves Su Ming's guess that only the people of the God Ancestor would be so mysterious. It is said that the people of the God Ancestor come and go without a trace, and no one has ever known where they are. There are rumors that they were standing in the same place in the last second, and appeared thousands of miles away in the next second. So no one has ever found the trace of the God Ancestor. Yin Rui entered the Su mansion and sat in the center of the hall, looking at Su Ming sitting on the side. He didn't know what to say for a while. Su Ming, on the other hand, started talking after a short silence, but his words were all about trying to find out about the power behind Yin Rui. But that was just Su Ming's own opinion. Yin Rui drank a sip of the tea in front of him, and Su Ming immediately fiddled with it and said, This is the 7 ice grass picked from Yulon Mountain. 10,000 gold coins can only buy 1 or 2 ounces. I wonder if it suits your taste. Then you are quite rich. Yin Rui put down the teacup and looked at the thin and small Zhuang Min beside him, feeling a little uncomfortable. Yesterday he saw the village that had become very dilapidated because of the war. And he also saw Zhuang Chongwen, who was injured because of the war, and Zhuang Min, who couldn't even afford medicine because of the war. But Su Ming was able to take out a tea worth 10,000 gold coins so easily. It turned out that no matter what time, the gap between the rich and the poor is a natural chasm that is difficult to cross. Su Ming saw that Yin Rui did not seem happy, and hurriedly said, In fact, this was given to me by others. If it were not for a distinguished guest like you, I would definitely not be willing to take it out. And even I would not be willing to drink it myself. Yin Rui nodded and stopped talking. Seeing that Yin Rui did not seem angry, Su Ming continued to ask, Besides the secret book, do you need anything else? That's not the case. But at this time Yin Rui suddenly thought of something, and he tapped the table with his fingers. When did you see it last? This question has no subject. But Su Ming immediately reacted to what Yin Rui was asking. Isn't this a disguised admission that he has a relationship with the God Ancestor? Su Ming stood up excitedly for a while. But as soon as Yin Rui raised his eyes, Su Ming immediately sat down. I met him once when I was 8 years old. That was about 30 years ago. And this organization lasted for a long time. At that time, my parents took me to a rally. And after the rally, there was a morale meeting for the expedition. And that was when I met him. You knew it at that time? Looking at Su Ming's secretive look, he knew that Shinzu was not an organization that advertised to accept believers. But how did he know about the existence of Shinzu at that time? It just so happened that my parents knew the organizers of that opportunity. And with the relationship of my grandfather, he knew a little bit. Speaking of this, Su Ming swallowed his saliva and said, So you don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Yin Rui slapped the table hard. There are some things you shouldn't know. You better keep your mouth shut. Of course. Of course. Looking at Yin Rui's sudden burst of momentum, Su Ming became more certain of his guess. He nervously drank the tea in the cup and changed the subject abruptly. He turned to look at Zhuang Min. Do you like this snack? I'll pack a few for you to take back. Zhuang Min had never seen Su Ming like this before. Over the years, she had heard a lot of rumors about Su Ming, And these rumors were completely different from the current Su Ming, and could even be said to be completely different. Get ready. Before Zhuang Min could think about how to answer, Yin Rui made the final decision. Do you still need to ask this kind of question? Yes. 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 Su Ming personally went out to instruct his subordinates in the mansion. Seeing Su Ming go out, Jian Anqi suddenly leaned into Yin Rui's ear and whispered, Did you have fun? Yin Rui blushed a little when he heard this, but still nodded honestly. Jian Anqi smiled and said nothing. At this time, the person who went to the pawnshop to get the secret book came back. Yin Rui opened the bag he brought back and found that the shopkeeper had hidden something from him. There were more than 30 secret books in it, and most of them were originals, and only a few were reprints. Yin Rui nodded with satisfaction. How many Yuanbao coupons do you want? After Yin Rui finished speaking, he conjured up a stack of Yuanbao coupons in front of Su Ming. Do you think these are enough? 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 Enough. Su Ming was stunned by Yin Rui's move. After he blurted out the words, he quickly overturned them. No. I mean no Yuanbao coupons. No. That's against the rules. Yin Rui put the stack of Yuanbao coupons on the table. Thank you for this time. See you later. Please wait a moment. Su Ming stepped forward to stop Yin Rui. Jian Anqi stepped forward and held Su Ming's outstretched wrist. What are you going to do? Jian Anqi's hand was very strong. Even Su Ming, who had practiced martial arts, couldn't get away. He really deserves to be the man of the god ancestor. So strong. I want to say that the army will have a martial arts competition in the afternoon, and I want to ask if you want to watch it. Hearing this, Yin Rui became interested. What kind of martial arts competition? Recently, a group of new soldiers have just been recruited. So I picked out those who have martial arts skills and ordered them to fight. The winner can be a 1,000-man captain, or choose a position of the same level in the army. Newcomers who perform well during the period can also get various preferential treatments. Isn't that just a small martial arts conference? Yin Rui really wants to go. He took a step towards Jian Anqi, then patted Jian Anqi with the back of his hand. Jian Anqi nodded, and Yin Rui said, It's okay to go and have a look. But Zhuang Min's expression was a little reluctant after hearing Yin Rui's words. So Yin Rui asked her to leave first. And he and Jian Anqi were going to explore the martial arts competition with Su Ming. That's great. The martial arts competition is in the afternoon. You must try my chef's cooking skills at noon. The chef in Su's house is really good. Just a little worse than Jian Anqi, and has a different flavor. Jian Anqi's cooking style is completely different from his image. While the chef in Su's house cooks more roughly, there were only 16 dishes on the table for them. Yin Rui looked at the remaining half of the dishes on the table and asked, What will happen to the remaining dishes? The servants will take care of it. Yes. How could Su Ming notice such a little thing? After eating, Jian Anqi and Yin Rui followed Su Ming to the martial arts arena outside the city. The martial arts arena was not far from the town. Before they got close, they could hear the horn coming from the martial arts arena. They should be making preparations in advance. If we are not here, they will not start. After entering the martial arts arena, a warrior in armor came up to greet them. This person saluted in the direction of Su Ming and Yin Rui, and then reported, Today there are a total of 50 groups of duels. And now they are all ready. 50 groups are really a lot. Yin Rui thought he had to watch them one by one, and he didn't know when he would watch them. Unexpectedly, there were 5 groups together, and the winner entered the next round. During the competition, Yin Rui couldn't keep up with the competition. He asked the system to record all the competitions. The excitement in the field made him feel that this was a martial arts world. Even though these were young recruits, their skills were not like the young men Yin Rui had seen before. Some people practiced swordsmanship and danced the silver-white long sword on the field with an unstoppable momentum. Some people should have practiced boxing. This kind of close combat seems to be a bit disadvantageous. But this boxing combined with agile body movements makes it difficult for the opponent to find a flaw for a while. Yin Rui even saw someone practicing escape. When the gong sounded for the competition, this person suddenly disappeared, and his opponent looked puzzled. In less than a moment, this person jumped out from the opponent's side. I thought it would be a good opportunity for a sneak attack. But the boy who practiced escape arts didn't seem to know that he would appear from this position. And the other party seized the opportunity to take him down. This is a good seedling. If you train him well in the future, he will be of great use on the battlefield. Su Ming said to the man in armor beside him. Who should be the commander? Even if he loses, don't let him go to the battlefield now. Keep him for a long time. The general nodded, stood up, and walked outside. Su Ming was also very happy at this time, and had the interest to continue to flatter Yen Rui. I wonder if there is anyone among them that you like, or his skills that you like. Can I help you make a connection? No need. If you want, I have my own way. Yen Rui knew that Su Ming couldn't think of any good way, and it was nothing more than bullying. He looked inside the arena and asked, "These kids don't look very old. When will they be sent to the battlefield?" "About a month," Su Ming said nonchalantly. "Let them get familiar with the way the army works. Tell them what the enemy looks like, and how the team should be arranged on the battlefield. And then they can go." Only a month? Looking at these young people on the stage, who were still a little immature, Yen Rui felt mixed emotions. From Su Ming's words, he even felt that Su Ming felt that he was kind enough, and he gave these people a month of running in time, as if this was a great gift from heaven. "Is there another game after this one?" Yen Rui stood up. "I have something to do in my shop. I have to go back. Then I'll see you off." Su Ming stood up and said to Yen Rui, "I've been busy these days, and haven't taken care of your business. I will definitely send someone to show my support in a few days. Don't force it." Yen Rui made a stop gesture. "Please stay." He really didn't want to continue talking to Su Ming now. Chapter 67 Atypical Martial Arts. After getting rid of Su Ming and returning to the temple, Yen Rui remembered that someone had come to investigate the supermarket just now. The supermarket's defense system was not covered, and Yen Rui was not too worried. After confirming with the system, he continued his work in Huyuan town. Now that he is back, he will have time to take a good look at what happened. The two opened the video and found that the man jumped from the back of the supermarket to the roof. It seemed that he wanted to pick up a few tiles on the roof of the supermarket, but because of the protective shield, the man did not succeed. "Look! Is he missing an eye?" Yen Rui noticed the man's face and found that one of his eyes was a black hole. With his skills, he must have retired from the battlefield. Jian Anqi nodded. "He appeared on the roof not long after we left, and he didn't come up from the Wantian ladder. He must have been waiting here last night." Yen Rui was shocked and immediately asked the system, "Why didn't you notice it?" The system suddenly became speechless. The protective shield was always on, and the host had no safety issues in the supermarket, so he turned off the monitoring system. Pay attention next time. It's good that there was no problem this time. Yen Rui didn't investigate further. It was estimated that the system also guaranteed that as long as there was no problem in the supermarket, it would be successful. Yen Rui's attention was put back on this person. How did he find us here? He shouldn't be Su Ming's man. Yen Rui overturned his previous guess. Did the news about the supermarket spread? I recorded the route he took when he left, and he has stopped now. The system made amends. The place he is now should be where he has always lived. The man found that he had no way to pry open the roof of the temple, and after looking around, he found that he could not find a way to enter the door, so he could only return in disappointment. Yen Rui didn't want to wait for his second attempt, so he made the final decision. We'll go find him tomorrow morning. The next morning, Yen Rui got up early, checked the magic protective pattern on Jian Anqi's chest, and said to the system, "Show me the way." Following the direction of the map, Yen Rui felt that the scene in front of him was becoming more and more familiar. He said to Jian Anqi beside him, "Have we walked this road? If we go forward along this road, is it that village?" "That village," the system said. "This person seems to be the one who attacked you last time, but the anchor point on the map may be different. I'm not sure." However, Yen Rui felt that it was probably that person. However, he didn't care about this person's attack last time because he was sorry. He didn't expect that he would come to his door this time. After the two walked to the dilapidated village, they followed the direction indicated by the system and came to the door of Pu Jun's residence. Knock. 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 Yen Rui knocked on the door vigorously. "I know you are inside, and I know what you did. Open the door quickly, or you can't keep the door." Pu Jun had already woken up when the two entered the village. He didn't expect that the two people could find his residence accurately, and he couldn't help but panic. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but then he heard another voice from outside the door. "Don't even think about running away. You only have one eye left. If you run away and I catch you, you won't be able to save your other eye." Hearing this, Pu Jun knew that someone must have leaked his information, but he couldn't think of who knew he was here. and he couldn't think of where he had exposed himself. Don't think about it anymore. Open the door quickly. Yin Rui slapped Pu Jun's door hard. Give me a reasonable reason for attacking our supermarket. If it's reasonable, I won't pursue you. If it's unreasonable, humph. Yin Rui imitated Su Ming's posture, pinched his waist, and stood at Pu Jun's door, looking like he was going to pursue it to the end. Hearing no sound from the house, the system also told Yin Rui that someone was inside. Yin Rui could no longer wait and kicked the door. The door had been in disrepair for a long time and had lost its original load-bearing capacity. So Yin Rui's foot exerted a little force, and the door loosened from both sides and fell straight down. As soon as the door moved, Yin Rui felt that he was thrown to the ground, and his head hit the ground heavily, making him faint for a while. Bang! Just before Yin Rui could react, the sound of the magnetic sonic cannon came to his ears again. He rubbed his eyes and looked over, and saw Jian Anqi holding a weapon. And the person who fainted in front of him was the one who wanted to sneak into the supermarket while they were not paying attention. How are you? Jian Anqi put away his weapon and nervously helped the man up from the ground. Do you feel okay now? Are you dizzy? Yin Rui shook his head left and right. I'm not dizzy at all. What happened just now? Jian Anqi bent down and picked up an arrow feather from the ground. At the moment the door was broken, this person shot the arrow. If it were anyone else, they would have died now. So vicious? This person was too cruel. And I didn't offend him. I want to take him back. Yin Rui looked at Pu Jun in front of him. If this person stays here, I don't know what kind of trouble he will have next time. Jian Anqi naturally agreed. He took out a sleeping bag from his carry-on compartment, stuffed the person in, and took out 2 climbing ropes to tie him up, and then dragged him on the ground. Of course, before putting the person in the sleeping bag, he didn't forget to tie his hands and feet. On the way back, Pu Jun woke up in the sleeping bag. He struggled hard and cursed, "Let me go quickly, and fight me one-on-one if you can. You are crazy. Why didn't you say you would fight me one-on-one when you attacked me?" Yin Rui heard him like this, and he dared to speak loudly to him. So he kicked his sleeping bag twice angrily. "You'd better be quiet now in my hands. Then kill me." Pu Jun's voice came out from the sleeping bag, and even produced a little echo because it was too loud. "Ha ha." Yin Rui laughed twice. "You wish. You want me to reward you. It seems that this man doesn't want to live anymore." Yin Rui feels that he has some self-destructive tendencies. "You little white face. Coward. I think you have never been to the battlefield. And you will pee your pants when you see dead people." Well, just this little bit of compassion was scolded by Pu Jun. Yin Rui rolled his eyes in anger. Jian Anqi patted his head gently and whispered, "Don't argue with him. He will be in trouble later." Humph! Thinking of the scene later, Yin Rui felt a little relieved. Su Ming's lackey. I curse you to have your intestines rotten sooner or later, and die a miserable death. Pu Jun saw that Yin Rui did not answer for a long time, and shouted even more. Hearing this, Yin Rui frowned. Could it be that this person has a grudge against Su Ming? What does the grudge against Su Ming have to do with him? And he is involved here. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi quickened their pace. After returning to the supermarket entrance, they opened the sleeping bag and knocked the man unconscious before Pu Jun could curse. Then, like Su Ming's subordinates, they tied him up and hung him up at the supermarket entrance. Let's see when he wakes up and whether he will still be stubborn after waking up. Yin Rui clapped his hands and walked into the supermarket. After a while, he saw Zhuang Min coming over. Zhuang Min looked at Pu Jun at the door with a somewhat shocked expression. But after the shock, he suppressed his expression, pretended to be calm and walked into the supermarket, and took out the herbs in his backpack. I don't know if you need herbs. I dug them in the mountains this morning. They are very fresh and have the strongest medicinal properties. Thank you. Yin Rui looked at the herbs with a little mist on the leaves, and liked them more and more. If there is a chance in the future, I can pay to buy more. Hearing Yin Rui's affirmation, Zhuang Min's eyes lit up. I am the best at identifying herbs in the village. The herbs they pick are not as effective as the ones I pick. You are amazing. Yin Rui smiled and planted the herbs in the small flower pots he had prepared before. I don't know if it is because of his supernatural power. He is particularly fond of these flowers and plants now. Just standing in front of the cashier, Zhuang Min's eyes frequently looked out the door. Yin Rui noticed and asked, Do you know him? Zhuang Min nodded, yes. His family was massacred, and he was the only one left. Zhuang Min thought that after she said this, Pu Jun would definitely get Yan Rui's sympathy. As a result, Yan Rui's face did not change at all after hearing it. Instead, he said angrily, "It's just that I feel sorry for him. Otherwise, I would hand him over to Su Ming." Ah! Zhuang Min didn't know the ins and outs of this. He wondered what Pu Jun had done to make Yan Rui so angry. Yan Rui looked at Zhuang Min's expression of wanting to ask, but not daring to ask, and didn't hide it from him. He told Zhuang Min everything that happened in the past 2 days, but only got Zhuang Min's admiration. "Do you know what happened here after you left? My uncle told me everything that happened after I left home." "Well, I guess someone told me." Yan Rui laughed. "If he doesn't repent, I will hand him over to Su Ming." Zhuang Min covered her mouth immediately after hearing this. Seeing her like this, Yan Rui asked curiously, "What are you afraid of?" "Su Ming. Su Ming is not a good person." Zhuang Min clenched her fists and mustered up all the courage in her heart before saying this. "If you give him the person, he will not only die, but also die." This is a bit contradictory. Yan Rui guessed. "Is it torture?" Zhuang Min nodded. Su Ming once cut off a deserter's flesh piece by piece to punish him, and forced the deserter's family to eat his flesh. "Hey!" Before Zhuang Min finished speaking, Yan Rui felt sick. He is a pervert. Anyway, there will be no more deserters in the future. Zhuang Min lowered her eyes. "I don't think there is anything wrong with deserters." Yan Rui also understood why some people in this world desperately want to be deserters. Not everyone is so reckless and wants to make a career. More people still want to live a stable life. It's just that Su Ming's behavior is too anti-human. Yan Rui's impression of him instantly fell to the bottom, and he began to calculate whether the initial benefits would be reduced. At this time, Pu Jun, who was hanging outside the door, woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he knew his current situation. "Running dog? Kill me if you have the guts." Yan Rui was furious when he heard this. Zhuang Min was young and her mind was simpler. She listened to Pu Jun's words outside and felt a little restless. Yan Rui saw through Zhuang Min's thoughts, looked at Zhuang Min, and raised his chin towards the outside. Zhuang Min immediately ran out and whispered something in Pu Jun's ear. "Impossible. I saw him colluding with Su Ming yesterday. I don't know what bad ideas he came up with when he went to the martial arts arena." Zhuang Min covered his mouth anxiously and explained to him that it was not what he thought. Jian Anqi couldn't stand it anymore. So he simply stood up and said angrily while walking, "I think his brain is not working well when he is hanging upright. So why not hang him upside down and see if the water in his brain can be poured out?" Seeing that he was walking to the door, Jian Anqi punched Pu Jun in the stomach, hitting back the words that Pu Jun was about to say. Zhuang Min was anxious and begged for mercy. "When my uncle got into trouble, Uncle Pu also helped him. He is a good man. Can a good man be a thief?" Yan Rui walked up to him. "Is it easy to pick the bricks on the roof of my house?" "How do you know?" Pu Jun thought he had done it perfectly, and no one could find his trace. But the ancients had no concept of high technology. Pu Jun just smiled at Yan Rui and pointed to the sky and said, "Everyone is watching from above. He has a camera installed up there." As a result, Pu Jun's face changed drastically when he heard this. "Don't play tricks." Yan Rui was too lazy to pay attention to him. "You apologize to me. Don't let me put you down if you don't apologize." "Uncle Pu, just apologize. They are really good people, and they are not Su Ming's accomplices." Pu Jun looked at the child who was jumping around anxiously beside him, frowned and said, "Who is your uncle?" "My uncle is Shuang Changwen, the one with a broken leg. You heard that he went back. A remnant soldier came and brought medicine and money to our family." "Oh, it's your family. How did you get mixed up with them?" Pu Jun didn't pay attention to the expressions of Yan Rui and Jian Anqi. "Yesterday I saw Su Ming give him a big bag of things with my own eyes, and the two of them were talking and laughing." "Then did you see Su Ming give her things?" Yan Rui pointed at Zhuang Min. "Su Ming also gave her a big bag of snacks. Why didn't you say anything? Su Ming also gave you snacks?" After saying that, he looked straight at Yan Rui again, his eyes even colder. "Who are you?" Yan Rui simply stopped talking, and fanned himself twice in anger, cursing as he went into the house. If it weren't for the fact that Pu Jun was a good person, he would have bought a few of the props in the system punishment to cure his brain disease. Zhuang Min kept explaining outside, and Su Ming slowly believed it until noon, mainly because Zhuang Min said that Yen Rui did not charge money for treating Zhuang Chongwen. Do you know you are wrong? Yen Rui hugged his shoulders and looked at Zhuang Min. It's not enough for him to just say he was wrong. He has to compensate me. Zhuang Min wanted to plead for Pu Jun. But Pu Jun was penniless and had no money to pay compensation. If you let me go, I will naturally send you an apology gift. Pu Jun struggled for a while. It's my fault. I didn't find out the truth at the beginning. So I randomly guessed the relationship between you and Su Ming. Humph. Yen Rui hugged his arms and was a little proud. But Jian Anqi was still a little dissatisfied. If it weren't for the two of them being protected, they might have become the dead souls under his arrows today. But since Yen Rui had forgiven him, he naturally couldn't do anything too much. After untying the rope for him, he asked Pu Jun when he relaxed his wrist, "Are you recovered?" Pu Jun nodded. "I am now, ah." Before he finished speaking, he felt a huge impact on one side of his face, and even felt a little numb and itchy. "Why did you hit me?" Pu Jun also wanted to attack, but he was not good at close combat, so he was no match for Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi grabbed his wrist overnight and pressed him against the wall, unable to move. "This is the last time. If you dare to have any crooked thoughts again, let me know, and you will find out how kind Su Ming is. Do you understand?" Pu Jun, who was almost out of breath, didn't hear clearly what Jian Anqi said in the last few words. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized that he didn't want to die at all. His desire to survive reached its peak. After Jian Anqi let go, Pu Jun immediately knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, and even felt a little grateful for surviving the disaster. Jian Anqi walked to the cashier, looked at Yen Rui, who was a little stunned, frowned and asked, "Don't like it?" Yen Rui looked at Jian Anqi blankly, and after reacting, his eyes burst into a fierce brilliance. "Brother, you are so handsome. Brother, teach me how to use that trick." Seeing Yen Rui's reaction, Jian Anqi felt a little proud in his heart. He said a little reservedly, "It's just some tricks. If you want to learn, I will teach you when there is no one around." Yen Rui nodded desperately. Jian Anqi swept away the anger that he had just suppressed in his heart with these few moves, and even felt a little refreshed. After a long time, Pu Jun, who had recovered, walked into the supermarket. He said stiffly, "Sorry. I accept your apology." Yen Rui raised his chin and slightly lifted his heels to make himself look more imposing. Pu Jun said dejectedly, "I saw you coming to my village that day, and I was worried that you would tell Su Ming that there was someone in the village. So I lost my mind and took action. Now I think you are innocent. You should think it's lucky that it was me. If it was someone else, you would have killed them by mistake." Yen Rui was still a little frightened when he said this. If it was someone else, you would have killed innocent people indiscriminately. Pu Jun's expression was a little awkward, and Yen Rui felt a little relieved. However, except for him and Jian Anqi, no one else would go to that village. It had been abandoned for a long time, and was not a key road. "I will compensate you." Pu Jun gritted her teeth and said, "But I still hope you don't tell Su Ming about my existence. I'm not that boring." Yen Rui waved his hand, and then suddenly thought of something. So he stopped Pu Jun, who was about to leave. "Wait a minute." Pu Jun's footsteps stopped in place. "What's the matter? You're already in? Don't you want to go shopping?" Yen Rui pointed inside the supermarket. "Take the basket in and choose. And come here to exchange if you like something. I don't charge money here, but I only have yuanbao coupons." Pu Jun spread his hands and politely refused. Yen Rui could only sigh and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, "Yuanbao coupons are yuanbao coupons." Pu Jun froze for a moment, but seeing Jian Anqi next to Yen Rui staring at him, he could only admit defeat, resigned to his fate, and picked up a box and walked into the supermarket. "But what material is this basket made of? Why does it feel so strange? And it looks much more durable than bamboo baskets and cloth bags." "Your basket?" Pu Jun turned around and asked. Yen Rui was annoyed when he heard it. "I don't sell baskets, windows, or shelves. I want you to see what's on the shelf." Pu Jun turned around and carefully observed every item on the shelf. He originally wanted to buy only 1 or 2 items for the sake of appreciating it. After all, he was not rich at the moment. But after looking at the items on the shelf, he couldn't move his feet. There are foods that can be preserved for several years. And this cloth is so delicate. If this fine workmanship is used on weapons, wouldn't it be invincible? After seeing the items on the shelf, Pu Jun really understood why Su Ming wanted to befriend Yen Rui. He had never seen the things on it before. Before he came back from the battlefield, he had never heard of these things. Now they were all laid out on the shelves for him to choose from. Pu Jun wanted everything, but he probably didn't have enough money. So he took what he needed most. 2 boxes of luncheon meat, 2 boxes of canned fish, a can of fruit, and a box of pins. A total of 82 ling. You can make up 100. I don't have money to pay you. Yen Rui spread his hands to Pu Jun. He didn't have any change now. And Pu Jun was also very embarrassed now. Let alone making up 100. He couldn't even afford the 82. But it's so cheap. He just wanted to test the price. But he didn't expect it to be so cheap. You don't have money? Didn't you say you have a yuan out coupon? Yen Rui sighed helplessly. Forget it. Forget it. If you don't have it, let's go. Yen Rui waved at Pu Jun. His expression was very disappointed. Seeing him like this, Pu Jun pointed to the box of luncheon meat on the table. How much is this? 20 ling. Yen Rui perked up a little. Just this is fine. Then take this. Pu Jun took out 2 yuan bao coupons worth 10 ling. And then held it carefully in his hand. Here's a bag for you to take back. No one has come to his supermarket to buy things these days. As long as he treats the first customer well today, there will definitely be a lot of customers. Thank you. Pu Jun was about to leave with his things. Before leaving, he turned around and said to Yen Rui sincerely, I'm really sorry for almost hurting you. Yen Rui looked at his back as he left, curled his lips, then turned back and said to Jian Anqi, Did you beat him? Probably not. But don't worry about him. Jian Anqi pointed at Shuang Min outside the door. Why don't you leave? So this is where you sell things? Can I buy the milk powder I gave the children before from here? Shuang Min touched her purse and asked carefully. Of course it's here. Don't you know? Shuang Min nodded. She stood outside the door after she came here. She didn't recognize the words on the door. And even if she knew it, she didn't know what supermarket meant. Yen Rui obviously realized the problem this time. And he slapped his forehead. I was really careless. Chapter 68 Atypical Martial Arts. After listening to Shuang Min's words, Yen Rui suddenly realized that these people didn't know what a supermarket meant. Not to mention that most of these people were illiterate due to the influence of the environment. Moreover, this place was next to the Wantian ladder, and basically no one knew about it. It was impossible to ask Su Ming and his men to help promote it. You can buy it. Take whatever you want. After you take it, just do me a favor. What favor? Shuang Min came forward and listened carefully to Yen Rui's instructions. Yen Rui, help me shout to the nearby villages and tell them that everything they want can be bought here. Finally, he added, it's not necessary to say that in Heyuan town. He still had to be cautious with Su Ming. No problem. Shuang Min patted his chest and promised. Within 3 days, all the nearby villages will know the news. Yen Rui nodded. And then reminded, you don't have to worry too much. You still have to pay attention to safety. Shuang Min nodded. I want to see if there is anything suitable for my uncle. He is in good spirits recently, and should be able to get up soon. Does he have a cane? Yen Rui asked. Do you need me to help you find a pair of canes? No. There are canes that others don't use in the village. And my uncle is going to put a wooden stick on his leg. Shuang Min gestured with his hands. Although walking is somewhat affected. But you can still stand up. This is quite impressive. It seems that Zhuang Chengwen's martial arts should be really good. Except Shuang Min and Su Ming. No one else came here. Yen Rui sat on the chairboard. And Jian Anqi walked to his side. Are you going to learn grappling techniques? There is no one now. Yen Rui jumped up from the chair. Let's go! The two walked out of the door and stood face to face. Yen Rui rubbed his hands excitedly. Let's start. Jian Anqi hooked his finger at Yen Rui first, pointed at himself and said, You come and hit me. Ah, this is not good. But Yen Rui was still a little impulsive in his heart, and it should be okay to just hit him lightly. He quickly punched Jian Anqi's shoulder. Jian Anqi turned sideways and grabbed Yen Rui's wrist with his backhand. He turned his hand hard and controlled Yen Rui's hand behind his back. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Yen Rui cried out in pain. Jian Anqi was shocked and immediately let go of his hand. Unexpectedly, after Yen Rui felt his action, he turned forward and counterattacked according to the action Jian Anqi had just taught him, and directly controlled Jian Anqi in his hand. Yen Rui whispered to Jian Anqi's ear with some pride. Are you convinced? I am. Jian Anqi's answer was concise and to the point. Yen Rui smiled and let go of his hand. As a result, before he could say anything else, he seemed to lose weight. He was in a trance for a while, and was pressed to the ground by Jian Anqi the next second. Why are you still attacking me? Yen Rui was a little unconvinced, and struggled hard under Jian Anqi. You are cheating. Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui, whose hair became messy because of the struggle, and couldn't help laughing. After hearing his laughter, Yen Rui rolled his eyes, and pretended to faint. Jian Anqi gently patted his face. I have learned this move. I will teach you the next one. I can't get up. Yen Rui closed his eyes tightly. You'd better treat the captives well. After hearing what Yen Rui said, Jian Anqi laughed so hard that his chest shook. Yen Rui quietly opened one eye and looked at Jian Anqi, but accidentally met Jian Anqi's eyes. I'm going to get up. Yen Rui immediately avoided his gaze. Is there another move? Of course. Jian Anqi gently twisted his fingers, stood up, and stretched out his hand to Yen Rui. Yen Rui raised his hand and slapped his palm away. I don't need your help. I can get up by myself. Jian Anqi bent down. I know you can get up. Can I help you? Okay. Yen Rui grabbed Jian Anqi's hand, and Jian Anqi pulled him up. This is the simplest first move, which is only suitable for frontal attacks. Now I'll teach you the back. Yen Rui followed Jian Anqi to study carefully for a long time, and he learned all the moves, but he didn't know where to practice. Don't worry. You can go back and look at the martial arts secrets. Maybe you can integrate them. Su Ming gave him a total of 32 secrets. Yen Rui had already understood these secrets last night and asked the system to estimate their prices. Even if these books are original, they are all ordinary exercises. Nothing special. So the price is not high. The most worth reading is the Ziyushu. Yen Rui couldn't put it down when he looked at the Ziyushu. He also looked up the information. Many people said that Ziyushu was just a kind of psychological therapy. But this book also included treatment techniques and acupuncture analysis. And it felt that the content was deeper than traditional Chinese medicine. Look, there is a meridian map here. Let the internal force flow along this line. And it can also increase people's internal force. Yen Rui pointed to a picture in the book and said, each meridian has its own function, and it can even regulate the obsession. This is a bit too magical. We are already in the martial arts plane. Is there anything more magical than this? Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui and said, do you want to explore other routes tomorrow? Okay. Even Zhuangmin can't spread the news so quickly. It is likely that no one will come tomorrow. Yen Rui scratched his head. I still have to advertise. But when Yen Rui wanted to go out the next day, he found Pu Jun squatting in front of the door, staring at him. You scared me. Yen Rui looked at Pu Jun, who had a somewhat gloomy expression. What are you doing squatting here so early in the morning? Do you want to buy something before you go in? This is my apology. Pu Jun handed a cloth bag in her arms to Yen Rui. Even if you take it to a yuan town, you can sell it for a high price. What is it? Yen Rui curiously opened the cloth bag. But when he saw the things inside, he screamed in fear and threw the cloth bag away. Pu Jun hurriedly stood up and took the cloth bag in one step. Yen Rui pointed at Pu Jun. You, what is this? You scared me to death. This is a spiritual golden monkey. Every part of his body can be used as medicine. Don't look at it. It's not big, but it's not sold by kilogram. There is also the black-striped cat. The black-striped cat is still alive. It can be equivalent to the living expenses of an ordinary family for a year. Yen Rui stamped his feet. But suddenly, he didn't know what to say. However, he was really scared to death when he opened it and saw a dead little monkey. The monkey was only as big as a human palm, and the cat was not much bigger either. It looked like a small furry ball. Yen Rui sighed in his heart. Okay. This is your apology. Yen Rui waved at Pu Jun. It's settled. You can go if you have nothing else. Pu Jun felt relieved when he heard Yen Rui say that. Can I buy something else? Come in. Pu Jun handed the bundle in his hand to Yen Rui. Yen Rui already knew what was inside, but he still didn't want to get involved. Jian Anqi took the bundle for him. This time, Pu Jun brought some yuanbao coupons, and bought 2 canned fish and 3 sharp knives for cutting meat. After Pu Jun left, Yen Rui took the dying little black cat. The kitten was so small that only the slight movement of its belly proved that it was still alive. Yen Rui couldn't bear it. Do you know how to save it? Jian Anqi took out his phone. I can ask a veterinarian. Yen Rui looked at the kitten's condition, and saw that it must have lost too much blood. There was a huge wound on its foot, perhaps caused by stepping on Pu Jun's trap. Yen Rui touched it with some heartache, and then saw a ray of green light sinking into the kitten's body. Yen Rui suddenly remembered that he still had superpowers. So he simply injected his superpowers into the kitten's body, and tried his best to save it. Unexpectedly, after he put all his skills into the kitten, the cat's breathing became a little stronger, and the movement of its belly became more severe. Alive! 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 Yen Rui gently touched the kitten's head, then watched Jian Anqi take out a syringe, suck the medicine into the syringe, and prepare to feed the kitten. Two-pronged approach. Yen Rui looked at the veterinarian's instructions on Jian Anqi's phone and fed the medicine, while Jian Anqi cleaned the kitten's wound, stopped the bleeding and bandaged it, and then prepared a syringe of goat milk and gently put it to its mouth. If the kitten can start eating, it proves that there is hope of survival. Yen Rui held it to his mouth like this, and not long after, the kitten's nose moved, and then stretched out its tongue to find the direction of the fragrance. Yen Rui was overjoyed, and pushed the goat milk in the syringe into the kitten's mouth little by little. The kitten's tongue kept absorbing the source of life, but it only drank half a tube, and couldn't drink anymore. But this has made Yen Rui excited enough. It seems that the kitten should be rescued in this state. But the little monkey next to him with his eyes closed, and movements still struggling before his death made him have no way to deal with it. What should we do? Yen Rui asked. Let's go out and dig a hole to bury him. Even though Pu Jun said that the monkey could be sold at a high price, he still couldn't bear it. But at this time, the system's voice appeared. If you don't want it, can you give me the body of this monkey? Do you want to recycle it? Yen Rui rarely heard the system ask for something. This shouldn't be of much use. Yes, we can exchange it with points. 1,000,000 points is okay? You won't do any strange experiments with this monkey, will you? Yen Rui asked with some doubt. In this case, I would rather bury him. No, we won't do anything weird, the system promised. We can sign a contract. Since that's the case, Yen Rui simply let the system exchange the little monkey's body for points. When exchanging, Yen Rui did not forget to confirm, I really don't want to cut him into pieces. No, its integrity is more useful to me. Since that's the case, Yen Rui no longer asked. That day, Yen Rui's eyes were all on the kitten. At night, the kitten finally opened its eyes, and made a meow sound. Jian Anqi! The kitten is awake! Yen Rui wanted to scream, but was afraid that his voice would scare the kitten. So he could only suppress his throat and scream in a low voice, frantically sending messages to Jian Anqi, who was counting goods in the basement. Look! He opened his eyes, and he actually survived. Yen Rui took the phone and took pictures up and down, and then saw the kitten licking his tongue, trying to stand up to no avail, and finally rubbed towards Yen Rui with force. Oh! Yen Rui hurriedly rubbed in front of the kitten, rubbed his hands, and touched the kitten's head after making sure his hands were not cold. The kitten immediately squinted and rubbed Yen Rui's palm, half squinting his eyes, with an expression of enjoyment. Yen Rui injected his superpowers into the kitten's body little by little. The kitten immediately opened its eyes wide after feeling it, and then the rubbing action became heavier. It seems that this cat really likes his superpowers. Yen Rui was delighted. At this time, Jian Anqi also washed his hands and came up. He whispered to Yen Rui, Is it done? Immersed in joy, Yen Rui nodded vigorously. It should be fine. You see he can move? Jian Anqi couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Then I'll make him some more goat milk powder. Yen Rui's eyes were glued to the kitten. He waved to Jian Anqi, and Jian Anqi immediately went upstairs. That night, Yen Rui stared at the kitten and didn't sleep much. He laid a wool blanket for the kitten, and then found a small bowl as his exclusive small food bowl. However, it seemed that it relied on supernatural powers. The next morning, the cat was able to stand up and walk a few steps. But because of the wound, its hind legs were still a little lame. This cat is so cute. I haven't raised a pet yet. In his previous life, Yen Rui had a plan to raise a pet, but it was stranded because of the end of the world. Now, he has unexpectedly fulfilled his wish in his previous life. I'm going to buy more cat beds and cat food online. I don't know what kind of cat food is better. I need to look up more information. Should we prepare more dog food? Many people will need it after the end of the world. Speaking of this, Jian Anqi suddenly mentioned, there should be some rich people who keep pets at home after the end of the world. Yin Rui recalled his previous life. It was more than just keeping pets. When everyone was poorly clothed and hungry, there were still people who gave their pets gold and silver. Not to mention food. Yes. 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 Stock up on dog and cat food in large quantities. It's best to buy the most expensive, imported ones. After the end of the world, those rich people are most willing to invest in this aspect. This is like a luxury to them, which can satisfy their face. After receiving the message from Jian Anqi, Wan Jiaming felt that Jian Anqi's request was getting weirder and weirder. Now he even asked him to store cat and dog food in large quantities, as well as various pet medicines and toys. And he also wanted pet clothes. If he doesn't open a security company, will he open a pet hospital? They can't treat small animals. Okay, Wan Jiaming replied quickly. I don't know how big this cat can grow. Do you remember when we were reading the data chapter of this plane? Someone wrote a huge cat. Yen Rui recalled. But it is indeed very generous to have a big cat. But now, he already has a little cat that will pounce on him. The big cat has been thrown behind his mind. And his mind is full of the little cat in front of him, who can act coquettishly and meow at him. Boss Yen. Su Ming's voice came from outside the door. And Yen Rui immediately lost interest. He hugged the kitten in his arms, looked at Su Ming and said, go inside and choose what you want to buy. Hey, are you going to eat this today? Su Ming looked at the still thin kitten in Yen Rui's arms, and suggested kindly, otherwise, you give the cat to me, and I will fatten it up for you and send it back. No, this is not for me to eat. I want to raise it. Yen Rui looked at Shiming and felt very impatient. But he still suppressed his irritability and said, if you want anything, go in and buy it. Okay. Su Ming walked into the supermarket and went straight to the knife area. He bought all the kitchen knives, fruit knives, and various knives on the shelf. And then came to the cashier. Do you have any stock here? Why did you buy so many knives? For self-defense? Yen Rui did not answer, but asked back. Su Ming waved his hand. It's not like that. The war is about to start. I just want to give the children a better chance of survival. The war is about to start. When? Where? Who will fight? Yen Rui put down his hand and looked at Su Ming and asked. It's been 2 months since we started fighting. This time we're fighting the Lushan village on the other side of the river. Lushan is rich in resources. If we can take it down, we won't have to worry about the resources of Huyuan town in the future. Only in the next 2 days? Yen Rui felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. We just recruited new soldiers a few days ago. It hasn't even been a month yet. Alas, war is not something I can control. Lushan village has already trained a group of new soldiers, and each of them has special skills and has begun to declare war on us. We can't fall behind them. This knife. Yen Rui hesitated for a while, but still replied, there is not much in stock. Probably these are all. Well, we are satisfied with these. Su Ming put away all the knives without caring. But after buying things, he still stayed in the supermarket and looked around and didn't leave. Do you have anything else to buy? Yen Rui was curious and didn't want him to stay here any longer. Su Ming then approached Yen Rui and whispered, can you cast a spell for me? Open an altar and pray for me to win. Like the one you had when you were a kid? Yen Rui raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes. Is that okay? Su Ming looked at Yen Rui expectantly. And Yen Rui immediately changed his expression and said in an unfathomable way, so many years have passed, and our prayers are no longer the same as they were before. Su Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter, and Yen Rui continued, you are not qualified to watch yet. Good. 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 This is really great. Even he is not qualified to watch, which shows how high the level is. Then you privately? Su Ming asked tentatively. Yen Rui closed his eyes and waved at him. Su Ming immediately took out a thick stack of source treasure coupons from his arms, bowed deeply to Yen Rui, and then left the supermarket happily. Yen Rui looked at Su Ming's back as he left, stuck out his tongue at him, and then put away the source treasure coupons. This thing might be useful in the future. When will the war start? Jian Anqi walked over and asked. After a week. The system replied. The two sides have issued a declaration of war. It is indeed the other side who started it first. This scale of war will probably end in a month. It's just that the combat power of both sides is evenly matched, and it is estimated that there will be a lot of casualties by then. Thinking of this, Yin Rui's heart became heavy again. Jian Anqi stepped forward and hugged his shoulders. We already knew this situation before we came to this plane. Didn't we? Yin Rui nodded. Then rubbed his face. Forget it. Let's just keep our kitten. The kitten's health got better day by day. And perhaps because of Zhuang Min's publicity. Many people came to the supermarket to find out. It's just that some people were timid and stood at the door, and didn't dare to come in. Zhuang Min had to help persuade them to step into this fairy-like place. Gradually, this supermarket also became popular. As the two people had planned before, cloth sold the fastest, followed by food, and then salt and sugar. Because of the unimaginable low prices of salt and sugar in the supermarket, these people had a great favor for this supermarket, and even began to spontaneously promote it to the surroundings. And early in the morning of this day, Yin Rui actually saw an old acquaintance. Why are you here? Yin Rui looked at Wang Jingyu, who came here alone, and asked curiously, shouldn't you be waiting for the war at home? Wang Jingyu shook her head. I want you to help mediate and ask Su Ming not to start a war again. The people can no longer afford such a large expenditure. Where does the money for the war come from? It comes from the people's taxes. Su Ming's frequent wars are also to squeeze the $2 in the people's pockets. But now everyone seems to be unable to support it, and has begun to have no way to survive. I won't hide it from you. Although this time, it was a declaration of war from Lushan village. It was actually Su Ming who started it himself. Yin Rui pricked up his ears. Tell me in detail. Wang Jingyu said in detail that this time Su Ming personally brought his own guards to burn half of Lushan village's mountain, and also ambushed the second in command of Lushan village. The second in command's life was in danger at this time, and the first in command naturally couldn't bear it. However, after the sneak attack, Su Ming had been hiding nearby, and there were many guards around him. So the people of Lushan village could not launch a sneak attack. So they were angry and issued a declaration of war, and specifically asked Su Ming to lead the troops. But although Su Ming agreed to this request, he did not intend to lead the troops himself, but asked my brother to do it for him. Wang Jingyu clenched her fists. My brother has just come of age, and just joined the army last year. If Su Ming asked him to disguise himself, he would definitely be seen through at a glance. And I would definitely not survive here. Wang Jingyu then raised her eyes, and looked at Yin Rui pleadingly. I heard that you want to find the secret book. As long as you help me, I will give you our Wang family's secret book. Chapter 69 Atypical Martial Arts. Secret book? Hearing this, Yin Rui became interested. What kind of secret book is it? Wang Jingyu swallowed. 2. One is the art of taming beasts, and the other is a hidden weapon. If you practice it, you can take the head of anyone within 100 miles. So powerful. But if it is so powerful, why are you still afraid of Su Ming? Wang Jingyu sighed. My family is dwindling, and now there are only me and my brother. Although my family once had a glorious time, it is no longer as prosperous as the Su family. The men in his family don't go to the battlefield. Even if they go to the battlefield, most of them are to grab military merits to gild themselves, just to brag about their achievements and win the hearts of the people. Yin Rui understood that other families sent their children to the battlefield, and those who came back were either dead or injured, or waiting to be discharged. But they didn't know when it would be. The Su family did not go to the battlefield, so they naturally had more advantages than other families. I can't promise, but I'll think of a way. Yin Rui agreed. You'd better find another way. Wang Jingyu nodded vigorously. I'm very grateful for your words. Wang Jingyu bowed deeply to Yin Rui and left quickly. Yin Rui sat back in his chair and said to Jian Anqi with a headache, What do you think? Jian Anqi thought about it. I think we can intervene a little, but we won't interfere in the final choice. They have no way to change the overall environment of the plane. But if they can really avoid a small war, they can do it with a clear conscience. Well, let's think about what we should do. We can't just go to Su Ming and tell him not to go out to fight. Besides, he didn't go to fight in person. Su Ming is really vicious to let a 16-year-old child die instead of himself. Not to mention that he is his brother-in-law. I don't know what grudges there are between the Zijiahe and Wang families. Or let's try to send a dream. Yin Rui thought for a moment. If I send a dream, I don't know if Su Ming can believe it. Time is running out. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi don't have any better ideas. They don't have enough manpower and can't make more plans. And Su Ming is very superstitious about the existence of the god ancestor. So sending a dream is feasible. The question is how to send a message in a dream? Yin Rui's attention was on the system. System. Do you have any solution? The system could not find the answer for a while. There is no such product in our system mall. Alas, it seems that sending a message in a dream is not possible. Otherwise, find a way to send him a threatening letter? I don't know what this person is afraid of. From what Wang Jingyu said just now, Su Ming seems to be most afraid of death. Is there any instrument that can change brain waves and control the activity of brain cells? Jian Anqi asked. He looked through the items in the system mall. If not, is there no such thing in the magic plane? Can't the great magicians even control dreams? This business ability is not good. Yes, but the dream imaging is very complicated, and only the magician himself can use it skillfully. People like you who have no magic foundation will not succeed. Our problem is that we can't control the content of the dream image. Right? Yin Rui touched his chin, thinking, if this problem is solved, can it be used? The system desperately searched for props in the mall, but it didn't find a solution after all. Yes, as long as the hunger image problem can be solved. The rest can be solved with magic props. Then can we use movie clips? Yin Rui said. Find a war movie and change the face. Replace Su Ming's face with the losing side, and the winning side with the people from Lushan village. And it would be best if there is a clip of Su Ming being tortured to death by the captives. Yin Rui felt more and more feasible as he spoke. Anyway, they haven't seen the movie. If they really don't believe it, just create a foggy scene at the beginning, with only him in the middle. And then, later, the person pretending to be the god ancestor reminded him that he would lose the battle. Yin Rui said that he still felt that he might not understand what he said, and started to draw on the paper again. It would be best if he was surrounded by fog at the beginning. And this is the future after he insisted on his own way and started the war. It would be best to find a scene where the two sides seem to be equally powerful. You can do this, right? If you add up the movies of several planes, you will definitely find something similar. Then it's face swapping, which depends on you. Yin Rui asked with some expectation, can you do it? The workload is so large. The system just wanted to say try it. But Yin Rui continued, can the most powerful system in the Amoin galaxy do it? I can. The system agreed without hesitation. And Yin Rui smiled and nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. If you need anything, you can buy it directly from my points. Yin Rui's words were equivalent to opening a backdoor for the system, allowing him to use points at will in the next few days. The system has never treated him like this before. The system and Yin Rui promised solemnly that they would be ready in the shortest time possible. And then, there was no sound. After listening, Yin Rui sighed and said, alas, even if it fails, it's not your fault. You have tried your best. Jian Anqi stepped forward to comfort him. But Yin Rui didn't think about this. He looked at Jian Anqi and said, even if we bought magic spells, how can we use this thing on Su Ming? The Yuan town has a curfew every night. Jian Anqi and Yin Rui have no martial arts skills at all. And there is no way to climb over the wall. Even if they can climb over the wall, they can't avoid the patrolling soldiers inside. It's a bit difficult. Yin Rui scratched his head. Let Pu Jun go. Before Yin Rui asked the system for help, Jian Anqi proposed a solution. Pu Jun has a grudge against Su Ming, and he still feels guilty about you. If you ask him for help, he will definitely be happy. He may not be very happy. Yin Rui hesitated. We will go and ask later. After all the customers in the supermarket left, Yin Rui and Jian Anqi closed the door, posted a notice on the door, and walked towards Pu Jun's home. When Yin Rui and Jian Anqi arrived, they saw Pu Jun repairing the gate at the door of her house. Pu Jun saw the two people coming and asked expressionlessly, didn't we agree to settle the matter? Why are you looking for me now? It is indeed settled. But no one else can do this except you. Yin Rui squatted down and looked at Pu Jun. There is a job that can trick Su Ming. Do you want to do it? Trick Su Ming? Yes. Pu Jun didn't even ask what it was, and just threw the hammer in his hand. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Plot against him. Yin Rui shook his head. No. Just give him a nightmare. Nightmare? Pu Jun wanted to ask. But seeing Jian Anqi's expression, he knew that the two people's plan would not be explained to him in detail. So he stopped. Okay. What do you want me to do? But after the excitement, Pu Jun added, he won't find out about me later. Right? At least, he didn't want to die blindly now. Don't worry. It's absolutely impossible. He will definitely not stab you. Yen Rui promised. He may even be more restrained because of this. Yen Rui and him agreed to let Pu Jun go to the supermarket to find him at night, and then let him cross the city gate and go to Su Ming's residence to do it. Pu Jun naturally knew where Su Ming lived. Now it depends on whether the system can successfully edit the video and then successfully enter the dream. At dusk, Yen Rui paced in the supermarket a little anxiously, and Pu Jun, who had originally agreed to meet in the evening, was already sitting at the door of the supermarket waiting for their instructions. Yen Rui picked his fingers nervously, and Jian Anji stepped forward and held the back of his hand. Don't move. It's easy to bleed. Yen Rui was busy, but he didn't know what he was busy with. Finally, when only half of the sun was left, the system finally came back. It's done. See if this works? Yen Rui hurriedly turned on the video, and then saw a huge black fog appear on the screen. The black fog was oppressive and long, and it was compacted together. There was only a small black dot in the middle. When I looked closer, I found that the black dot was Su Ming himself. Then, there was a sentence with a faint echo, saying the lines written by Yen Rui, "If you insist on doing it, you will be punished." Nonsense. When has Su Ming, ever suffered retribution? What's more, even if there is retribution, what can he do to me? The sound made by the small black dot was exactly the same as Su Ming. The stereo surround sound finally spit out 2 words. Just watch. The scene changed, and the picture became a posture of 2 armies facing each other. On the left was the army led by Su Ming, who was triumphantly challenging the other side. The opposite side should be the army of Lushantai. The generals of both sides fought back and forth. After Su Ming won a great victory, the other deputy generals of Lushantai ordered the charge without Su Ming's preparation. Su Ming was naturally not to be outdone, and he rushed forward on his horse. The next scene was that Su Ming was captured by the leader of Lushan village. After the leader of Lushan village took him to the mountain, he first cut off one of his hands, then pulled out his tongue, dug out one of his eyes, and finally laughed. Send all these to his mother, and see if she can be scared to death. Yen Rui looked at the scene and grinned, and asked the system, "Where did you get this movie from? This line is too. It's a funny skit made by a blogger on the internet. What's wrong? I think it's quite suitable to put it here. There is indeed no sense of disobedience. This is in peacetime. Yen Rui can even rely on the system to become an editing blogger. And maybe he can become famous." Yen Rui watched Su Ming experience his mother being scared to death, his wife going up the mountain to rescue him, and being pierced by thousands of arrows. His brother-in-law desperately brought him down the mountain, and was captured by Lushan village, and his life or death was unknown, etc. Can he do this? This person has no heart. You can't use emotions to awaken his conscience, Yen Rui reminded. And the system said, "Keep watching." Later, Su Ming was thrown on the side of the road alone. He was missing a hand, a broken leg, and an eye. He was wearing tattered clothes and begging on the side of the road. However, due to the war, the situation of the people nearby was not much better than his. Finally, he came across a porridge shed of a wealthy family. But because he had no experience in grabbing porridge, he didn't even drink a mouthful. He had no choice but to steal rice from nearby farmland. As a result, he just broke off a corn, and before he could put it into his mouth, a huge wolfhound bit his remaining good leg. In the end, he was caught as a thief and thrown into a nearby ditch. Not long after, he died. That's it. Yen Rui always felt that this video was a little lacking in power, and the system continued to remind him, there's more to come. Su Ming's body was horrible, and Yen Rui had to cover his eyes, leaving only a gap between his fingers to see. Where did you find this video? It's the game screen. How is it? Is it very real? The games in our online galaxy have developed to be almost the same as real-life games. This is true. Yen Rui was so excited that he wanted to have some fun when he had time. In the end, someone else came to Su Ming's body in gorgeous clothes. It should be someone from the Su family. An old woman wearing gold and silver looked down at Su Ming with a hint of disdain in her eyes. The Su family's waist has been raised for so many years in vain. After that, she waved her sleeves and turned away, without even preparing a wild grave for him. You've made me feel a little bit sorry. Yen Rui rubbed his hands and said with some excitement, it's too real. Su Ming will be 100% scared after seeing it. But I don't know if his fear can stop him from starting a war. The system and Yen Rui basically don't know what the elders close to Su Ming look like. And they haven't seen the people from Lushan village either. But the magic of this film lies in the various editing techniques used by the system. By using the techniques of zooming in and out, people ignore the fact that they can't see the face clearly. Instead, they will bring in the identity of the other party based on Su Ming's own lines, which gives people a sense of stream of consciousness. It should be almost ready. Jian Anqi knocked on the table and pointed to Pu Jun outside the door and said, "Do you want to call him in now and teach him how to do it?" Yen Rui called Pu Jun in, and then explained to him how to use the magic carrier in his hand on Su Ming. The magic carrier Yen Rui chose the bow and arrow style. Pu Jun's archery skills were just suitable for this task. He just needed to do everything he could to shoot the arrow into Su Ming's eyebrows. "I will succeed." Pu Jun touched his injured eye and said, "Don't look at me now that I only have one eye left. But when it comes to archery, I'm second here, and no one dares to claim first place. Then I'll trouble you." Yen Rui looked at Pu Jun's back as she left, and said with some worry, "Do you think he will succeed?" Jian Anqi nodded. "I think he will succeed. Even if something goes wrong in the middle, he will find a way to get things done." Hearing this, Yen Rui could only put down his heart that had been hanging in the air, and went back to the house to continue playing with the kitten that had not yet recovered. The kitten was still young, and when he saw Yen Rui, he ran over from the nest. But because the nest was made of cardboard, the edge was too high, and he couldn't climb out. So when he saw Yen Rui, he struggled by the box, looking so pitiful. But it looked so cute. Yen Rui couldn't help but pick up his phone to take pictures of the kitten, and then sent it to Jian Anqi. "I'll make a backup copy for you." Jian Anqi silently saved all the photos. The kitten's condition was getting better and better, and it was time to give it a name. "Just call him in." Yen Rui took the kitten out of the box and held it in his arms. "I hope he can grow up safely in the end times. If I can adopt other small animals in the future, I will call him Ping Ping." "Okay." Jian Anqi also reached out and touched it in Yen Rui's arms. "I wonder if he has any special features." Yen Rui really doesn't know much about the species in this plane, and even the system is the same. Maybe the system is still hoping that Yen Rui can enrich its database for him. Let's talk about it later. His leg is not healed yet. When he is almost healed, put it on the counter and see who recognizes it then. There have been a lot of customers recently, and maybe someone knows a lot about this. At night, Yen Rui lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He asked the system if it could broadcast Pu Jun's progress to him in real time. But the system said that he couldn't do it because he was too far away from the host. Yen Rui sighed, and simply got up to eat fruit. He opened the refrigerator and thought about just eating an apple. But he found that Jian Anqi had prepared several refrigerated yogurt bowls for him in the refrigerator. This is even better. Yen Rui took out a yogurt bowl and began to enjoy the quiet night. Although the martial arts plane is chaotic, the environment is indeed good. When you look up, you can see countless stars showing their own unique light in the dark. Is there the Big Dipper here? Yen Rui looked out the window and talked to the system. The system replied, "Of course there is no Big Dipper. These are all different galaxies. But the stars that are borrowed by the light are all taken from the same star." "You mean? My current location is not far from my original planet?" "This plane is not far, but the previous plane is still a bit far," the system replied. "Do you need to know the specific number? Then forget it." Yen Rui shook his head. "Even if I knew, I have no idea. The only thing I want now is whether Pu Jun's mission can be completed successfully." Yen Rui did not wait until the next morning to get the result. After completing the mission, Pu Jun did not stay in the city, but quickly returned to the supermarket. Seeing that the light was still on inside the supermarket, Pu Jun's heart settled down at once. After knocking on the door of the supermarket, it was opened from the inside after a while, and Jian Anqi's face was revealed. Yen Rui stood behind Jian Anqi. Yen Rui stuck his head out and looked Pu Jun up and down. Seeing that he was unharmed, he was relieved. "Come in." It was the first time that Pu Jun walked into a supermarket at night. He looked around and saw that the room was as bright as daylight. He was stunned for a moment. "What's wrong?" Seeing Pu Jun standing there in a daze, Yen Rui thought he had some internal injuries, and hurriedly asked with concern, "Are you okay now?" Pu Jun came back to his senses. "Not bad." Yen Rui patted his chest and said with relief, "I was scared to death. I thought you were injured." "No. No." Pu Jun waved his hand hurriedly. Yen Rui then began to ask, "Is this mission going smoothly? Do you think Su Ming will change his mind?" Pu Jun pondered for a long time, and then said cautiously, I think there is a 60% chance that Su Ming will change his mind. How do you say that? Pu Jun slowly told him what happened today. After he put the mark into Su Ming's forehead, he looked at Su Ming on the roof. Not long after, he began to sweat profusely and began to talk incoherently in his sleep. Su Ming's dream was so intense that he even woke up Wang Jingyu beside him. He saw Wang Jingyu subconsciously wanted to wake him up, but Wang Jingyu stopped her hand as soon as she put it on Su Ming's body, and simply turned around and ignored it. It seems that these two people really don't have any feelings. Wang Jingyu might even want him to fall asleep. After about an hour, Su Ming woke up from the bed with sweat on his head. Wang Jingyu then whispered in his ear, Did you have a nightmare? Su Ming ignored Wang Jingyu's question. He got out of bed, took the kettle on the table, and drank the cold water in it. His mood was slightly relieved. Pu Jun continued to watch. Su Ming turned around and looked at Wang Jingyu on the bed and asked loudly, Do you also think I am wrong? What? Wang Jingyu was confused for a moment and didn't know what he was asking. But in Wang Jingyu's heart, Su Ming was indeed wrong everywhere. Whenever you make a wrong choice, it's others who are wrong. Wang Jingyu buried the quilt over her head. Have a good rest. We will go to war soon. Su Ming didn't know which sentence irritated him. He walked up and lifted Wang Jingyu's quilt and asked her to get up from the quilt. Su Ming held Wang Jingyu's shoulders with both hands and shook her vigorously, saying, Do you think I did something wrong in this expedition? Wang Jingyu thought for a moment. What did I do wrong? Is there any news from Lushan village? Did they get any special weapons? Let me ask you. Su Ming let go of his hand and sat down on the bed. If we lose this time, what do you think will happen to us? It's not like we haven't lost before, but we just lost 2 villages and paid some money. It's not impossible to make it back next time. Don't worry. The people in Lushan village won't suddenly change. But I heard that Lushan village is making some small moves recently, and they might use them on the battlefield. So you still have to be careful. Wang Jingyu thought that if she could scare Su Ming away, it would be fine. Unexpectedly, his brain waves and Yen Rui's were miraculously consistent at this moment. Yes. I don't know what they are doing recently. Su Ming lay back on the bed, and had already made some decisions in his mind. Sleep. Seeing this, Pu Jun also knew that there would be no progress tonight, so he wanted to sneak out along the roof. But he was discovered by Su Ming for some reason. Where did this thief come from? He actually stole from me. After hearing Pu Jun's footsteps, Su Ming picked up the sleeve arrow at hand and shot it in the direction of the footsteps. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Pu Jun wanted to escape from the Su family as quickly as possible. But the guards of the Su family were not vegetarians. They directly blocked Pu Jun's retreat, making him run around in the Su mansion like a headless fly for a while. All the people in the Su family were awakened. At this time, candles were lit intermittently in some rooms. Pu Jun thought that if he was caught, he might as well settle it himself. He didn't know what Yen Rui was planning, but he didn't want the plan to fail because of him. He was hiding from a team of guards behind the rockery when he heard footsteps. Pu Jun was sweating and holding the fruit knife he bought from Yen Rui's supermarket tightly in his hand, thinking that if anyone dared to block his way, he would kill them directly. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Pu Jun's hand holding the knife was getting tighter and tighter. This was a refreshing, gentle and tentative voice coming from the front of the rockery. Are you someone sent by Yen Dongjia? Pu Jun's hand relaxed a little, and he looked out through the gap in the rockery and found that it was Wang Jingyu, who was lying next to Su Ming just now. Pu Jun's spirit was tense again, and he actually heard Wang Jingyu explain, Don't be nervous. I asked Yen Dongjia to help today, and someone came in the evening. I guess it's his helper. Pu Jun still didn't quite believe it. Do you have any evidence to prove that what you said is true? Wang Jingyu paused. No. But there is a woodshed in the northwest corner. The door of the woodshed is not locked. After you go in, you will find the exit behind the cabinet on the right. Wang Jingyu left in a hurry after she finished speaking. Pu Jun didn't want to believe it at first, but when she was really desperate, she still touched the woodshed. Unexpectedly, there was such an escape route as she said. I didn't expect Wang Jingyu to save you again, but it was because of her that I had this plan. Yen Rui touched his chin. If it doesn't work this time, I think Wang Jingyu should be able to kill Su Ming directly. What do you think? Jian Anqi also felt that there was such a possibility. Su Ming is cold-blooded and ruthless. He can even use Wang Jingyu as brother. It's only a matter of time before Wang Jingyi rebels against him. Yen Rui didn't care about Su Ming's result. After the report was completed, Pu Jun was ready to leave. But before leaving, he asked Yen Rui, "Can I buy things now?" Yen Rui waved his hand. "Whatever you want. Pick whatever you want tonight." Pu Jun was happy. But he still didn't feel embarrassed to buy more. He only bought a few breads, a few packs of instant noodles, and various canned meats. In the end, he still took a few bags of salt and sugar. Seeing him like this, Yen Rui simply took the basket and took a few more of the things he wanted. "You are a hero tonight, so don't be polite to me. By the way, do you know what kind of cat you caught for me? It should be an ordinary black-striped cat. Black-striped cats are good at hiding their bodies, and can hunt prey that is 2 to 3 times larger than their own bodies." "Is that all?" Yen Rui was relieved. It seemed that this little thing still had the ability to protect itself. After Pu Jun left, Yen Rui patted his chest. "It's okay. It's okay. I finally let it go. Does the yogurt bowl suit your taste?" Jian Anqi didn't seem to care how thrilling tonight was. He only cared whether Yen Rui could eat well. "The proportion is just right. I like it very much." Yen Rui thought of what he had eaten, and there was still half a bowl of yogurt left. He hurried upstairs. "I'll sleep after I finish eating." Yen Rui had a very satisfying sleep that night. He was full of energy when he opened the door the next morning. A lot of people came to Shuang Min's village these 2 days. I heard that Yen Rui didn't like to collect money, so they all brought their own specialties to exchange for items. There were embroidered handkerchiefs, wooden ducks, vegetables grown by their own families. Some people brought a basket of eggs, and some people even brought a bag of bacon to ask if they could exchange for anything. Yen Rui accepted everything. He even handed the bacon to Jian Anqi and said he wanted to change the taste. Jian Anqi looked at the dry bacon that seemed to be impossible to cut with a knife and became worried. Yen Rui couldn't help laughing when he saw him like this. Jian Anqi waved the bacon at Yen Rui and went upstairs. Yen Rui was in the observation period. Everyone liked to buy something. He found that in addition to salt, sugar and cloth, these people liked to buy pots and pans here the most. Some people even changed 10 stainless steel pots in one go, saying that this thing could be used as a family heirloom. Yen Rui covered his face and said that there was no need to praise so much. Only then did he realize how attractive modern industrial products were to these ancient people. Yen Rui has accumulated a lot of points with these little things. At noon, Yen Rui looked up and found Su Ming walking into the supermarket with a pale face. "Hello, boss." Yen Rui looked at Su Ming, who was trying to cheer up but exuded a great temperament. He was in a good mood, but he did not show it. Instead, he asked with some concern, "What's wrong, Mayor Su? Didn't you sleep well yesterday?" Su Ming raised the corners of his lips reluctantly. "It's not just this problem. The fact that he couldn't sleep well was false, but the psychological impact of the dream on him was real. Did you help me do that?" Su Ming pointed his finger to the sky, and then made a gesture. "Do you think my expedition will go smoothly this time?" Hearing this, Yen Rui raised his eyes and looked at Su Ming with some regret. "In fact, if you insist on this, it's not a bad idea. After all, it's a good story for a man to end up on the battlefield." Hearing Yen Rui's words, Su Ming's heart sank again. "Are you saying that I will lose this time?" Yen Rui put his hands behind his back and walked around Su Ming 3 times. "Let me be frank. Your hexagram this time is very bad. If you insist on attacking Lushan village, it is very likely. You tell me, what is very likely? I can hold on. The hexagram is incomplete, and there is no chance of survival." After Yen Rui finished speaking, he sighed heavily, lowered his head and shook his head. "Not good. Not good. So I can't fight this time?" Su Ming continued to ask. He didn't want to stop. Otherwise, he would be known as a runaway in the future. Human fate is determined by heaven, and God depends on human action. If you insist on it, you may be able to change your fate. But I am powerless and can't help you. Yen Rui looked at Su Ming with some pity, then walked back to the cashier counter. And no matter how Su Ming asked, he would not speak again. Su Ming was very sad. He bowed to Yen Rui and hurried away. Yen Rui watched Su Ming's back gradually fade away. Excitedly, yeah. And then shouted to the upstairs, "Jian Anqi, I want to celebrate. I want to eat cake. It will be ready soon." Jian Anqi's voice came from upstairs. Yen Rui bent down and picked up the kitten under his feet. He stretched out his fingers and touched the kitten's face. Did you hear the voice of that person just now? Remember? That person is a bad guy. Stay away from him in the future. The kitten stretched out its 2 front paws, held Yanrui's fingers, and then opened its mouth and bit them carefully with its teeth. You still treat me as a teething stick. Yanrui purred the kitten's head and waited for the customers outside to continue to enter the supermarket to shop. A few days later, Yanrui finally saw Wang Jingyu, who was late. When Wang Jingyu saw Yanrui, she knelt on her knees without saying a word, and Yanrui almost threw the cat in his hand away. What are you doing? Get up quickly. I can't stand this. No matter how Yanrui tried to stop her, Wang Jingyu insisted on kowtow to Yanrui 3 times. I will never forget your great kindness to my family. No matter what happens next, my Wang family owes you a life. There was no need. Yanrui helped Wang Jingyu up. Wang Jingyu looked up at Yanrui, and Yanrui caught a hint of unusual atmosphere in her eyes. So, Su Ming won't fight this time? Well, no. The other party wants food compensation, and they are arguing now. This is strange. The 2 sides fought like they were doing business. One side broke the contract, and the other side actually wanted compensation. Not only that, Su Ming's attitude towards my Wang family has also improved. I don't know how you did it, but our Wang family always keeps their word. These 2 secret books are what my elders asked me to present. Wang Jingyu took out 2 thick books from her bag. Yanrui looked at the thickness of the book and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The method of hidden weapons is easy to say, but why is that pre-sale book like a big dictionary? Thick and big. The things have been delivered, and I have completed this mission. Wang Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief. In a few days, maybe my elders will want to cooperate with you. I hope you won't refuse then. Yanrui nodded. As long as there is money to be made. How can I refuse? Just come. That would be great. Before leaving, Wang Jingyu bought a big bag of things in the supermarket. When she left with the guards, everyone held 2 big bags in their hands. That's great. It would be even better if we could have more big customers like him. Yanrui sat on a chair and wrote his business plan. He felt that he should have written it a long time ago. He had never been so serious in the previous 2 planes. As long as he was there, business would continue. The difficulty of operating in this plane was higher than he had imagined. I think we can hire a few peddlers to sell in various villages. But this way we can't handle the goods. We can only collect yuanbao coupons, which are not very valuable. Or we can spread the news to buy wild goods from the mountains and forests. The purchase price is definitely higher than that of nearby purchases, so we can attract some popularity. In addition, we can post some more advertisements on the bulletin boards in every town, which can also attract some people to come. Yanrui propped his chin up, a little worried about his business. The kitten came over and messed up the paper in front of him, and then pretended to be unintentional, staring at Yanrui with big eyes. As soon as Yanrui raised his hand, the kitten raised its 4 paws to the sky, opened its white and tender belly to Yanrui, and made a weak meow. Money. Money can't be earned in a short time, and kittens have to suck it all the time. But isn't your injury healing a little too fast? My supernatural power is too useful. Yanrui chatted with the kitten and while changing the dressing. But don't get hurt in the future. I don't know if Anan understood it. After changing the dressing, he jumped into Yanrui's arms, holding Yanrui's clothes tightly with his front paws. This is a hand holding his neck and tearing him off Yanrui's body. It's tea time. Jian Anqi cut a piece of cake for Yanrui, and then took a small plate from the shelf next to him and gave it to Xiaomao as a water bowl. Just drink the water. Xiaomao didn't know if he understood Jian Anqi's words, or just because Jian Anqi pulled him off Yanrui. He was grinning at Jian Anqi with a dissatisfied look on his face. As the 2 were confronting each other, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Yanrui turned around and saw that it was Zhuang Chongwen who was following Pu Jun. Pu Jun raised his arm slightly, and Zhuang Chongwen put his hand on his forearm. The 2 were walking steadily towards Yanrui's supermarket. You recovered so quickly. Yanrui looked at Zhuang Chongwen, who could walk freely, and said with some surprise. On Zhuang Chongwen's broken calf, just as Zhuangmen said, a thick wooden stick was tied, which looked very stable. Zhuang Chongwen smiled at Yanrui, then let go of his hand, and walked slowly towards Yanrui's supermarket step by step. It was only a dozen steps from the edge of the cliff to the entrance of the supermarket. But these dozen steps were a new starting point in Zhuang Chongwen's life. He looked at Yanrui with red eyes and said, You saved my life. You should thank Xiaomin instead of me. He is the one who has been taking care of you. Seeing that Zhuang Chongwen was about to speak again, Yan Rui hurriedly changed the subject and said, Why did you two come together? Did you go to pick him up? He still remembered that Zhuang Min said that when Zhuang Chongwen was injured and returned to the village, Pu Jun left money and medicine for Zhuang Chongwen to use. Yan Rui had a preconceived idea and guessed that the two should know each other. No. It's just that I was at the Wantian ladder and found it difficult to get up. Pu Jun happened to pass by, and he was kind enough to help me. It turned out that it was because of this. The two people didn't look familiar with each other. After Yan Rui welcomed him in, he said, Would you like to eat some snacks from our hometown? Yan Rui pointed to the Odin machine that he hadn't opened for a long time and said, I'll treat you. Smelling the aroma in the pot, the two swallowed their saliva at the same time. But after smelling it, Zhuang Chongwen refused. I can't take advantage of you anymore. Then he took out a stack of yuanbao coupons from his arms. I didn't tell Xiaomin before because I wanted to leave some money for her. In fact, our family has a little bit of assets, so you don't have to worry about our future life. After Zhuang Chongwen finished speaking, he looked at Pu Jun beside him and said, I'll treat you for your consumption today. Chapter 70 Atypical Martial Arts. No need, no need. Pu Jun turned around and stopped talking to Zhuang Chongwen, who was looking at her with a smile. Zhuang Chongwen laughed and walked slowly to Yan Rui. Xiaomin probably didn't have enough money to pay for the medical expenses before. I don't know if these are enough. Yan Rui looked at the yuanbao coupons handed over by Zhuang Chongwen, thought for a while, and then took out 2 and said, 2 are enough. She also helped me a lot. Zhuang Chongwen put the remaining yuanbao coupons in his arms after hearing this, and then said, No wonder she didn't tell me what she did after changing the medicine for me every day. Zhuang Min helped me a lot. The recent customers were also promoted by her. She is very dedicated, Yan Rui said, while he touched in and chatted with Zhuang Chongwen. You have a new cat? Seeing Yan Rui's cat, Zhuang Chongwen became interested. I know a little about these animals. So can you show it to me? It has an injured hind leg. Be careful. Yan Rui gently handed the kitten over. The kitten didn't even want to leave Yan Rui's arms, stretched out its nails, and hooked Yan Rui's claws tightly. Yan Rui coaxed the kitten to let go of its claws. Zhuang Chongwen carefully took it, carefully looked at the pattern on the kitten's body, and opened its mouth to look at its teeth. Then he was a little surprised. Where did this cat come from? Pu Jun gave it to me. Yan Rui took the kitten back and raised his chin to gesture in his direction. It should be carefully selected before giving this cat to me. Then brother Pu Jun is thoughtful. Zhuang Chongwen stared at the cat, reluctant to look away. He can find cats of this quality. Yan Rui was excited. What kind of cat? Isn't it just an ordinary black-striped cat? Brother Pu Jun said it's a black-striped cat? Actually, you're right. This cat is also a kind of black-striped cat, but different from the black-striped cat. This cat has 2 symmetrical clusters of flame-shaped white stripes on its forehead, and it has 4 more teeth than other cats. Then what kind of cat is it? Yan Rui asked impatiently. This cat is Haishili. It is said that it can cross 10 miles in 1 step. It has the agility of a cat, the loyalty of a dog, and the fighting power of a tiger and leopard. Zhuang Chongwen looked at Anan, who was clinging to Yan Rui's arms, and said with admiration, Not bad. I have only seen 2 Haishili in my life. Your cat is still a cub. It will be more loyal if it is raised from childhood. Yan Rui did not expect that this little Anan actually had such a big background. He pinched Anan's face with both hands, leaned forward and kissed her hard a few times. Our Anan is really amazing. Who is the most amazing little cat? Is it our Anan? Yan Rui's voice suddenly became louder, catching Zhuang Chongwen off guard. He laughed a little, then retreated with a discerning eye and wandered around the supermarket. Jian Anqi came up at this time, and it might not understand Yan Rui's words. She only knew that Yan Rui suddenly started playing with her. So she excitedly kicked her claws with her 4 feet up in the air, and meowed from time to time. Did you hear that? Zhuang Chongwen just said that our Anan will become very powerful in the future. The name He surely sounds very powerful. This is your cat. So your cat is naturally amazing. Jian Anqi also reached out and touched Anan's head. If he is really just an ordinary little cat, not amazing at all, how would you praise me? Then your cat is the cutest little cat. Jian Anqi didn't even think about it, and blurted out the compliment. Yan Rui smiled and said, Don't always flatter me. I'm easily proud. At this time, Pu Jun came to pay the bill. He couldn't help but look at it infrequently. Yin Rui paid him the bill and said, "You sent it here just to let me save it, right?" "No. It's just for you to sell it." Pu Jun moved his eyes back. "I didn't expect you to really save it." Seeing that he didn't like to talk, Yin Rui stopped asking. At this time, Zhuang Chongwen slowly moved over step by step, put the Yuanbao coupon on the table, and handed Yin Rui a box at the same time. "What is this?" Yin Rui picked up the box, opened the lid, and saw a crystal clear stone with some modern stones inside. "It's bloodstone. If you know the business, you can sell it for a little money. If you like it, you can make jewelry out of it. This stone is really beautiful." Yin Rui couldn't take his eyes off it. After he closed the box, he thanked Zhuang Chongwen. Zhuang Chongwen was relieved to see Yin Rui accept it. Zhuang Chongwen said that he would settle his things with Pu Jun. Yin Rui was not surprised to see what Zhuang Chongwen bought, but he chose 2 pieces of cloth in plain colors and a pink one with a little flower. In addition, he also bought some sweet snacks and a few small hair bands, which were obviously bought for Zhuang Min. Seeing that Zhuang Chongwen insisted on paying for her, Pu Jun did not refuse, but stood aside with her arms folded waiting for him to leave. Before leaving, Zhuang Chongwen asked, "Excuse me, when does this place close? As long as it's not too late, I should be here. Are you coming in the evening?" Zhuang Chongwen shook his head. "I just asked casually. Sorry for the trouble." As a result, in the evening, Zhuang Chongwen knocked on the door of the supermarket again. After Yin Rui opened the door, he found 2 middle-aged men in black cloaks following Zhuang Chongwen. "Can we talk further?" Zhuang Chongwen straightened his back and said to Yin Rui, "We want to discuss a big business with you." Yin Rui looked at the 2 people who didn't even show their faces to him, and welcomed them in with some doubts. "It's almost 10 o'clock now, and it feels a bit wrong to come here so late." After closing the supermarket door, the 2 men in black cloaks stood behind the shelves, making sure they would not be seen by people outside, and then gently took off their hats and said to Yin Rui, "Sorry, we have to be careful." Yin Rui looked at the 2 strangers in front of him. One was in his 50s with a beard, 8 feet tall, and had a long scar on his face from the right corner of his eye to the left chin. The other looked much younger, and even felt that he was not much older than Zhuang Min. He was about 17 or 18 years old, with a thin figure, but he also seemed to have an inexplicable power. "Boss Yin, thank you for saving my life." The young man bowed deeply to Yin Rui, and Yin Rui didn't understand. "When did I save your life?" "I'm Wang Jingqi, Wang Jingyue's younger brother." "So that's it." In addition to Wang Jingqi, another middle-aged man is called Hu Yang. The 2 of them came here today to buy a large amount of food. Buying a large amount of food. Yin Rui unconsciously turned his wrist. "If you buy food, what are you going to do?" Boss Yin should not belong to any force. Hu Yang stepped forward. "We just want a guarantee. Are you going to rebel against Su Ming?" Yin Rui looked at the 2 and took a step back. "I'm not interested in your war. Boss Yin, Su Ming is not a good leader. Not only him, but the entire Su family is a huge cancer. They now control 12 towns and affiliated villages. They are almost the largest force. If they continue like this, they may very well establish a country. How do you know Su Ming is not a good leader?" Yin Rui had some ideas in his mind. "You have to convince me first before I can support you in the rebellion." Yin Rui's words were so straightforward that a few people who wanted to hide something didn't know how to phrase it for a while. "Then let me tell you." Wang Jingqi took a step forward. "My sister has already told you that he wanted me to be his scapegoat. Although he failed this time, he has succeeded before. Sacrifices in war are inevitable. Although Su Ming's methods are despicable, they have stabilized the morale of the army to a certain extent. That being said, Yin Rui was thinking about Su Ming in his heart. He was such a jerk. He was not afraid of being struck by lightning. He imposed heavy taxes. As long as someone could not pay the taxes, he would use the family's belongings to pay off the debt. If there was no money, he would take the land. If there was no land, he would take the daughter. If there was no daughter, he would not even let the old man at home go. Ah! Yin Rui opened his mouth in surprise. This man really has no bottom line. However, he could think of other benefits. But what does he want the old man to do? To charge on the battlefield and be a human shield. He once said that these people are disposable. Some people have no money, and will never have money in their lives. They will definitely not be able to pay taxes in the future. It is better to send them to reincarnate early. Maybe they can be reborn into a rich family. What else? Yen Rui sat down and wanted to continue to listen to what the Su family had done that angered the heaven and the people. Just listening to Wang Jingqi and Hu Yan accusing the Su family of cruelty in turn. Yen Rui felt that the Su family was really covering the sky with one hand and never did good things. Compared with Su Ming, the other people in the Su family were even more vicious. For example, Su Ming's cousin killed the whole family of a person who looked like his enemy on the street. There is also Su Ming's aunt, because her husband forced the maid around him. Not only did she not find fault with her husband, but she tortured the maid inhumanely. These people are really... The more Yen Rui listened, the more he felt that the Su family could prosper for so many years. And it was really blind. I need to think about it first. You can come back the day after tomorrow. And then, I will give you a clear answer whether I agree or not. Wang Jingqi and Hu Yang looked at each other. And Yen Rui waved at them. You go first. I promise not to tell Su Ming about your coming here. But, Zhuang Changwen wanted to say something else. But Yen Rui just looked at him silently. In the end, he could only bow to Yen Rui. And the three of them left together in the night. Yen Rui turned around and looked at Jian Anqi. Do you think they are reliable? Yen Rui actually thought that he could just ignore everything and sell the things in the supermarket by paying for them. But this was a war. And he couldn't just pretend to be ignorant and make money. The Su family is not a good leader. But how can those who rebel against the Su family be sure that they will not follow in the footsteps of the Su family? Why don't we just buy 2 more time converters and unify the world? Anyway, we have plenty of points now. Are you sure you want to go to the battlefield? The battlefield is very cruel. Not to mention that the system and the main control may not agree with you to do this. I know. I'm just a little upset. How can you sell goods and stand in a team? In short, you will definitely not stand on the Su Ming couple now. Tomorrow we will find a way to go out and collect some information. Let the system analyze it. And see if the people behind Zhuang Changwen are worth investing in. Yen Rui did think so. Jian Anqi's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. The next morning, Yen Rui closed the door again and walked in the direction indicated by the system with Jian Anqi. Pu Jun! Pu Jun! Open the door. Will you do a job today? Pu Jun ran over to open the door with messy hair without washing up. What's the matter? To assassinate Su Ming? No. But by the way, why do you hate Su Ming so much? I became blind because of him. Su Ming pointed to his empty eyes. He was jealous of me. So he wanted to destroy me. But there is no way. I am still better than him even with one eye missing. No wonder Pu Jun hated Su Ming so much. Pack up. Let's go out and collect some information. What information do you want? Pu Jun casually scratched his hair twice and walked out the door. If you want to buy information, I can take you directly to a place. Originally, he wanted to take Pu Jun to a nearby town that was not controlled by the Su family to inquire about the information. But he didn't expect Pu Jun to take him directly to buy it. Okay, take me there. Pu Jun took Yen Rui and Jian Anqi on a completely different road. When they climbed over the 4th hill, Yen Rui finally couldn't hold on. He pointed at Pu Jun breathlessly, unable to even finish a sentence. Do you want a hem? I'm dying of exhaustion. The last hill. This one is very close. After crossing this hill, you will reach Lining County, where there is the largest news trading market. Jian Anqi didn't know if Yen Rui heard Pu Jun's words clearly. He patted Yen Rui on the back and took out a bottle of water. Drink some water to smooth it out. Then I'll carry you. Yen Rui waved to Jian Anqi. His knees softened and he sat down. On the spot. I'll take a break. Just a break. I've been exercising well recently. Why can't my physical fitness be improved? Pu Jun doesn't say anything. He was a soldier and practiced martial arts. But he didn't see Jian Anqi exercising. How could he still be so good? After a long time, Pu Jun was about to fall asleep. Yen Rui finally stood up. Let's go. Let's go. Jian Anqi held Yen Rui's wrist, used himself as his crutch, and helped him from time to time. And the three of them finally arrived at the gate of Lining County. There were no guards at the gate of Lining County. But someone would observe whether the people coming and going had any prohibited items. The three of them entered the city easily. Yen Rui's first feeling after entering the city was that it was much more lively than a Yuan town. And it could be seen, even here. There was some haze of war. But the spirit of the residents here was much better than that of the residents of a Yuan town. There were some shouts from stalls on both sides of the road after entering the city gate. Pedestrians walked hurriedly, but their clothes were more neat and decent, even if they had patches. This place is much better than Huyuan Town. If I were a resident of Huyuan Town, I would definitely move here if I had the chance. Huyuan Town may not let people go. Anyone who leaves Huyuan Town will be skinned. Otherwise, they can be skinned just by using the conscription law to suppress you. And when he arrived in Lining County, Yanrui truly felt that this plane was a martial arts plane. Every few steps here, you can see a martial arts hall full of people. Many residents will go in to watch the martial artists practice. And some martial arts halls are even holding martial arts competitions. And the crowds of onlookers cheer. Why don't you open a store here? If you open it here, it should be more profitable. Pu Jun asked the question in his mind. Yanrui was very mysterious in his eyes. But after paying attention to him for a few days, he knew that he didn't care about fame, power and rights at all. He only cared about whether the supermarket could make money. This was the first time he heard the word supermarket. Such stores were called grocery stores outside. But the variety of goods in grocery stores was far less than Yanrui's supermarket. It really looks like an alien. Pu Jun was shocked by his own thoughts. He looked at Yanrui, who was standing on tiptoe outside the crowd to watch the excitement, and threw his thoughts away. This was too far-fetched. Shall I hold you up? Jian Anqi looked at Yanrui, who was a little tired because of standing on tiptoe. Yanrui was about to refuse, but a burst of cheers attracted his attention again. He felt itchy in his heart, and he couldn't resist the temptation after all, and said to Jian Anqi, "Then trouble you." Jian Anqi smiled and hugged Yanrui's waist. Yanrui felt dizzy for a while. When he came to his senses, he found that he was already riding on Jian Anqi's neck. "This is too," Yanrui said shyly. "Put me down quickly. I am so old. How can I ride on someone's neck?" Jian Anqi did not let go. He hugged Yanrui's calf. "Martial arts competition is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you really not going to watch it? Then watch it." Yanrui was a little embarrassed to cover his face at first. But as the duel on the competition stage gradually reached its climax, Yanrui did not care about being shy, and stared at the two people on the stage. These two people should be people with deep strength in martial arts. The clever body movements and flexible positioning, plus the impact of punches to the flesh, made Yanrui dazzled. Since both of them stopped at a certain point and did not intend to hurt each other, there was no winner in the end. Even so, Yanrui still watched with relish. And even after Jian Anqi put him back on the ground, he still felt endless aftertaste. "Your treatment is really good. Only the 3-year-old child in front of you has the same treatment as you," Pu Jun teased. Yanrui then realized that he was shy. He gently hid Jian Anqi, and his ears turned red. Jian Anqi explained calmly, "If I have to hold you up all the time, I definitely can't do it. Putting you on my shoulders is just the most labor-saving way." "Yes." Yanrui stamped his feet. "This is the truth." He ignored the gazes of the people around him, walked forward with his hands behind his back, and then said to Pu Jun, "Where is the destination?" "Walk forward along this street. After passing 2 intersections, turn left at the 3rd intersection, and you will see the news market there." Yanrui nodded reservedly, and then walked forward. But he was attracted by a fire ring halfway. The people jumping the fire ring were not tigers, but people with exquisite body movements. The diameter of the fire ring was only the length of an ordinary person's arm. Every time he jumped the ring, Yanrui's heart tightened. At the end, Yanrui wanted to give a reward, but Pu Jun immediately held his hand. "Yuanbao coupons cannot be used here." "Ah?" Yanrui slapped his forehead and almost forgot that the money around here is different. "So he didn't bring any money when he went out to buy news today. You can exchange it with something." After pulling Yanrui away, Pu Jun explained it to him in detail. "Didn't Zhuang Chongwen give you a bloodstone yesterday? Do you have the bloodstone with you?" Yanrui of course had it with him, but he didn't want to exchange it. So he thought about it, and took out a stainless steel ring from his arms. It had a fine pattern with the atmosphere of the industrial age, and the polishing on the surface was even more amazing. This was a gift from the boss lady when he was buying imported snacks. They were all souvenirs bought from abroad. In the end, he found the same one online. It only cost 18 yuan. "Your ring is in good condition. What is it made of? But it should be able to exchange for more news." Pu Jun looked at Yanrui with some envy. "Your family must be very rich." Yanrui did not answer, but put the ring away in front of him with some care. This is the last heirloom of my family. Hearing this, Pu Jun felt that it was a little more reasonable. When they walked to a huge wooden door, Pu Jun stopped at the door. If I don't buy news, I won't go in with you. If anyone asks, you can mention my name. Pu Jun turned around and waved to the two of them. See you later. Yen Rui looked at the door, raised his hand, and knocked it twice. After a while, hurried footsteps came from inside. Squeak. The heavy wood grain was pulled open a gap. Just as Yen Rui was about to walk in, he saw a man wearing a black mask sticking his head out and looking at the two people. Who introduced you here? Yen Rui looked at the man speaking in a low voice, and his voice couldn't help but become a little softer. Pu Jun introduced me here. After hearing the familiar name, the black mask pushed the door open, and the two people quickly stepped over the threshold. The black mask closed the door as quickly as possible, walked in front of the two people and said, "Come with me." Yen Rui felt that the style here was a bit gloomy. He held Jian Anqi's sleeve all the way and didn't let go. Along the way, he found that the color of the door of each room was different. The black mask led them to a reddish-brown door and said to them, "This is it." The man left in a hurry after he finished speaking, but when he left, Yen Rui did not even hear his footsteps. He was also very skilled. Yen Rui turned his head and knocked gently on the door in front of him. After hearing the voice of "come in" from inside, he pushed the door open and walked in slowly. After entering the room, he found that the room was only a few square meters, and was separated by a huge curtain in the middle. There was a movable exit in the middle of the curtain, a bit like a bank counter. "Please sit down." A voice came from behind the curtain. Both parties could not see each other's true appearance. Yen Rui felt comfortable and sat down with Jian Anqi. "What kind of news do you want to buy?" "I want to buy news about the Su family." "The Su family in a Yuan town." "The Su family? This news is not cheap. You can choose which branch or faction of the Su family, or which army, or whose backyard. We have different prices. What can this be exchanged for?" Yen Rui stuffed the ring he had prepared in advance into the small hole. After the other party took the ring, he was silent for a long time, and then said, "Please wait a moment. I need to find someone more authoritative than me to estimate the price." After Yen Rui responded, he heard the sound of the back door opening. It seems that he really went to find someone. After hearing that the person had left, Yen Rui felt a little bored. He whispered to Jian Anqi beside him, "Do you think the Su family knows about this place? They should know. After all, the Su family is very powerful. But maybe the people behind this information market are more powerful than the Su family, so they dare not move." Yen Rui straightened his body back. It can only be said that it is oppression by strength. But I say, after watching all this way, I really don't want to live under the leadership of the Su family. Wait until you have read the news before making a decision. There may be unexpected inside information. After a while, the person who went to appraise the price finally came back. At the same time, Yen Rui also heard the sound of something slamming heavily on the table opposite. "Are you sure you want to exchange this ring for all the news about the Su family?" "Sure," Yen Rui affirmed. "Do you need me to press my fingerprint now?" "No need. We don't have a contract, no agreement, and no constraints. So I will no longer be responsible after I leave. After you have considered it, you can't take this ring back." "Well, I agree. So what about the news? After I leave, you can lift the curtain and check it out at will. There is a pen and ink next to it. You can copy the important news with pen and ink and take it away. But the original should not be dirty or damaged. Otherwise we have the right to pursue responsibility." "Okay," Yen Rui agreed readily. And the person opposite also accepted the ring and left the room again. After the man left, Yen Rui couldn't wait to open the curtain, and then saw a thick half-meter-high document lying in front of Yen Rui. This Su family is really informative. Yen Rui called out the system. "Can you convert all of this into documents for me to read?" The brush writing plus vertical layout, and no punctuation marks. Yen Rui was still a little uncomfortable, so he asked the system to convert all of them into horizontal layout. After scanning all the information, Yen Rui looked around, took a few pieces of paper, wet the brush head, wrote a few words, and then began to chat quietly with Jian Anqi beside him. "When is the best time for us to leave?" Yen Rui, who didn't want to expose himself, asked. "We can wait a little longer. If you feel bored, we can play poker." Yen Rui's eyes lit up. Who can refuse a man who carries poker with him? Take it out. I want to play. There are many ways to play poker for two people. After playing for more than 2 hours, Yin Rui looked at the time, stretched his waist and said, "Okay, let's go now. But do I need to wear a mask before leaving?" "No. Even if you know it's us. What's the use of it?" After hearing Jian Anqi's words, Yin Rui exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow. So arrogant." Jian Anqi smiled and touched his hair. Yin Rui's hair has been getting longer and longer recently, and he has no time to take care of it. But it is still soft and furry, which makes Jian Anqi more and more addicted to touching it. "Let's go. Let's go back now." After leaving, they didn't meet anyone on the way. When the two of them walked to the door, they saw the guide in the black mask again. The black mask stopped them and said nothing, which made Yin Rui uneasy, until a black crow landed on his shoulder. He looked at the crow, then opened the door and said to the two of them, "Welcome to come again next time." It seems that the crow is not an ordinary one. When Yin Rui left, he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. The crow immediately flapped its wings and shouted at Yin Rui, cackling, as if it wanted to fight with him. Yin Rui made a face at the crow, then quickly closed the door, isolated the crow's cry from the two of them, and gently patted his chest and said, "This bird's cry is going to make my ears deaf." Jian Anqi watched Yin Rui's every move become more and more adorable. He smiled and patted Yin Rui on the back and said, "Let's go." Pu Jun might be waiting impatiently. When he reached the street corner, he saw Pu Jun chatting with someone next to him in a tea house. The moment the two walked out of the street corner, Pu Jun noticed their appearance. He immediately trotted to Yin Rui and said, "So soon? How is it? Is it going well?" "Thanks to you. It's going well." Yin Rui took out another small pendant. The workmanship was similar to the ring just now, but it was just a little smaller. "As your wages for today." No. It's too expensive." Pu Jun hurriedly held Yin Rui's hand, and then whispered, "Put it away quickly. Don't show off your wealth." "Okay." Yin Rui turned his palm and stuffed the pendant into Pu Jun's hand. "You have made great efforts to find this location successfully today, and this thing is what you deserve." "A great harvest?" Yin Rui nodded implicitly. And it was more than a great harvest. After seeing what the Su family did, Yin Rui immediately decided to help Wang Jingqi, and never let the Su family do evil again. The sins of the Su family can be described as innumerable, because their arrogance and domineering behavior of not taking all the laws to heart have caused the people in the areas under their rule to live in dire straits. There are wars in other areas, but at least civilians can live a more stable life. And although the wars are constant, the frequency is not as high as that of the Su family. The Su family fights wars just for the sake of war. For a family that uses war to make money, it would be better for them to return the money. After Yin Rui made the decision, his steps on the way back were much lighter. And Pu Jun, who received Yin Rui's pendant, also opened up and was no longer so silent. He told Yin Rui the truth that he had kept in his heart for a long time. Our village was not massacred by other armies, but by the Su family's army. Su family? Why? Was it Su Ming? It wasn't Su Ming. It should be one of Su Ming's uncles. I don't know who it is or why, but I will find out sooner or later. Pu Jun clenched his fists and recalled the tragic scene in the village he saw when he returned home. Yin Rui looked back at Pu Jun's painful expression and felt pity. All his relatives and friends died in the family he served. No matter who it was, it would be impossible to swallow this breath. He fully understood Pu Jun's hatred for the Su family. After returning to the supermarket, Yin Rui didn't even have the strength to climb the stairs, and Jian Anqi carried him back to the room. After Jian Anqi proposed to carry him back, Yin Rui agreed without thinking. He had already been riding on his neck. So what was the big deal about riding on his back this time? They climbed 4 mountains back and forth that day. Even though the mountains were not high, it was still very painful for Yin Rui. He lay on the bed without even changing his clothes and fell into a deep sleep. Jian Anqi took off his outer robe and shoes, and fed him a small bowl of bibimbap in bed at night when he was almost unconscious. Yin Rui slept for a full 12 hours before he recovered. After he got up, he wanted to stand up, but he didn't know where he stretched. His back ached, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Ouch! Yin Rui fell back on the bed, thinking that he should not force it next time, and should drink the physical enhancer earlier. He had the intention of exercising, but he did not expect to get such a consequence the next day. It was too painful. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door outside the room. Come in, Yen Rui said painfully while lying on the bed. Do you want me to massage you? Jian Anqi came in with breakfast. You eat first? Yen Rui wanted to refuse, but his empty stomach did not allow it. He sighed and could only climb up resignedly. Took Jian Anqi's sandwich and stuffed it into his mouth. Don't you feel any pain? Yen Rui looked at Jian Anqi, who seemed to have no effect, and said in disbelief. He raised his hand, first pinched Jian Anqi's shoulder, then pinched Jian Anqi's arm, and kept asking, Doesn't it hurt? Really doesn't it hurt? Jian Anqi didn't respond, but handed over the milk. Don't choke. Drink 2 sips of milk first. Doesn't it hurt here too? Yen Rui's hand unexpectedly touched Jian Anqi's thigh muscle, and pinched it hard. I'm dying here. Jian Anqi's hand trembled, and the milk almost spilled. Yen Rui noticed Jian Anqi's reaction, and came over with a smile. What's wrong? Can't you touch here? Do you have any little secrets? Jian Anqi looked around and said something else. Drink it quickly. I'll take the plate out after you finish drinking it. Don't we have to meet Wang Jingqi and others today? They can only come in the evening. Yen Rui's expression did not change, and he still teased, Admit it. I caught you by the pigtail. What pigtail? Jian Anqi stuffed the cup in his hand into Yen Rui's hand. Drink it quickly. You have a ticklish spot there. Right? Yen Rui looked triumphant. No matter how tough a man is, there is a small forbidden area on his thigh that cannot be touched. After hearing Yen Rui's words, Jian Anqi was relieved at first, but then a little regret rose in his heart. Well, it was the ticklish spot that was discovered by you. I'll go downstairs first, and it hasn't been fed yet. Yen Rui nodded, waved to Jian Anqi, and then drank the milk in the cup, and then lay back on the bed to relieve his physical discomfort. In boredom, Yen Rui opened the document organized by the system. He only read half of it yesterday and felt that the Su family should go to hell. But he was curious about the other half and thought he might as well read it all. Unexpectedly, he found the clues of the extermination of Pujun village in this half. Yen Rui jumped up from the bed, but he didn't know which muscle he stretched and fell down. Since he couldn't get up, he lay on the bed and continued to read. It said that there was a man named Su Qing in the Su family. According to the generation, this man was Su Ming's third uncle, but they were not from the same branch. The information said that Su Qing went out one day with 300 elite soldiers. When he went out, these 300 elite soldiers were empty-handed. When they came back, each of them was holding food, cloth, or iron pots, etc., which were all household items. Someone asked Su Qing where these things came from. Su Qing said that a blind man had offended him, and he took them out from this person's home as an apology. It's just that those things don't look like they were taken from the same family. But no one cares. Su Qing is a man who kills, robs and commits all kinds of evil. It's nothing for him to just take back such a worthless thing. And the day when Su Qing took the things back home was not long before Pu Jun retired from the army, which just matched the date Pu Jun told him. I think it should be him who did it. What do you think? The system cannot give an unconfirmed conclusion, but the system also guesses that it was this person who did it. If there is a chance, how about we customize a nightmare for him? A nightmare is so expensive. I don't need it on such a person. Yen Rui refused. If there is a chance, send this person directly to Pu Jun. Maybe we don't need to customize a nightmare for him. He lives in a nightmare every day. The system didn't understand, and the system didn't say anything. Yen Rui felt that the system seemed to be silent these 2 days. Before, the system would follow up with a few words about whatever he said. Are you going to upgrade again? Yen Rui just remembered it now and asked. Yes, host. I will make an unprecedented major upgrade. The host will know in a few days. That was really great. Yen Rui was looking forward to the new function in his heart. At the same time in the evening, Wang Jingqi and Hu Yang arrived as scheduled. Yen Rui looked at the two people, tapped the table lightly, and said seriously, If you want me to cooperate, you can. Seeing the excitement in the eyes of the two people, Yen Rui raised his hand and motioned them to listen to him. I want you to tell me your plan without reservation. Otherwise there is no cooperation.